Hello, hello, Jacob and Donna.
Hello.
Welcome.
Hello.
We're still hi. Nothing, no word from Rick yet. But how you doing, Jacob?
I am good. I am good. Last week's Bible study was amazing.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. I finally was listening to it on Thursday, I think, or I don't know, maybe it took me till Friday to listen to it all, but it was awesome.
I don't know when you want to open it up and put the StreamYard link into the chat, but
Yeah, I should probably do that. I can just copy from the browser window, right? And then,
you can do that. Yeah, there's also the invite button that'll give you a thing.
oh, I see. Okay, I'm gonna
Yeah.
click that. Oh, Rick Cervin has called me. Let me put myself on mute for a second.
We will be starting shortly. There is a handout. There's a link to the handout on my thing on my Discord server, but this Professor Cervin has an introduction to the Septuagint, which is 9 pages long. And if you the link to it's on my Discord server in the YouTube channel. So feel free to grab that as we wait for Professor Cervin and Tim. Lance is here. Hello, Lance. Nate is here. Hello, Nate. And there are 6 people watching. And we have a copt. I wish I could show Shadow running around. She's decided to run all over the place. There she is. You guys should be able to see her now. Can I say hi to people? Come. Come on. Come say hi to people. Poor Andrew. Like, he gets it from all sides. He's actually a pretty good student. So that's not too much of an issue. Now, what channel should we be watching on? Good question. So it is streaming on Randos United. It may not stream on Randos United in the future because once the organization that Mo is working on. Hello, Professor Cervin. I muted you, Professor. Let me know when you want to talk by giving me a thumbs up. Okay, there
We
you
should
go.
do it. Yeah.
Oh,
Hey, Rick. Sorry
hi.
about that.
I was trying to uh, well turn my phone down so I don't. If it rings, I don't hear anything.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, welcome.
And
So,
turn my lights down. Well, actually, okay. If I'm just doing something, watching, then I have the lights up so I can see. But if I mean down so I can see better. But if I can read something, I need to see what I'm doing.
gotcha.
So okay, here.
Hi,
So
Rick.
while you're
Donna, how are you? You made it.
Good.
This is my friend Donna. She and I go way, way back. She's got a THM, I think it's a THM, right, in theology from Talbot Seminary, and she occasionally fires me off with emails asking me about Greek this and Greek that or something. So anyway,
It's very nice to meet you, Professor.
well, thank you. This is Jacob. Hello. I watched the little thing from last week, part of it anyway. So
Yeah, not all 6 hours.
all 6 hours. Yeah.
I haven't gotten a chance to watch it. I want to watch it over again because Father Stephen always says interesting things. But yeah, I haven't gotten a chance to watch it. So I would be very surprised if you got a chance to watch it.
Yeah. So anyway.
Yeah, I finished watching it probably on Friday. We're listening to it basically during my commute, and yeah, it was long, but it went some very interesting places. So thank you, Jacob, for keeping it going, and you say some interesting things too, for sure.
I'll try not.
I
I'll
was
try
learning.
not to do that too much. We have 10 people watching, so
Awesome.
yeah.
Well, I just see, you three, well, you two and me, and then my friend Donna picture on the screen. So
Right.
Mhm.
So the 10 people are in the audience.
okay, I see.
Yeah. So there's 14 of us total.
All right, okay.
Yeah.
I've
Mhm.
never done this kind of thing before. I'm used to Zoom, having Zoom meetings for departments or something in the past, but I never controlled it, so I couldn't do it. So I just show up and listen and wave my fingers a little bit and go away. It's a new thing for me, but anyway.
Yeah. Well, good.
I
Oh,
can
sorry, go ahead.
put up the handout you put.
Oh, okay.
It's up to you if you want to do that or if you want to keep us. The handout is available on my Discord server, so most of the people watching here know how to get it if they want it.
Okay. So I was just going to kind of read through what I have anyway. I wasn't sure how that was going to work.
Sure.
And, I used the PDF file because I've got some Greek on it. So if people are going to watch it, I don't need to read the thing necessarily. I don't know. But then I can't scroll the thing up and down. So if I see the text on the screen, it's going to be tempted to look up there. And I have my phone down here, which I can flip through. But anyway.
Okay. Well, go ahead.
Yeah, whatever you would like. I can scroll down if you want to read it or if you want to give us some sort of summary.
And also, Rick was successful in sharing his screen before. There's a possibility that he could do that, but I'm fine with stay the course, and Jacob, you can share, and we'll see how that works, and it works for me. And before we started, I just want to give you a couple of preliminary remarks and introduce Rick. So we did a conversation 2 weeks ago, Rick and I, or no, gosh, that was about a month ago now, wasn't it?
Maybe 3 weeks. I don't know.
Yeah, a few weeks. So anyway, that's on my channel at Philatimo Forum, and so Rick introduces himself there, and I learned a little bit about his background, but briefly, Rick and I met. Well, we met probably at church at some point, but we really got to know each other during a patristic Greek reading group that Rick hosted at our parish of St. Anna in Roseville, California. Now, Rick is a member of the local of a OCA parish in Sacramento, which actually was one of the first Orthodox churches that I went to. And so I did 2 semesters of Greek, basically Bible college Greek, and then after that, I think it was the next year, Rick hosted his patristic Greek reading group, and so it worked out really good. Since that time, I haven't put a lot of time into Greek, and I've forgotten a lot of it, and so I'm basically going to represent the beginners. But Rick has a lot of background in Greek. He's He's got a PhD in linguistics with a focus on classics. And congratulations on your recent retirement from a long and illustrious career as a ESL
Yeah.
professor.
Yeah. Well, jobs in classics were non-existent, and linguistics was bad. Classics was worse. I remember when I graduated from the University of Illinois in 1990. I sent out like 100 letters or so to different programs around the country, trying to see if I could find some place that would teach. I could teach Greek anywhere. The only universities that responded to me actually were secular ones, like the University of Washington. Most of the Christian schools I never got responses from at all, including Biola, where I went. And so it was just really discouraging. And we moved back to California, my wife's hometown of Sacramento, and we got back here, and all of a sudden there's this massive need for ESL teachers. And I thought, okay, I can do that. So I wasn't really planning on that, but I fell into that, and that's been my day job for the past 25 years. And then I retired a year early than planned because of COVID, which just destroyed education. So I couldn't do this online teaching thing. It's just killed it. So now I've got more time.
And here we are.
Well, this is a bit different, and I'm not used to having. I'm used to having a classroom with real people in front of me that I can talk to and interact with, and it's kind of weird having two faces here and my own. I'm not used to seeing myself teach or anything. And then
I think it'd be nice if you could hide your own face.
And then the audience is invisible, which
yeah, it's strange. So Rick has been working. I've touched base with him a couple of times in the last week. He's been working very hard to prepare the handout, so we can share that. But basically, Rick has got put a handout there, and I've put it on my Discord and also in Jacob's Discord. So anybody who's watching, just go to Jacob's Discord and pull it up. I put it in the general tab, I think.
It's in the YouTube tab.
YouTube tab.
If you want to put a link to your Discord server into the thing, so people can join your Discord, that might.
Yeah, good call. I have to figure out how to do that real quick. So anyway, that's nice. And I wanted to, Rick, would you introduce me to Donna, please?
Yeah, so this is Tim Brickhart, my friend Don Adams. I met him, when did we do that class? A few years ago? 5 years ago?
Sure. That probably would have been 2017. No, it would have been before that.
Anyway, so it's I was asked by Father Chris, who's the priest at his church in Roseville, about doing some kind of patristic class or something. I met him, I forget how exactly, I was being up there or something, in Orthodoxy in California. So Sacramento is really kind of, they all communicate with each other really well. And so somehow I touched base with Father Chris, and he learned about me and said, well, would you want to do this kind of thing? I said, sure. So he arranged this, and I put this thing together, and Tim was there, and with another lady, and we had a fun time going through Greek and trying to read some stuff and everything. So I think we actually read through the text of the he at one point.
Yes, we did.
And then I gave them some supplementary handouts on Greek grammar and everything, just to figure it's easier if I type up my own things. I've been doing this for years anyway. It's one of my ways of preparing lessons and classes. I just write handouts. That's what I do. So all my classes in ESL, I've got a bajillion handouts on my computer. And some of my students said, why don't you write a book? And I said, no, I did that once. I'm not doing that again. So it's just too much trouble. That was my dissertation, which is a huge headache. But anyway. So
very nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Good.
Donna, I met her, I was down at Biola. She was at Talbot. My wife was at Rosemead School of Psychology back in the early 70s. And so my wife and I, she was down there to do psychology. I was at Biola doing Greek and textual criticism. I met Donna at one point, and my wife at another point. Donna and I just remained friends all these years, and I finally married Elisa. So, so my wife's a psychologist, so she keeps me sane in a way. But so.
Great. Well, so with that, I guess we can get started, Rick. Whatever, we could. You want us to bring up the handout?
Sure, if you don't mind me, just sort of,
sure.
I can go. I don't have to read the whole thing, but usually I have a hard time. I like to write things out, so I figure out how I want to say something.
Is that it? Is it this one?
So,
there
anyway.
we go.
So I'm going to tend to look at my own handout here, so instead of the screen, so I don't lose track of where I am. But so I started out with the C.S. Lewis. Basically, this handout here I cobbled together for some handouts I produced for my church last year. No, 2 years ago, I think we did I'm one of the teachers of our Sunday school class with Father Tom, and he and I kind of split our teaching duties, and we went through a survey of the Old Testament, basically. And so I've got all these handouts for my things. And usually when I teach, I produce handouts for the people in the class. Father Tom just writes questions. He says he's not going to do what I do, and this is fine. And so I took all these handouts and everything, and I called them up, and I was just sort of plagiarizing myself and tweaking and adding things and to put something together, not knowing exactly what to expect or who else is going to be in the audience or so. So I love C.S. Lewis to begin with, and I've read nearly everything he's written, which is all up upstairs in one of the bookshelves. You can see this is my office here. This is part of my library. The other half is in the garage. So I started with a quote. He once said to an audience of theologians and divinity students in Cambridge or so, maybe Oxford, "I am educated, but not in your way." And then he went on to severely criticize the very methodology that biblical scholars continue to use even today, about how they think and approach biblical texts. And the article that he does this in is called "Modern Theology and Biblical Criticism." It also has an older title of "Fern Seed and Elephants." It's available in the book Christian Reflections. I've read this article numerous times. I've given it to people. And I've always thought if I ever taught a class in a seminary anywhere, I would make this article required reading for every single class because it's so good. I think Lewis in this article is quite damning on the critics. He just has a really good critique of what they do and how they do what they do and how wrong it is. And over the years, I've met a few biblical scholars here and there, and I always ask them, "Have you ever heard of this?" And most of them say no. I think there's one guy that said, yes, he'd heard of it. Did you ever read it? No. And I think you need to read this article because it just rips the rug out from under what they're doing. So this is kind of where I'm coming from with this approach in a way. And like him, I'm educated, but I'm not a biblical scholar. So my emphasis is linguistics and classics. And because of that, I approach the biblical text, whether New Testament or Old, from a different angle altogether. Another thing that Lewis has, actually, I was in my notes here. This is why I have to write something out so I can remember what to say. Because of my background and my teaching, not teaching, my education and other things, I generally don't accept the biblical scholars' perspectives on what they do. I don't accept their methods, form criticism, source criticism, redaction criticism, all that kind of stuff. Lewis shows how wrong this whole thing is in this article anyway. And I don't accept their conclusions for the most part. Another idea that Lewis has, which I just love, is what he calls chronological snobbery. And his definition basically is that modern scholars, by virtue of their modern education, think that they know so much more and so much better than anybody who lived before them, especially 2,000, 3,000 years ago. And I've always, ever since I was younger, I've always had a sense of assuming a basic integrity of ancient texts. That doesn't mean I just accept everything that they say, but I'm here's an ancient text and it says this, and I'll accept that for the most part. Whereas a lot of modern scholars, especially biblical scholars, tend to poo-poo anything that's ancient for whatever reason, and that just really annoys me. And so it's just I haven't kept up with biblical studies, New Testament studies too much. Every now and then, there's another book I run across or an article, I read it, and I get really frustrated sometimes, even with the conservative ones, because they say so many silly things. And I just see so many logical fallacies and mistakes about language and different things. And it just occurs to me the more I read these guys, whenever I do, that generally modern scholars are just chronological snobs. They think they know better than Eusebius or Paul or Moses even, or whoever it is. And I just lose my patience sometimes with some of these guys. So I have this little bit here, a quote from G.K. Chesterton. I actually sent this to Donna. I finished reading a book on Greek linguistics that she was working through, and I got this book, read through the whole thing, and wound up writing this long critique of this book with my reactions. And I put this little bit into my thing to her, and so I thought I just decided to throw this in here. So G.K. Chesterton, in his book Orthodoxy, he's criticizing the critics in general, literary critics. And you can see this down here. It's on the screen now. And I kind of took that quote, which I think is really good in general, and I kind of tweaked it to apply to biblical scholars. So the things in square brackets are what I put in. And so to take, adapt Lewis or Chesterton's comment here, it's kind of like saying that biblical scholars are much madder than the poets. Matthew, Mark, or Luke are complete and calm enough. It's their critics who tear them to extravagant tatters. St. Paul is quite himself. It's some of his critics who have discovered he was somebody else. And I love this part. Though St. John the Evangelist saw many strange monsters in his vision, he saw no creature so wild as one of his own commentators. And so the first time I read that, I just fell over laughing. It's so hilarious and so good. And of course,
I'm laughing over here, Rick.
in general, but I can apply that to the biblical scholars for the most part, not all of them, but a lot of them. And so this is kind of where I'm coming from, a different angle, a different way of looking at things. And so for the class at my parish, I put together a very short history of the Old Testament. So I pared this down a little bit from what I gave them. So I'm thinking just the biblical text as a text. Moses, about the 15th century, I know there's different problems with dating, so I don't really care about that. He was the Jews' lawgiver and the leader of the Exodus. And according to both Jewish and Christian tradition, Moses was the author of the Torah, the first 5 books, right? And actually, a lot of people don't realize this or don't think about it, but Moses grew up speaking Egyptian, right? If you think about the story of his history, even his name, Moshe, is an Egyptian name. And then later as an adult, he spent about 40 years in Midian, where he had to learn their Semitic language. And so at some point, the text that we have of the Torah right now, in any Bible, it was probably edited or something, whatever you want to say about it, sometime later on. But I'm sure that because he wrote this thing traditionally, and by the time the Jews were actually getting into Canaan, they had some early edition of the Torah. That was their scriptures, basically. Nothing else existed. That was it. And then if you jump down about a few hundred years later to King David, David wrote a number of psalms. These were eventually put together in a book, and some other songs by many people, Asaph, the sons of Asaph, the sons of Korah, and some others. Even Moses has one, supposedly. These things were collected at some point into a book of Psalms, and this became the Jews' hymn book for their liturgy. And for the Orthodox, we have kept, and we still use today, the book of Psalms as our primary hymn book or so. And then
hey, Rick.
Yes.
Are you okay with me interrupting with comments or questions at this point? Is that or did you kind of want to run through this?
Yeah, that would save my voice on the one hand and
okay,
running on thinking I'm not sure who's listening.
okay. So firstly, is this chronological that we're going through here?
Right, this part is basically, yeah.
Okay.
And I know you also have access to like questions or something in the chat.
Yes.
So
Got a couple of chats here. I can show those. So let me pop up.
But if somebody has a good question, then you could pop that up. And
I'm keeping an eye on the questions. So I'll here. Let me show you. Let's see. Fleba says, "Be careful criticizing historical methods. We do believe Jesus is a historical person. It's not a worthless endeavor. It is one of the ways a text can be analyzed." What say you, Professor?
I don't know what you mean by historical methods. I'm not saying Jesus never existed. That's my criticism. So a lot of the liberal, especially the liberal, non-believing biblical scholars, will say things. Jesus never existed. He was a myth. Moses never existed. He was a myth. I forget. It's a couple of years ago now. There was some modern. I don't remember her name. She was Greek. One of these upcoming stars of something biblical. She's a biblical scholar specializing in the Old Testament. I found out about her. I forget why. I found one of her presentations on YouTube. And she goes so far as to say that Moses never existed, David never existed, Solomon never existed, the temple that Solomon built, it's all fiction. And I thought, this is 2020, and she's saying this kind of nonsense. So for me, this is just ridiculous. This is what I'm opposed to in terms of the historical bits. I just do not accept this kind of thing. So.
Well, I do want to kind of say that there aren't any actual scholars who believe that Jesus didn't exist or David didn't exist. These on the internet, you get a ton of people who say all manner of things, and anybody can say anything they want, which is part of the reason actually we do stuff like this, is to have people who are actually sensible talking about this stuff. Like Jesus' mythicism, the idea that Jesus did not exist at all, I think is soundly, like, Bart Ehrman just laughs at that, and I think he's right to laugh at that.
Well, yeah, I would agree with that. But some of these people that I've seen, I don't go on the internet. I'm not spending lots of time reading these things on the internet. I get these things from books. My sister sent me an article from Atlantic Monthly recently about the Dead Sea Scrolls, because she knows I'm interested in that kind of thing. I read it. It was very fascinating. There's this legitimate guy. I think he's French. He's got some technology. And it was interesting to read this, but also there's mention of this person and that person. And these are legitimate biblical scholars, apparently. They're not just people on the internet. They're professors at universities, apparently, like this other Greek lady, apparently, in England somewhere. And she, this one just denies the historical veracity of the Old Testament, basically, which is her field of study. So there are people like this. I don't know how many. I don't know where they are. I don't pay attention to them, but I know they're there. And I don't, like I said, I don't go through the internet and read stuff because I don't trust most of it.
Rick, a comment on the chronology. Some people think Job was the first book written. What would you say on that?
Okay, that's fine. I don't care. I'm thinking of the text of the overall text of the Septuagint in general, as to sort of put something together with this. I know there's different issues and different things. I don't know too much about some of that. I've heard different things. I've read different things. And in my mind, I'm trying to provide a general overflow of the chronology in terms of the Old Testament, because a lot of people don't seem to understand. And this came out at the parish when I was teaching this class, going through the Old Testament. They're just sort of unaware of the fact that the Old Testament was written over a period of about 1,000 years altogether. If you think about it, from Moses down to Maccabees or whatever, looking at the whole thing. So there's this huge amount of time that most people just don't think about. And this is one reason I put this together like this, with Moses and David, and then Solomon's temple and the second temple, just to sort of give a very general overview of how these texts came along. There was no one guy that wrote it all or something, and it's just people they don't think about some of these things. So yeah, Job may be very, very early. I don't know. I'm happy to learn more about that. I wouldn't say no. I wouldn't say yes. I just don't know at this point. But I'm not thinking of Job in terms of I'm thinking of the whole thing, the whole flow of the text. So that's where it's coming from. I don't know if it doesn't help.
Yeah, that helps.
Okay. Another thing, reason I did this for the group at my church is just to sort of emphasize that in Moses' day and in the early, before the period of the kings, what scriptures did they really have? They didn't have anything except the Torah. What about Abraham? He had no scriptures. There wasn't anything. He had his faith, whatever he did, but there was no scriptures for him like we have them. And then by King David's time, there's a bit more added. By the Second Temple, that was completed around about 516 or so BC, after the captivity. By then, most of the prophets' writings had been collected, more or less. Although Ezra, Nehemiah, Zechariah, Malachi had not been written yet, maybe even Esther and Daniel. Another thing I put in here under the Solomon's Temple bit at the end, there's all sorts of other, it's right there, all sorts of other books, like the Book of the Wars of the Lord and the Book of Jashar and the Chronicles of Samuel the Seer or Nathan the Prophet. So these are texts that are mentioned in the Old Testament. So the other works were there, but we know nothing about them. They've been lost. But at some point, these things actually existed. It'd be fun to have them, actually, but they're gone. So there's a lot more that was there at the time that we just don't know about or are not aware of. Okay. So by Jesus' time, I'm sorry, Phlebas. I don't understand the comment. It's not worthless to discuss if Job
Oh,
is first.
sorry.
Right?
Yeah, sorry. Phlebas says, my only point is it's not worthless to discuss if Job is first. It could be useful even. I think we're on the same page, man.
Okay, I don't. Yeah, all right. I don't understand. Anyway, but I'm not here to argue about Job or any particular thing.
Yeah,
But
I think he's just simply trying to you know, stick up for historical methods to some degree. I think is what he's trying to do, which is fair.
well, okay. So I don't know what he means by historical methods. I mean,
Yeah,
there's historical methods. So the ones that I'm opposed to are the ones that some of these liberal scholars use to discount history. I'm fine with legitimate historical methods that will say Jesus actually lived, or Moses actually lived, King David actually lived. I know there are other aspects of history that do that. That's not my point. I don't have an axe to grind about legitimate history.
Yeah.
My axe is about those who deny history in the guise of their scholarship or whatever they're doing. And so by Jesus' time in the first century or so, basically there has in the scriptures, there's some version of the Hebrew text or something, and there was the Greek Septuagint or some Greek version was floating around or something, and these are the ones that were in play, in circulation in the first century that the apostles used and Jesus used and whoever else. Okay. Another thing that I think is really interesting and intriguing, I know I've heard in the past in college or so, and being taught that the Septuagint is like one text and that was it. But really, in the Old Testament, was one text and that was it. There's a fellow named Brotzmann. He's listed in my references at the end of this paper. He and some others have this interesting idea that there may have been as many as 4 recensions or versions of the Old Testament. And he mentions the Old Palestinian, the Babylonian, Samaritan Pentateuch, and an Egyptian as reflected in the Greek translation or so. So this is something that's, for me, at least at that point when I read this, was a new idea. And I thought this is really intriguing, and it makes a lot more sense to saying there's one and only one Hebrew text floating around, which is what I've been taught years and years ago in college and such by different people. And this is like 30 years ago. And since I was asked about the Septuagint, I put together a little bit about the Septuagint. And so a lot of people know this, the legend of the Septuagint, which is usually attributed to the letter of Aristeas. And this is a document written between the 2nd, 3rd centuries BC, probably. And the basic myth or legend is the king of Egypt, Ptolemy Philadelphos. He wanted to add to his library all the world's wisdom, and he commissioned a translation of the Hebrew scriptures into Greek. So 70 Jewish scholars went to Alexandria and produced 70 identical independent translations in 70 days, to the amazement of everyone. This is the common thing. I've heard this for years from different people. I've read this kind of account more or less. The problem is this is not even correct. This is not what Aristeas says to begin with. And I don't know, I've got this actually, so I have a copy of the letter of Aristeas to Philocrates. This is the book itself. And if you go through this book, actually, it actually says that he says that there was a large group of 72 elders that were requested. So Ptolemy did want to enhance his library. He did ask the high priest in Jerusalem, the census scholars. He wanted a big group. So it says 6 from each tribe. That makes 72.
Hey, Rick, I'm sorry. Can I interrupt real quick?
Yes.
Who is Aristeas?
Nobody knows.
Oh.
He's just this fellow that wrote this long, kind of tedious defense of the Greek translation. It sounds like, according to some people that have really studied this document really well, it may have been written closely after the publication of the Greek Old Testament, the Septuagint so-called, or maybe a little bit later, some dated later still. But basically, it's a defense, an explanation of how this thing came about.
So this would have been maybe 200 years or so BC.
Yeah, at least, or something. But the thing that was intriguing to me is, based on this common popular version of this little myth or so, or legend, a large group of elders, and they're called elders, or the rabbis or whatever they were. So the educated elders, 6 from each tribe, to translate the Jewish law, which is nomos. This is the Torah, into Greek. And he wanted a large group so that, this is what's really important, I quote this here, so that it may be discovered wherein the majority agree. And so this group of elders was received in Alexandria with great pomp and fanfare. They were feted at a series of banquets that have all sorts of deliberations and philosophical discussions. That's the bulk of this book here by Aristeas. They were put up at the king's expense at the Alexandrian equivalent of the Waldorf Astoria on the island of Paros. So I just threw out Waldorf. I don't know. I don't stay at hotels very much. I don't know what's the most expensive hotel in the world. I don't know. Waldorf. And Paros was a little island just off the coast. It was within walking distance. It was either a causeway or a bridge over there. So you didn't need to take a boat to get there. And these people, these 72 fellows, according to Aristeas, were kind of teamed up, and they worked on translating the Torah. At the end of every day, their translations were compared and harmonized. Okay. And this is what it says right here in section 302. At the end of each day, the work of the translators was examined, making all details harmonized by mutual comparisons. The appropriate result is a harmonization that was reduced to writing under the direction of Demetrios, whoever he was. And this whole thing took about 72 days. And so, according to Aristeas, the original version of this, the translation was only of the Torah, not the entire Old Testament, and was actually done by committee with a harmonized draft produced daily. And then I put the Greek down in the footnote if anybody wants to check the translation that used. And this is, I got this from this book here. Aristeas is edited by Moses Hadas and published in 1973.
And it's interesting to hear this now and compare and contrast with the Talmudic version that Jacob gave us last week,
Yeah,
in which they were thrown into jail rather than the Waldorf Astoria.
So as far as I know, the Aristeas version is the earliest.
Interesting.
I haven't researched this a whole lot. I didn't know much about the Talmudic account, so I was kind of surprised to hear some of this from Jacob when I listened to the recording. But the thing that struck me is Aristeas says one thing. As far as I can tell, it was Philo later on who embellished this account. And he's the one that came up with this idea of 70 independently identical copies in 70 days. And he explains this in the life of Moses. And there's the references for you. Later on, Josephus picks up on this and he paraphrases and summarizes this Aristeas to Philocrates document. He made various changes. This is in book 12 of his Antiquities.
Philo was not a Christian, right? Sorry.
No, Philo, he was an Orthodox Jew, a believing Jew, but he was a Hellenist. And so I read a number of his writings. He's very fascinating, actually. So he's very keen on Jewish religion and theology on the one hand. He loved Moses, and yet he's very keen on Greek philosophy. So he's trying to kind of blend the two together to tell the Jews, not so much the Jews, this is really good philosophy, but to tell the Greeks, this is really even better philosophy. Plato maybe was good, but Moses is better. And and so Philo is based. What does that mean?
Based.
It's based. It's internet jargon for somebody who is fearless.
Good way to put it.
I don't know about that. I've read a number of Philo's things. I think it's fascinating, but then I have a different take and everything with my knowledge of Greek philosophy. And but then, and Josephus was a Jew also. He was not. He was a believing Jew. He had sympathies with the Romans, which made him an enemy for a lot of people in his lifetime, apparently. But in his Antiquities in book 2, he gives a version of this. He kind of summarizes Aristeas. With a few tweaks here and there. I noticed he says that the books of Jewish legislation and some others were added. I don't know what this means by others, but maybe he's thinking, well, maybe some other books were added or translated all. I don't know. He doesn't really state that the translations were independent and identical, but he seems to imply it in that reference there, 12:2:13. Later Christian writers, and I've got two of them here, Justin Martyr and Clement of Alexandria, they pick up on different versions of this story. more or less or something. And basically they're saying, here's the story behind the translation or something. And so, I mean, anybody can read what these fellows say, and you can decide for yourself how much of it you want to believe. I wouldn't say that the letter of Asteris is totally historically accurate. That's not what I mean by, trying to historically validate something. But I wouldn't say that the thing is a bunch of rubbish. And I think there's some truth behind it. In my opinion, most legends have their basis in fact. They're not just fantasies that are invented out of the thin air. That's what we do today. That's how we come up with Star Wars and Star Trek. We have these fictions that we invent. But back then, the people didn't do that. They had some tradition that came from somewhere, and they played up with it or something. I know there's several theories about how the Old Testament came to be translated into Greek. I don't really care about those. That's not my interest. My concern is we have this text. So this is the version I have. This is the Septuagint. So I've got this book. I don't really care where it came from. I have this and I can read it and I can use it. And I don't, I'm not inclined to go through all these picky things like a lot of modern scholars do. I have other things to do with my life. And I'm just not interested in some of the things that they're doing, frankly. But so however it came about, we have this book here. So I imagine that in the way it was produced, the Torah was probably done first because that was the most important book for the ancient Jews and for the modern Jews. The Torah is the primary document. And all these other things eventually came to be in one way or another or something. And the result is at some point, this book. And I know some people complain about the word Septuagint. It's people can say it's properly it should be the Torah, not the whole text. So that may be historically true. But this word Septuagint, actually the way I've pronounced it is that's what I've always heard. And I just in one of my other books, I think it was yesterday, the day before, I ran across a little note that even some biblical scholars are arguing about how to pronounce this word. So they don't know Latin, I guess. In Latin, it would be Septuaginta. And some insist you have to say it that way with the A on the end. That's the full Latin term. Others want the abbreviated one. But regardless, it's the convention. This word has been the long-standing convention to refer to just the Greek Old Testament or the Greek scriptures, no matter where they came from exactly. The Greeks themselves call it imataphrasis to nevdimokola, the translation of the 70. That's the term is earlier than the Latin one. And for me, this is where I really get annoyed sometimes with some of these biblical scholars. They split hairs like this. For me, it's like akin to saying we shouldn't call this the Bible because it's really ta Biblia, which is books, plural. Okay, and my reaction, kind of snarky reaction is, well, you say highway, I say freeway, so what? It's just two words for the same thing. So we call this book Bible. This is what we say in English. The Greeks call it the 70. That's just what they said. The Latins use the word Septuaginta, which we now use, say Septuagint for the most part. That's just a term that's been used for so long to refer to this Greek text.
In Hebrew, it's called Targum Shivim, which also means translation of the 70.
Oh, really? Okay. I know that I'm familiar with the word Tanakh also. I use that. And,
so Tanakh, it refers to the Hebrew scriptures, but the Septuagint in Hebrew is called Targum Shivim. Okay.
So it's the same tradition, 70. And then I was thinking, well, why 70? Where does this word? I know numbers are significant in the Old Testament. So I put this handout together this past week. And I use Bible Gateway often just because it's a very handy concordance or something. So I typed in the number 70, and I came up with a bajillion references to the number 70 in the scripture, in the Old Testament, and even in the New. So I don't know exactly what the significance of 70 is. It doesn't really matter to me. My point is, this is a really important number. And I put down a few of these things here. Like when Jacob moved to his household down to Egypt, there were 70 people that went down to Egypt. Joseph died, and there were 70 days of mourning. In the desert at the oasis of Elim, there were 70 palm trees and 70 elders of Israel. In Exodus, Numbers, even in Ezekiel, it's the same thing. The shekels, 70 shekels weight of silver was used for a certain basin or something in the tabernacle. And this is interesting. This Canaanite king, Adoni-Bezek, apparently had maimed 70 other kings by cutting off their thumbs and ears or something. And this was his thing. But there's the number 70 again. So maybe this is not just an old Jewish or Hebrew idea. Maybe it has something to do with Canaanite culture or something in general. I have no idea. Gideon, this is funny. He had 70 sons. And then right away, I think in Judges 8:30, it says he had many wives, as if to explain how he could have 70 sons. 70 years of the Babylonian captivity, 70 weeks of years until the Messiah comes in Daniel, 70 priests of Bel, and the story of Bel and the dragon. And then in the New Testament, Jesus sent out 70 apostles as a preliminary missionary journey or so. And so this number is really important. And also there's variations like 72, because with the Septuagint, some say there's 72 scholars, not 70. Also 75, 76, 77, 70,000, it goes on and on and on. And so it occurred to me, well, if this number 70 is so important, and the Jews want to translate their Holy Scriptures into a pagan language, then they should have 70 translators. So this is maybe where some of this idea came from. I have no idea. Maybe there really were 70 initially that worked on this thing, as Aristeas says, in one way or another. But the details.
So just to add some detail, like Nate says, the 70 faces. So we do say in Judaism there are 70 faces to the Torah, Shivim Panim LaTorah, and traditionally the number of nations from the Table of Nations is 70, and there were 70 members of the Sanhedrin, and
Okay.
so and the number 70 in Jewish texts, and actually, so Jesus uses this. He says not just 7, but 7 times 70, right? 7 was considered kind of like tens, and
Yeah.
70.
Right.
It was a number you would round up to or round down to, like like we would say like a dozen.
Right. Okay.
And 70 similarly. So, I mean, not to pick a fight with the literalists, but you don't have to read the Bible exactly literally. When it says 40 years and 40 years, that doesn't mean that it wasn't 41 years or 39 years. 77, 40, these are common numbers that are used all over Jewish texts, and it wasn't that big of a deal.
So like what I've heard people say is that 7 is like number of completion. And so maybe like 72 would be kind of like turning your amp up to 11. It's like beyond the
Yeah. So I mean that's so Jacob, that's really interesting. I didn't quite know some of that. I read something about the Sanhedrin having 70 members, and I went to check it out, and right away it said 70 or 23. And I thought, okay, I don't know. I don't know where these numbers came from, and I figured I'm not going to put that in my document if maybe 23 is right.
So
I don't know.
The Sanhedrin in Jerusalem had 70 members plus actually the 71st member, who was the president. Okay. And the lower courts of 23 could also try capital cases to some extent, but the ultimate court in Jerusalem that was in the temple was of 70.
Okay. So this is why I don't trust internet stuff so much. Even Wikipedia, I use Wikipedia, but I'm very careful about things. And so if I want to get some information, I look it up and I think, oh, if it matches my expectations or what I know, that's fine. If it doesn't match, then I think, okay, there's a little issue here, I don't know. And so when I saw this thing with the 70 or 23, and the way it was cast is either one or the other, not both, or not a combination or something. So right away I think, all right, I'm not going to do that. I don't know enough about this that I don't want to put in some incorrect information or something that's obviously wrong or misleading. But my point here is not so much exactly what 70 means. I know this is a very significant number. And this maybe is where the 70 came from. Maybe they really did have 70 guys doing this initially. And this is the impetus of the letter, the document that Aristeas wrote. And then maybe he went and just embellished it a little bit or something. And then it got further embellished later on by others. I think that kind of thing is entirely plausible historically. I would not discount it, but I don't know how accurate Aristeas document actually is in terms of the details. That's why I kind of look at these things and I take an overall view. In general, I think it's maybe it's a good point, but I wouldn't press the details personally. That's the way I approach these old documents most of the time, as opposed to a lot of modern scholars who just poo-poo it. So, and I've heard so much poo-pooing in my lifetime from pastors and Bible teachers, and read commentaries and things, and they just poo-poo this and poo-poo that. I think, no. There's no reason to just discount history because it's old. But anyway, I left this in here, this next bit, the organization of the Tanakh and the Septuagint. I put this in for the class at my parish, just so that they would know. This is the Hebrew Tanakh, and Jacob knows this. There's the Torah, the Nevi'im, and the Ketuvim. And this is the order. This is the order that I have in my Hebrew Bible. The Stuttgart version that everybody uses as well. So Torah, of course, is the first 5 books. The Nevi'im, the prophets, includes all these historical books that are written, are listed here, plus Isaiah, Jeremiah, Ezekiel, and 12. And the Ketuvim, the writings, is everything else. And this is the order that they're usually, I think this is the traditional order, is that right? Of the Tanakh, basically.
I believe so, although Chronicles, I believe, honestly, I am not sure exactly, but that's about right. So we kind of have a 3-tier system. The Torah is obviously that's like the 5 books of Moses are the Jewish scripture. The prophets, the Nevi'im, are considered an expansion and explanation of the Torah, but they can't conflict with it in any way. And the Ketuvim are considered even maybe a little less of a form of prophecy. We do have like an hierarchy of Torah, Nevi'im, Ketuvim.
Right. So anyway, I've got that. I forget, Kittle, I think, is the editor of the Hebrew Bible that I've got. It's this thing here, the Biblia Hebraica. This is the one I have. I use this one that's pretty much a standard, at least among Christians or so.
Yeah, the HBS, that is the critical edition that Christians use. If somebody's interested in a Jewish translation, I usually recommend the Stone edition by Art Scroll. It's pretty good.
Okay. But anyway, this Biblia Hebraica, this is just the Hebrew text only. And the order here that I have that's from that text. So maybe some of the details are a bit different, but basically this is the way the Old Testament looks in Hebrew. But then when you come to the Septuagint, it's a little bit different because they've got 5, not 4. I mean, I'm sorry, not 3, but 4 ways of organizing it. There's the law, which is the Torah. Then there's history, which is all these historical books, basically. And there's Esther plus and Judith Tobit and 4 books of Maccabees. There's wisdom, which includes the Psalms, the Odes, Proverbs, and all these other things, including the Psalms of Solomon, the wisdom of Sirach, and other things. And then the prophets, the 12 are listed first, then Jeremiah, Isaiah, then Jeremiah, and Baruch, Lamentations epistle, and then Ezekiel, and then Daniel plus, because there's extra things there. And so, again, I put this together for people at my parish because a lot of them just were not familiar with this kind of stuff. And so the most readily available English translation of the Septuagint text is the Orthodox Study Bible, which I have and I use. I know there's some other ones out there. There's in Brenton or something. I don't know. I know a couple of these. I've never used them. I don't have them. And so, but I've got my Greek text anyway. And the Orthodox Study Bible is actually a very complete version of the above books listed. They publish everything except for Maccabees and the Odes and the Psalms of Solomon. Also, another thing that a lot of people aren't aware of, a lot of people know that there's extra chapters in Esther and Daniel, but also the Proverbs and Job during Lent every year. It's the Orthodox tradition to read through Proverbs and then Job. And so I do that on my own, and I've read them in Greek and in different translations. And I've noticed that the the Book of Psalms and Job have more stuff. Some people say there's less stuff. And just going through and reading a chapter here, a chapter there, sometimes there's 4 or 5 or more verses in a particular chapter in Proverbs. It's not in the Hebrew text, but it's marked. And in the Rolf's edition, he's really good about marking these things, so you know this is other stuff. It's not in the Hebrew text. The Orthodox Study Bible doesn't do that; they just translate everything. It's going through the Old Testament survey a couple years ago. I was reading through Kings and Chronicles, and I noticed that not just Proverbs and Job have more and different material, but some of these other books have more or different. One chapter in Hebrew, the Hebrew version is significantly longer than the Greek. Another chapter is significantly shorter, like the whole story of David and Goliath. I forget which way it went. The Hebrew version is one way, and the Greek is different. One is much longer, and one is much shorter. Okay, and so there's changes like this all the way through. So this Greek edition is not just a few additional chapters here and there. It's pervasive throughout the whole text, basically. And some of the things are different. The names are different. Kingdoms. There's 4 books of kingdoms in the Septuagint. 1st, 2nd Kingdoms corresponds to 1st, 2nd Samuel, and 3rd, 4th Kingdoms corresponds to 1st, 2nd Kings. But then I noticed that the odes are usually included in Orthodox Psalters. So I have one here. This is an Orthodox Psalter that's used at my church every Sunday. I do like that. And in the back of this is the translation from the Septuagint. They have the odes because they're important for Orthodox liturgy.
The odes would be like associated with the Katavasias. Is that what you're talking about, Richard?
Yeah, that's where they came from. So the odes are passages of the Old Testament. So like ode number 2 is very, very long. It's basically Deuteronomy chapter 32. So they've taken passages from the Old Testament and they've turned them into they call it an ode or a song. And they use them during Lent. They're read as odes, separate from the overall context for different things. There's a whole series of Byzantine Greek poetry called the canons, and the canons are based on the structure of the odes. That's just Orthodox liturgical practice. So these odes have become very important. But they're just texts from the Old Testament, mostly a few from the New Testament, that have been separated and used for certain purposes, for liturgical purposes, often during Lent. There's Roman Catholic Bibles, like the New American or the Revised Standard Catholic Edition. They have fewer books than the Septuagint. They usually omit 1st Ezra and 3rd and 4th Maccabees, Psalm 51, the Prayer of Manasseh, the Odes, and the Psalms of Solomon. So then the next bit here, the word apocrypha, is just the Greek word for hidden, apokrypha. This is the term that Protestants usually use for these extra books. When I was teaching this class, I told them, I'm just going to use this word because I know it. I've been using it for so long. A lot of Orthodox cringe when they hear the word apocrypha because it's offensive to them. I don't mean to be offensive. It's just easier to pronounce for most people. So these extra books like Maccabees and Tobit and Judith are not in the Tanakh, but they are in the Greek version. Roman Catholics and sometimes Orthodox like the word deuterocanonical, which is a mouthful. For me, with my mouth now and everything, it's just easier to say apocrypha than deuterocanonical. It's shorter and easier to say. Some Orthodox, however, prefer the Greek term for these things, which is anaginoskomena. And that's a great word because no one can say it because it's Greek. And so if I am in a snarky mood and people want to argue out terms, I start throwing out anaginoskomena to them because they can't even say it or something. But at any rate, these are the extra books, so-called. Most Protestant Bibles don't have them at all. And I remember when I was studying Greek in college, even before then, I think when I was in high school, I got a copy of this Rolf's edition or something. Because at some point I was thinking, well, I'm studying New Testament Greek. Is there an Old Testament version around? So I learned about it. I got a copy. And of course, I thought, well, how can I get a translation of these things, these extra books? And I went to my Protestant bookstore at the time. This is in Southern California, where I grew up back in the late 70s. And I was flipping around different Bibles trying to find one, and I couldn't find it anywhere because they don't publish it. So I finally went to a Catholic Bible bookstore and got a copy of the New American Bible, which I started reading and using for a number of years. And that caused a lot of eyebrows to rise. And in the olden days, when I was going to like evangelical Bible studies or so, often we would sit around the room and read the chapters or whatever. And people would come to me. Most people had something like the NIV that was really popular back then. And they come to me saying, could you read this passage? And I'd read it in the New American. And that always caused people to sit up and say, well, what translation is that? That's different. And I tell them it's Roman Catholic. And they say, why are you using a Catholic Bible? As if it's some kind of a sin or something. And I explained to them, but they didn't understand. But I wanted this because it had translations of these other documents. But now, my Greek was not quite as good back then as it is now. But at any rate, so Catholics have most of this text. The Greeks have the most fullest account. There's two Protestant versions that I have that have the complete Apocrypha, if you will, that they publish. The New Revised Standard, which I don't like at all as a translation, and the Revised Standard published by Schuyler Publishers. And they contain all of these extra books. They call it the Apocryphal Deuterocanonical books. They put both together. In Orthodox and Roman Catholic Bibles, these extra books are interspersed in the text. So you go through and you can read these things in kind of historical order, more or less. But in these Protestant versions, the Deuterocanonical or the Anagina Scomena are published either between the Testaments or at the end of the whole text or something. They're not integrated. And then just from my interaction with Protestants, since I was a Protestant for so long before I became Orthodox, most Protestants, I still hear this even now, they wrongly assume that their version of the Old Testament is the truly canonical Bible that the church has always used. The Roman Catholics, on the other hand, officially dogmatized their version of the Bible, including their aspects of the Deuterocanonical books, in the Council of Trent in the 16th century. And they did this in response to the reformers who threw it out, basically. However, the Orthodox have never formally dogmatized or canonized their scriptures, despite the fact that they've used the translation of the 70. This has been their de facto Old Testament from the beginning, at least for the Greeks and also for the Russians. And it's just, this is what they have. Not that they don't use the Hebrew, because they do. Some church fathers, like Augustine of Hippo, thought that the Greek version was equally inspired with the Hebrew. I've read some other early Greek fathers who say that the Septuagint is more inspired than the Hebrew. So again, that's their opinion. I know most scholars today reject these ideas anyway. But if you think about just inspiration in general, most believers, whether they're Jewish or Christian, reading the Bible only in English because they can't read Greek or Hebrew or something, they have their English translation, and they say without hesitation, this book is inspired. Well, it's an English translation. Well, it's still inspired. And I think the Greeks had the same idea. This book is inspired, and yes, it's different, but it's okay. They didn't really seem to have the fussiness about the differences that modern scholars do. I saw a comment about the Ethiopians. Something.
Yeah, it is Andrew. He goes the Coptic church.
Yeah, they do have the fullest, not account of the Apocrypha, the Deuterocanonical, but their scriptures, they include the book of Enoch as part of their canon, and all sorts of other things. And I've read the book of Enoch. It's very unusual and interesting. But I know the Ethiopians have if you want the biggest Bible possible, go there because they've got it. They've got all these other things that are put in there. They're not in the Greek. They're not in Hebrew. They've got these old traditions that came from someplace. I don't know much about it, but they've accepted all these things. So yeah, that's there. But I'm not Ethiopian. I'm not Coptic. I'm OCA. So these are extra things that are interesting to read, at least for me. But so yeah, I know that's available. Not available, but it's there. So this next part here, there's 5 particular passages about the Greek Old Testament that I think are theologically important to the Orthodox. And I put these down here so this up here so everybody can see it. There's Deuteronomy 32, and there's the Orthodox Study Bible in the middle, and then the Revised Standard, which is the Hebrew version. So I'll read these backwards from right to left, just the English part. So the Hebrew version says, when the Most High gave to the nations their inheritance, when he separated the sons of men, he fixed the bounds of the peoples according to the number of the sons of God. The Septuagint, the Greek version, has God set the boundaries of the nations by the number of God's angels, which is very important theologically for a lot of Orthodox. So if you kind of scroll down to the next one, I'll go through these passages and then talk about them in reverse order. The next one is Psalm 7, 12 or 11, depending on the version, because some of the numbers are different. The Hebrew version says God is a righteous judge and a God who has indignation every day. That's the RSV translation. The Greek version has God is a righteous, strong, and patient judge, not bringing down wrath every single day. There's that negative there.
I'm wondering if Jacob has any comment on the Jewish the translation of the Hebrew there.
Well, no. So the Hebrew text that he's using is not the Masoretic text. The Masoretic text, it's not a question of translation. The actual text is different.
Oh, okay.
Right standard, which is basically supposedly based on the Masoretic text and using the Septuagint and Vulgate and Syriac and other things, depending on whatever. Isaiah is pretty well known. The Hebrew has a young woman, the Greek has a virgin, regarding the virgin birth and the prophecy of the virgin birth. The Christians take this as. The next one is Jeremiah. This one is not known to, I think, anybody except maybe Orthodox. Basically, the Hebrew version says something like, I was like a gentle lamb led to the slaughter. I did not know it was against me. They devised schemes saying, let us destroy the tree with its fruit. Let us cut him off from the land of the living, that his name be remembered no more. But the Greek version has, I did not know I was like an innocent lamb led to be sacrificed. They plotted an evil device against me, saying, come, let us put wood in his bread and destroy him root and branch from the land of the living, so that his name may be remembered no longer and not remembered any longer. And the last one is the ending of Job, which I put at the bottom. It's kind of long. So these two paragraphs are in addition to the book of Job. And the first line in the Lenten reading that we just finished a couple weeks ago in the Orthodox tradition, this passage is read. I need my note here, which is, let's see, during Vespers of Holy Friday. This Job passage is read, and it starts at verse 12, which is in Hebrew, and ends at verse 22, which is the italicized part here. And the important thing, at least for the Orthodox, this is why they put this in here, is this first sentence here. It is written that he, that is Job, will rise with those whom the Lord resurrects. So this is the theological import of this passage here about the resurrection, because this passage is read on Holy Friday at the burial of Jesus, looking towards the resurrection. And there's some additional biographical information about Job. And the Greek passage in Jeremiah is read during the ninth hour, holy hours, the royal hours during Holy Friday. And the significance of this is this mention of putting wood in the bread. And most of the Greek fathers see wood and bread. Wood is the cross, bread is the Eucharist. And so this is how they take this thing. Isaiah passage is about the virgin birth. Most people are familiar with that. The other two passages, Deuteronomy, is noted because of this idea of a guardian angel. I know Orthodox and Catholics have teaching about guardian angels, and some of the, at least some of the Orthodox early ones, also have this idea of not just individuals having a guardian angel, but nations have a guardian angel or something. And they get this idea, I think, from this passage, basically, that God set the boundaries of the nations by his number of angels. And there's all these ideas. I've read some of this stuff. Some of the fathers go out, they go to town on developing these ideas about angelic powers and their role in human culture and nations and everything. So that's another topic altogether. But this is why this is an important passage in terms of the Septuagint as opposed to the Hebrew, because of things like this. Psalm 7, I checked John Chrysostom. I have his commentary on the Psalms, and he actually talks about this. And it occurred to me as I was going through this, for most modern scholars, they see there's a Hebrew version and a Greek version, and they're different. And I was always taught, as an evangelical years ago, if there's a difference between Hebrew and Greek, the Hebrew is right and the Greek is wrong. And that's just it. That's the end of the story. There are some kind of maybe radical Orthodox that would say the other thing. If there's a difference between the Hebrew and the Greek is right and the Hebrew is wrong. Then that's the end of the story. But this is the modern problem. There's a difference here, and we have a problem. We have to explain it, and then scholars go to town trying to justify this or that or the other, or explain something. And so here's John Chrysostom in his commentary on the Psalm, which goes on for page after page after page, and he knows this difference. He's aware of it. He even talks about the Hebrew says one thing, the Greek says something else. He even talks about other translations. I think he had more than one Greek version in his hand or something. And he wasn't bothered at all. There's this difference, it's there, it's fine. It didn't bother him at all. He just took both of them and explained it by saying basically that God is patient, and he's extremely patient towards us despite our deserving punishment. So punishment is there, it's important. God's love and patience is there, it's important. And Chrysostom doesn't even see the problem, whereas modern scholars have a big issue with this kind of thing. And I think this is kind of the typical Orthodox attitude towards these things, that this problem is not really a problem. And the Orthodox just say, okay, fine. They take both, and then they go on with it or something. So this is kind of where I'm coming from, especially having been Orthodox for a while and kind of learning to develop an Orthodox way of thinking. And paradox is a very common theme in Orthodox theology. The whole idea of God, one God, three persons. Jesus is the God-man. Mary is the Virgin Mother. It goes on and on and on, like with all these paradoxes. And Orthodox, they love paradox in terms of the theology. It doesn't bother them at all. I've met lots of other, I'm not sure about how Roman Catholics respond, but met lots of Protestants who have a fit about paradox and contradictions and ambiguities. They don't like it. And some of them they bend over backwards to explain away this apparent problem. But the Orthodox say it's not a problem. They're both true, basically. So that's kind of my handout, except for a little appendix that I threw in here.
Real quick, Rick, Andrew Turnett says, St. Dionysius the Areopagite, amongst them, possible 1st or 2nd century church father. And I think that may have been in reference to when you were talking about the Greeks or the Orthodox who might say that if there's a difference, then the Greek text is correct. And I may be incorrect about that. Andrew, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's the context.
Okay. Well, I know about that book. I don't know. I haven't read it yet. It's on my bookshelf. I've got too many books to read, which I can't get to. But and I know about some of the teaching. I know the tradition. But
Oh, Andrew says, about the assigning angels to nations. Okay, interesting.
Okay, so yeah, I'm sure he has something to say about that, because his whole thing was dealing with angelology and all that. But
he lays out the
seven ranks. I thought it was 9 ranks, the three ranks of angels, which corresponds to human hierarchies in different ways, apparently. But
interesting.
Anyway.
Rick, could you comment on why there's such a difference between the Greek and the Hebrew?
I think it might go back to something earlier in the handout, that there were possibly more than one recension of the Hebrew text, which I think is a fascinating idea. There's a Babylonian recension. I know the Samaritans had their own Pentateuch, from what I understand. And Jacob, correct me if I'm wrong. The Samaritans accept the Tanakh, not the Tanakh. They accept the Torah, and that's it. Nothing else.
Right.
Their own version of the Torah. I don't know how it's different or so, but their own version or something.
Yeah, their version is very obviously doctored. There are parts, like in their 10 Commandments, it mentions the Har Gerizim, which is where their temple is. So, like, in the 10 commandments, it says, they have an 11th commandment, you shall worship on Mount Gerizim.
Right, not Yerushalayim, right? Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so things like that. So if there's these different recensions that came from whatever reason, they go way back. I mean, way back into at least to the Second Temple or before or something. So for whatever reason, these things came about, and then in translation, and with your linguistic background, Donna, you would know this anyway. It's not always easy translating things. And right now in my parish, we're going through the Catholic epistles, James and Peter. And more than once now, I've commented about this particular word that Peter uses or James or something, because the commentary we're using by Father Lawrence Farley, he might play up one meaning of a Greek word or something. I think, well, that's true, but there's more, because this is a big Greek word and has lots of meanings, and it's often difficult to translate these things because a Greek text might have a meaning like this, and the English translations pick up this part, or you can pick up, I'm looking at myself here, this part or something, but you can't capture the whole thing because English is not Greek. And so it's always a translation problem in any language for any reason. Something's always missed. And this is why I always tell people it's always good to use at least three different translations of, good translations of the scriptures when you're doing your own study or something. I've got my own three that I use on a regular basis. I've got certain ones that I always tell people stay away from. These are terrible. But I just think, people that only use one and only one translation, like some of the King James freaks that I've encountered in the past, and I remember even them telling me, this is decades ago now, I'm going to go to hell because I don't read the King James Bible. And I said, well, what about the Greek? I have the Greek here. It doesn't matter. It's not King James, so you're going to go to hell. And these people were serious. This is a long time ago. And they were at this church. They caused so much trouble. Our pastor kicked them out and said, you go, they'll never come back. But I've encountered people like this. They're totally unreasonable. And I do my best to stay away from people like that. But it's a shame because they're only going to use one and only one translation, and they will necessarily misunderstand things if they don't read the original languages. And most people don't. It's quite a commitment to learn even one, Hebrew or Greek, let alone both, to be able to handle both texts in the original language. And then Hebrew's got the additional problem of Aramaic for certain passages, which it's another issue that people don't understand sometimes.
Yeah. It makes sense that there would be a lot of differences between the two translations because Hebrew is so difficult, but it seems like there's so many major differences that your idea that there were several different sources is very helpful. I think that makes sense.
Yeah. So what time is it here? So the last thing I have here, I put this as a little appendix. It's a little story that I've turned it into like a little story or something. And I put it in here just to give you a sense of my own thinking and my own approach. This goes way, way back. So a little bit of a background to this before I dive into this thing. Years ago, I became a Christian by reading the New Testament when I was in high school. And my father, who was never religious, decided to disabuse me of my religious nonsense or something. And he was big on Joseph Campbell. I don't know if anybody knows Joseph Campbell. He was a fellow who was really popular in the 40s. In the 1950s, he wrote a series of books on mythology. He's like the god of mythology or such. A fellow, again, this is decades ago, made a series of interviews with him on PBS or something. And my dad loved Joseph Campbell. He has a 6-volume set of mythology. So there's 2 volumes of Christian mythology, one for Protestants, one for Catholics. There's Jewish mythology, Islamic mythology, Hindu mythology, and Buddhist mythology. And my dad wanted me to read the whole thing so that I would be convinced that all this stuff about Jesus is just mythology. And I looked these books over and I said, no, I'm not reading these things. I said, I'll make a deal with you. I'll read one of these books. And then I picked the Protestant one because that's where I was at the time. And I said, and you read one of my books. So I gave him C.S. Lewis's Mere Christianity. And he agreed to read that. And I read through this book on Protestant mythology, basically by Joseph, what's his name? Campbell, right, or something. At the end of it, my dad and I had a really short conversation. He told me that he thought Lewis had a lot of good ideas, but he still disagrees. And I said, well, Campbell has a lot of good ideas, but I really disagree because he denies the historicity of everything, basically. And this is one of these guys way back then. And one of the things I remember reading in Campbell is this bit about the Hittites. So obviously, and I love this word, biblical scholars love this word, obviously. Abraham never existed because he had dealings with the Hittites. And David didn't exist because he had dealings with the Hittites. And who are the Hittites? They don't exist. There's no such people. And actually, for centuries, modern scholars knew nothing about the Hittites because they didn't exist. And so even in the Old Testament, Abraham did have dealings with the Hittites. So did King David. Bathsheba's husband, Uriah, was a Hittite. And biblical scholars, the best scholars for the 17th, 18th, 19th centuries, were convinced that this stuff is mythological because there's no record of any Hittites anywhere ever. It's this mythical people that don't exist, like Atlantis or something. Okay. And one of the things that people say, I still hear this occasionally, is we don't believe this person has lived or this event actually happened because there's no documentary evidence. This is the term they use, no documentary evidence to support the existence of these people. And I've always thought, well, but the Bible is an ancient document, but it doesn't count for some reason. So there is documentary evidence actually, but they ignore it. The other attack is to say there's no archaeological evidence that any of these people have lived. And I thought, okay, well, now personally, I find the second reason about archaeological evidence being just missing is really rather silly. And I thought about Abraham. Okay, so Abraham he lived about 4,000 odd years ago. He was a nomad for most of his life. And I think it's totally unreasonable for modern scholars to assume or expect any kind of artifact to prove that Abraham actually existed, given the fact that he lived so long ago. He was a nomad for most of his life. And the topography of Palestine has changed so drastically over the millennia. Okay. And so the point that I really want to get into is my second reason here. This is on page 8. So the Hittites actually do exist or did exist. And sometime in the late 19th century, some archaeologists began finding various artifacts. They found these things in Turkey, Syria, Egypt, and they couldn't figure this stuff out. It's like these things came up, they found them or whatever, and they didn't know what they were, where they came from. It didn't match up anything else. It was just kind of weird. And then the bomb, so I put this in quotes, exploded in the early 20th century with the discovery of thousands and thousands of these cuneiform documents, and no one could read them. So they got not just a handful, but thousands of these things in a completely weird language. And it wasn't Sumerian, it wasn't Akkadian or Elamite or Hurrian or anything. No one could read the stuff. And they were totally puzzled with what the stuff was. Eventually, they found some bilingual documents, Akkadian, this new thing, even some trilingual documents, Sumerian and Akkadian and this other language. And that provided the clue to begin deciphering this language. And eventually, after a while, it turned out that this weirdo language is actually Hittite. And then the more they uncovered and more they discovered and figured things out, going through these documents and other things, it turned out that the Hittites actually ran an empire from the 17th to the 12th centuries BC. And this empire was in like northern Turkey, eastern Turkey, northern Syria, and northern Palestine or so. And so I was thinking, so this empire, Hittite empire, lasted about 500 years, which if you think about it, is twice as long as our country right now, the United States. And of course, the Hittites as a people, as I put it, were out and about well before and after their empire rose and fell. So, of course, Abraham could have dealings with the Hittites, and so could David 1,000 years later, because they were around for such a long time.
Oops,
And
we misplaced civilization.
I know.
Found it.
I know. So, and the thing I love about the story is that I've seen this kind of thing over and over and over again. I don't track archaeology as a matter of course, but I've seen this kind of thing over and over, where some archaeological find is stumbled upon at some point by somebody, and it actually vindicates the existence of this person or that place or something. I remember reading years ago about the biblical town of Ai, I think in Judges, or is it, no, not Judges, it's in Joshua, that was conquered or something. And I remember, this is years ago, reading biblical scholars saying there's no such town, it doesn't exist, it's not on the map. Well, they finally found it at some point or something like that. So in my mind, this is why I don't trust a lot of the scholars, because I don't know, they're not coming to these things as I do. And every time I read about some modern scholar saying this person or that place didn't exist because there's no evidence for it, my response is always in my mind to say, yeah, right, just wait a little bit. Because eventually something's going to come up. Because this has happened over and over and over again. And I have this quote here by G.K. Chesterton. I love Chesterton. He's so good. He said it's always well to leave a very wide margin of agnosticism in history, because all sorts of new things may be discovered. And so I read that with Chesterton. I thought, he's right. This is really, really good. So this is my approach. I just don't believe most of these modern scholars, especially the liberal ones, who just poo-poo and discount all these things. So this is kind of where I'm coming from. So you asked for a little introduction to the Septuagint, so there it is, and my attitude, and so this is the references that I use for putting this thing together. So anyway.
Wow, wonderful. I appreciate that. I think I put it into the Discord server so everybody can download the document and take a look at it. I think you did it. Yeah, Lance Cleaver says that was a great whirlwind tour, Richard, which I think that says it. You covered a lot.
Yeah. No.
So
there's a lot to cover.
And a couple of things came to mind. Comparing and contrasting things that were said last week. Like the Talmudic version of the origins of the Septuagint.
That story is the Babylonian Talmud was finished around the year 500. So, so that's much later than the documents that Richard was talking about.
And can you, Jacob, quickly summarize what was said?
Oh, sure. So the traditional Jewish belief is that Ptolemy forced 6 people from each tribe to translate, and the miracle, according to the Talmud, is that all of them, when they did the translation, decided to use the same euphemisms in order to not anger the king. And it actually discusses some of those euphemisms. And I mean, I am very, very reluctant for anybody to ever use the Talmud as a history book. It was never meant to be that. And if you actually look at any page of Talmud, it often says, some people say X, Y, and Z, and some people say A, B, and C. And these are completely contradictory things. And the Talmud itself has the intellectual humility of, oh, this is so many years afterwards, and this is what we have from history. And I think too many people have not read the Talmud that way. They think of it as if we assume that, like, the facts in there are somehow divinely inspired, and that's just not the case.
Yeah, well, I have a comment about that a little bit. I was just thinking about like Maccabees, the books of Maccabees, and all the extreme tension and hostility between the Greeks, especially Antiochus Epiphanes, and the Jewish people and everything. And then Egypt, traditionally, that's where the Jews came from with the Exodus. And then they're back in there with the Greeks now, not the Egyptians as the rulers. And so I think there's a bit of perspective on the one hand. So maybe a lot of the Talmudic writers, being devout Jews, are conscious of this hostility between us and them, so to speak. On the other hand, Aristeas, the letter, it's like the opposite. He's like, we're all friends. Everything's hunky-dory and wonderful. And the king is a wonderful guy. And he's doing all these wonderful things. And it's like a completely opposite perspective on the relationship between the Greeks, the pagan Greeks, and the Jews. How friendly were they? It's kind of like the situation in maybe Palestine now, with the tensions between the Jews and the Christians and the Muslims. And I was just there last year. My wife and I went on an Orthodox tour. We were a week in Palestine, in Israel and Palestine, and a week in Jordan. And individuals are fine on the one hand, And you can talk to some people and they say, well, I'm fine with, these others, whatever, whether it's Jewish, Muslim, or Christian or something. And then other guys, one fellow who was a devout Muslim was talking to me. He knew I was a Christian, and we had a really grand conversation. He said, we're all brothers. This is one guy to another guy, but then there's the politics and these other things that get involved and everything, and it can get really ugly. And so I imagine the same situation way back then. All these hostilities between the nations, between the governments, between individuals, especially this pagan king who's trying to kill us off or whatever, or the pagans saying, well, these wretched Jews, we need to get rid of them because they're killing us off, because of the warfare or whatever. But then there's individuals who are getting along just fine in their local community or something. So I imagine this is why I wouldn't take Aristeas, at face value, because he plays up the wonderfulness between the Egyptian king and the Jews. Like, everything's great, we're just wonderful, there's no problems, which I'm sure was not true historically. But this bias that comes out, and then later, Philo, Josephus, other Christians pick up on different things. They're going to emphasize this or that or the other, depending on their own ideology or their point of view or something, perhaps.
Cycle Club says, thank you, Dr. Cervin, Tim, Donna, Jacob. Just a small comment on the Hittites. One example of such an archaeological find is the ivory Hittite Sphinx.
Okay. Thank you. I didn't know about that. I haven't heard about that.
Can you pull up a picture, Jacob?
I can try. Ivory Hittite Sphinx.
Very good.
No, I can only show you that.
Are we sure that's not a Hittite Barbie?
Okay.
Is this,
well, Hathor's curls, that's Egyptian. But
interesting.
So, yeah, I don't know. It doesn't look what I would think of as a Sphinx, but okay. So some of these things look Persian or something.
If I'm not mistaken. Okay, interesting.
Anyway. Okay.
Another thing I was thinking about was this idea of literal interpretation versus, I guess maybe a literature kind of interpretation, and and I was thinking about that because I had been listening to Rabbi Breidowitz commentary on the Rambam, and I mentioned this before, that I was surprised at the what seems to be, from when he's reading from the Rambam's writings, what seems to be like a scholastic approach almost, and we talked about this before, and so I was wondering, Jacob, like, how much of scholasticism is kind of today in Judaism?
So Maimonides, I'm guessing it was his introduction to the Mishnah Sanhedrin, which is very famous, and in its Maimonides Rambam spends a lot of time railing against people who take things too literally, and so secular scholarship would say that he was very influenced by Averroes. I don't know how to pronounce that name correctly, and that he was a big influence on Thomas Aquinas. Maimonides at the time was actually quite controversial within Judaism during his life. Now he is considered a very basic pillar within Judaism. At the same time, it's not like his particular. There are people who claim to be very devoted to his particular way of looking at things, but famously Nachmanides, the Ramban, disagreed with him on a lot of things, and many other prominent rabbis disagreed. And so there are a lot of disagreements about how to interpret what Maimonides himself said, and whether just because he said it, that means suddenly everybody has to agree with it. Obviously, what he said is an acceptable way of interpreting Judaism, but it's not the only way.
I think William Branch, I think these two comments are connected. At Neutrino, the most important deuterocanonical is the Didache and the Gospel of Thomas. And I would have to say I've never heard anybody say that the Didache and the Gospel of Thomas were deuterocanonical. I'm not aware of them being included in any canons, but I could be wrong about that.
They're not, as far as I know. They've never been included. I think part of the problem is Apocrypha, the word Apocrypha, because I pointed this out. It's not in my handout here, but I brought this out in the class last year or so. There's two uses for this word. There's the modern scholars, and they call anything that's not in the Bible, so to speak, would be apocryphal. That would include the key Maccabees or whatever else. But then there's maybe the devout use or the inside use of apocrypha by believers, like the Roman Catholics or so, or the Orthodox, who say, well, we accept Maccabees and Tobit and Judith and these other books. This is part of our canon, even though you, say Protestants, don't. So this word is used two different ways by two different groups of people to mean opposite things practically. And the key was never canonical. In the Gospel of Thomas, I always have fun with this one because my first question is always, well, which one are you talking about? Because there's more than one Gospel of Thomas, and most people don't understand this either. There's the infancy Gospel, which was written in Greek, which is apocryphal, meaning it's never been canonical. And there's the sayings Gospel of Thomas, which was written in Coptic, which is totally different and totally bizarre and wacko. Basically, 14 sayings that Jesus allegedly said. I've read this thing. I've got the Coptic text. I studied Coptic at the University of Illinois, among other things I was doing. And so I muddled through this thing. And my favorite, I tell people, my favorite saying in the gospel, the sayings Gospel of Thomas, is number 114, because some of the apostles came to Jesus and they said, well, how can we get into heaven? What about Mary and Mary and the women? How can they get into heaven? And Jesus' answer is, well, they have to become men, because only men can inherit the kingdom of heaven.
Yeah, that sounds kind of Gnostic, doesn't it?
It's totally Gnostic.
Yeah.
So the sayings gospel is completely Gnostic. It's bizarre. It's wacko. Some of the sayings sound very much like something that Jesus actually said in the New Testament. Others are kind of iffy, and a number of them are just off the wall. You wonder what the guy was smoking when he wrote this thing, although the Greeks didn't smoke. They drank too much. But
oh, really? It's hard to believe.
No, they were smoking. They didn't have that problem. They had problems with alcohol and other things, but they didn't smoke their stuff. They just drank it.
I guess that makes sense. Yeah.
I like the fact that the Ethiopians have the Book of Jubilees in their Bible, particularly because it explicitly talks about the covenant of Noah. And so when people tell me that this is a rabbinic interpretation from the Talmud, my usual retort is, well, I would say it is in the first 9 books of Genesis, but if you don't agree that it's in my Bible, you have a bigger problem because it's in your Bible.
Okay. Andrew Turnett says, some parts of the infancy gospel are cultural tradition among the Copts. Is that true for the Orthodox, Eastern Orthodox?
Some parts, I think. Some parts, but I don't know exactly what. I know the bits about Jesus turning clay pigeons into real pigeons or something wouldn't be accepted, and is blasting kids that teased him and then raising him from the dead after he was scolded by his mother. That kind of stuff would not be accepted or something. But that's, even though it's in some of these things. But then
it's like I think Paul Vanderklay talked about that. He called it fan fiction.
Yeah, maybe. Or something. Well, I don't know. I mean, I've read some
Not
of
in
these.
a denigrating way, but
Yeah,
you actually, Rick, I don't know if you know Pastor Paul Vanderclay.
no,
Um,
not by
he's
name.
kind of our patriarch in among us who are involved here. He's a pastor at in Sacramento at a CRC church in off of Fulton, and he started making videos about Jordan Peterson and sort of gathered a whole following here. So that's sort of how we know each other, is through his efforts. So when we mention him, it's he has a lot of YouTube videos that many of us have consumed a lot of. So
Okay. Well, it's like it's about 6:40.
yeah.
So I know we started at 5, and I ate a little bit of excuse me, some like a little pre-dinner before, and I'm getting hungry again.
Okay.
I know I mentioned to you this afternoon. I've got a few questions in general about this whole topic, and
Yes.
about the time and how often and what's next and everything. And
I mean, yeah, we can also have more discussions offline too. But as far as just in general, I'm not trying to make anything a burden on you. I'm very appreciative of what you've done, and as far as how often, um, it's up to you. Really, we can talk about it some more. But I really don't want this to be something that is burdensome to you. So,
we used something like a Septuagint group or something, and I thought maybe, I don't know if people wanted to read through, to take a book, whatever it is, Genesis or Amos or something, Isaiah, whatever, and read through the text in the Septuagint or not. I don't know if that's what you want, or
I would, what I imagined, and this is from my very brief view of what Jacob has done on his channel, is I don't know how you selected a text, but actually maybe I could just ask Jacob to explain, like, what's the overall approach for your.
We just, when people show up, if they have questions, we just talk about whatever people want to talk about. But my Hebrew Bible study is, I mean, for a while, my channel, I was going through, before anybody ever watched it. I never imagined anybody would actually watch my channel. I would go through chapters, especially chapters that people asked me to, like Psalm 22. I got asked, I would go through the entire chapter, the Hebrew morphology, letter by letter. And I figured it was, for somebody who needed an explanation of what the morphology was and what it means and that type of stuff. It was very detailed. My Genesis 1 video was 6 hours long. And the fact that tens of thousands of people have clicked on it and watched thousands of hours of it is mind-boggling. But eventually it got to a point where there was so much content on the Hebrew itself that I switched a little bit, and I got a following of people who were just following along in order to ask questions and try to better understand a Jewish view. And then eventually we switched to a weekly Bible study where basically anybody who wants can jump in and ask any questions. And now oftentimes most of the questions I have no idea, but we'll explore them together. And it's a fun discussion. It's not very structured.
Lance Cleaver says, I think walking through chapters of selected chapters in the Septuagint with you, Dr. Cervin, would be a great endeavor. Yeah, I think I think we could get started on a text, Rick. I think that would be. What I was envisioning is that we would start diving into Greek text and talk about, like we did in our patristic reading group, is sort of what I imagined.
Okay.
And you've done a lot of work in preparing your handout today, and as you said before, it seems that that's kind of the way you like to approach things. You like to start by thinking about it on your own and creating and doing that work. So I understand that's that's an endeavor. It's a, you know, a task. So, but I
Sort
would
of
leave it
way
up to you as to how you would like to approach that. But,
you know, this is my way of preparing things. I sort of just developed that on my own by teaching and everything. And I remember one time, this is years ago, when I was a new adjunct at Sacramento City College, where I was teaching ESL. And I had finished one class. I'd only been teaching there a couple of years or something. And I finished my class. I went into the workroom in my division, and our secretary is there. She looked at me and says, "What are you doing right now?" And I said, "I just got out of class." "Well, can you go sub for so-and-so who just vanished or something?" And so this guy had some emergency. He left suddenly without any warning. And so she gave me a key to his office and said that he says his book is so and such. I couldn't find it. And so basically I took like 5 minutes or something to figure out what not to do. And then I went into his classroom, introduced myself, and I said, "What are you doing? And what book are you? Can I borrow somebody's book?" And I sort of winged the whole thing. And because I had no idea what to do. And I didn't know what, and they were just saying, "Well, doing this and that and the other," and they're throwing questions at me, and I'm just dealing with it as best I could. And I thought, okay, this is totally unprepared. I can't do this on a regular basis. So I need to, I prepared anyway, but that was partly like the impetus for me to really get myself ready to go teach my classes. And part of it is just I write. That's how I think, and I internalize things and get stuff in my head and get it organized by writing and rewriting and getting something together that I can present or something.
and I very much appreciated that about what you did today. You know, it was very clear that you thought that through very carefully. So, and that's your style, and I think that's cool. It may mean that, maybe we need to have more time in between for you to prepare your stuff. But again, like I don't want it to be burdensome to you. So
Yeah, well, it depends on
just
what
take
we
the time you
did,
need.
and like if you are thinking about going through a text, which one did you have in mind? I mean,
Well, a couple of comments in that regard.
Yeah.
I have to put who was
I've
it?
got
Who was
this
it?
whole thing here. I can do anything in here.
I think it was William Branch.
Just a
Okay.
whole bunch of stuff.
This is funny because William Branch says the Didache and the Apostolic Creed are disqualified because it doesn't support Constantine's regime. And I find that funny. I'm not picking on you, William, but I find that funny since the text that Rick and I went through in our patristic Greek reading group was the Didache. So hey, we could do that again.
Well, if you want to, but that's not in the Septuagint. But that's
Exactly.
whatever the people have a copy of the text. So
And
that's
then,
but
right. And then let's see. Andrew Turnett suggests Genesis 1.
Genesis
That would
1,
be interesting.
the beginning. Yeah, that's fine. We could do. I love the Psalms. We could do Psalm 1.
I was thinking. I thought of the Psalms too.
Or one of my favorite books is Sirach, the Wisdom of Sirach.
Interesting.
And it's like a combination of the Psalms and Proverbs. This is so wonderful and so practical, and it's just so good.
Other than liturgically, I've never read it.
Oh, it's wonderful. I've read it many times.
We read it pretty often in church.
Well, Proverbs, yeah, but not Sirach.
Well, the Sirach, didn't we read some during Holy Week?
No, not Sirach.
Oh, okay.
There's the Wisdom of Solomon sometimes, but not the Wisdom of Sirach.
That would be very interesting. Although, we have a fair number of Protestants. I don't know if that would if they'd be interested in that.
Well, I did my reactions to this with previously years and years ago, even more recently, there's this really hard-nosed dogmatic evangelical pastor I had some dealings with a little bit. He was kind of interim at my wife's church. I went to meet him a couple of times, and I just mentioned in the course of a conversation that I actually read, as I call it, the Apocrypha, and he had a hissy fit. He just exploded, like, "Well, why are you reading that?" I said, "Well, why not? It's good. It's the Maccabees. It's good stories, and the Jews know more what the Maccabees and the Christians do because it's Hanukkah and everything, and so they understand this stuff. Why shouldn't we understand it?" And I've asked a number of Protestants over the years, "Have you ever actually read any of these books?" And they all say no. And I say, "Well, why are you condemning these books if you've never even read them?" And some people have told me, "Well, they're terrible because you're Catholic." I say, "No, they're not Catholic." And maybe the Catholics use them, but there's nothing specifically Roman Catholic about these books. They're written way before even the church started. So anyway.
Lance says being exposed to some orthodoxy would be good for him, Tim. Probably be good for me too.
Anyway, but I'm thinking to read anything except Chronicles, maybe with all those names. The first 9 chapters of genealogy. Well, it gets tedious
Okay.
in the language you're reading. So name after name. I know that's important. I'm not saying it's not important, but most modern, I mean, I've read it recently myself too, even going through all the names. I know they're important, but most moderns can't handle it. They see these names, I can't even pronounce these things. And so at least I can pronounce them.
So I just want to spend a little bit of time plugging Tim's channel. So eventually our channels are going to go their separate way, but right now this is on Randos United, which is run by Moises, Pastor Mo, and his organization, and they haven't really decided how exactly Randos United is going to be administered. So it's possible that this in the future will not be on Randos United. My Bible study isn't on Randos United. It's only on my channel. And then I have my channel, which is Hebrew Bible, and I'm more than happy to support Tim in getting this going. But ultimately, at some point, we're going to split off. And so anybody who wants to, you should take a look at Randos United. If you're not subscribed, you should be. And you should be subscribed to Tim's if you're interested in continuing his stuff as he expands. And he has a beautiful tour of his newly dedicated church on his channel as well, which was very interesting. And you want to talk about your Discord server?
Sure. I just created the Discord server. Currently, the point of the Discord server in my mind is I'm sharing the handouts, but I don't know what I'm going to do with it. Unless we get some conversations going on there, that would be pretty interesting. I'm enjoying the conversations on Jacob, so move some of that over there. It'd be cool. Yeah, and maybe I'll do another tour. I got to show you guys my bees, so I'll make a video about our beekeeping operation at the church too. We're and also our arak production, and
eventually you're going to have to get your brother to come on and do an interview and talk about his journey becoming a priest.
Yeah, that would be cool. That'd be really cool. And we got all kinds of clergy that'd be interested in getting in on this. So Father Timothy apparently was interested. I guess he couldn't join us tonight, but Father Timothy is Rick's priest. I actually met Father Timothy when he was a catechumen years ago. But Rick's got to go, so I'm going to make sure he can get moving. So thank you so much, Rick, for coming on and doing all of that work. It was really interesting and enlightening. I hope everybody else was able to get something beneficial from it. And Donna, thank you for joining us. And as far as when we're going to do the next one, not sure. Rick and I will talk offline, and maybe we'll do something on a weekly basis, but it doesn't have to be the full Greek Bible study. We can just do maybe something like a just chatting or something to kind of keep momentum. But we will decide. Let's say tentatively right now. I want to say Psalms.
Not next week. 2 weeks.
2 weeks. Tentatively sounds good. I haven't looked at my calendar, but let's say tentatively 2 weeks. And then, what do you think about the Psalms? Anybody got any? Well, I don't know. I'm interested in Sirach as well. I'll put a poll or something. I could probably do a poll on Discord, right, Jacob? Yeah. Okay. That's probably something.
I think so. I think you have to add some bots. Yeah, getting the correct bots on your Discord server was one of the more stressful parts of setting up my Discord server. But the Bible bot I found very useful.
I'll have to get you to help me out with that. And anyway, we'll come up with a way to make a decision, Richard.
Okay.
I'm not sure how, but
okay. Well, we'll be.
And I'll let you know. I'll let you know soon, because I know you'd like to prepare and look at it ahead of time. So I'll make sure to get you an answer soon.
Okay.
Thank you, Rick.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Head out, and I vote for Psalms.
It's just
Psalms,
so weird seeing, 3 people here when I know there's more in the background.
Oh yeah. the viewers hovered between 10 and 15, I would say.
Oh,
People
okay.
were viewing on top of us four.
Yeah, we were up to 20 at some time, and then this stays on. And usually on my channel, a lot of stuff gets about 100 views or so. People will usually only just watch a few minutes of things if they find it interesting, continue watching it. But yeah, we had between 10 and 20 people watching at any moment during the broadcast, the live stream.
And he says that I guess you couldn't download the handout. Sorry about that, Sandy. I'll try to look and find out what I did wrong there. Sorry. So thank you very much, Rick. And by the way, we will carry on this conversation as long as anybody wants to stay, and anybody can. I should probably put the link back into the chat here, and people can join in if they like. So we'll just keep going, Rick, and thank you so much.
Okay.
Have a lovely evening.
Yeah,
And
you too.
normally we'd close with a prayer probably during our normal Bible studies, but I'm actually forbidden to pray with heretics. So
that means me, right? Okay.
So
all right, I'll talk to you soon.
God bless you. Thank you so much.
Right.
Bye.
Bye.
So you guys are in communion, right? The ACO and the
OCA, yeah, Orthodox Church in America, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we are in communion. So I'm a part of the Greek Orthodox Archdiocese, and actually, so happens that today, you notice I'm making a 1950s travel trailer.
Okay.
And I'm going to see if I can bring my computer outside because I'm in the mountains. This is basically the commune is where I'm at right now. I told you about the commune, and this town, if you can call it a town, is like a commune.
I don't think you told me about the commune. When did you tell me about the commune?
I don't know. Maybe I think it's on Discord or something. I may have been chatting about it. But basically, this is the town is called Dunlap, California, or Squaw Valley, California, and it's about an hour east of Fresno. And there is a monastery here that was established in the 1990s, I believe, and there was a nun who was a couple of Greek nuns that were brought here to establish a monastery, and they lived in a barn. And since that time, they have built this beautiful structure. The nuns have done the work; they're really tough, and it's now a place of pilgrimage for many people. And the next attached to the monastery is a retreat center. And they have summer camps here, and my brother runs the summer camp or helps run the summer camp here, and he has done that for many years. He did that before he went to seminary, I think, and then he before his ordination he was up here. So every summer he's up here all the time. And my parents, we used to live in Northern California, and my parents actually moved here. They bought a 13-acre ranch. And so the Muslims tried to make a commune here, but they've since moved on. The FBI came, I guess, and scattered their operation.
Okay.
And but basically, this town here, it reminds me of stories I've heard about, like in the old days in Russia, how the Siberia was settled. That there would be a monastic settlement, and then there would be people who would congregate around that. And then the monastics would then go off like, we want to be solitary, we want to get away from the people, and they would establish another one somewhere else. And at least that's the story I've heard. But it just reminds me of that because there's just a lot of Eastern Orthodox people who live here. And now when you go to the monastery church on Sundays, it's full. Like there's probably 200 people.
Wow.
And on top of the 30, 40 nuns that live there. And last summer, I went to a rodeo here, the local rodeo, and there's all these guys bull riding and everything. And then it's on Saturday, and then on Sunday morning, went to the church, and I see these same guys who were, bull riding and lassoing the cows and everything. They're all there in church, so the community is very much embedded here. So it's a very small town. Yeah, Dunlap, California.
Yeah, I'm actually looking at the Wikipedia page for it. Yeah.
And the monastery is called the Monastery of the Life-Giving Spring.
Apparently, there's also an Armenian monastery around there.
Yes, there is. Up the hill here, there's a retreat center. The Armenians have it. There's also, yeah, I think there's a couple of retreat centers
Youth
around
camp
the area.
and retreat center. Yeah,
Yeah. Let me see if I can
and
show you
a
guys around.
lion. Whatchamacallit? A lion haven for escaped lions.
I haven't been up there yet, but I imagine it's kind of like a Tiger King situation. So let me see if I can show you guys. I'm picking up my laptop. Okay, this is the 1950s travel trailer that I'm hanging out in.
Mhm.
If you ever seen that movie, The Long Trailer with Lucille Ball,
Mm-hmm.
this is the same model.
Okay.
But we're out here in the mountains. It's
Looks
just really,
gorgeous.
it's beautiful. This time of year, it gets very hot in the summer, but it's just amazingly beautiful here. Yeah, I don't know if the sheep are out. They got a couple of sheep, some chickens, some Grand Pyrenees dogs, 2 cows. They're living the ranch life out here. So
Nice.
yeah.
So Lance, hello.
Hello. Hey, Tim. Thanks
Hi,
for
Lance.
putting this together, man. This is
Of course.
awesome.
I hope I didn't denigrate your comments. Seems like somehow I end up like offending. offending
Well,
these people.
we need to do better. Richard just needed to roll. Like that was a little too much for,
Oh
you
yeah.
know, yeah, and we can get in that. But no, it's great.
Thanks,
And
man.
I think,
Thank you.
and we don't really have, like Jacob, we don't really have kind of an Orthodox theme, sort of someone leading it. So, and I'm just a catechumen, so I can't, can't really do something like that on my own yet. But,
Where are you at?
I'm in Kansas City.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's been long. It's been about 3 years, although my wife, I've been just patiently just waiting because I wanted to come in together. And she's decided to join. So we are now
Good man.
officially in the yeah, I didn't want to rush ahead, which is hard for me, as Jacob knows. I'm an all-in guy.
There was a guy on Sunday. He showed up at so we have our Orthros or Matin service at
Yeah.
8 o'clock. And when there's a new face that shows up at 8 o'clock, so Jacob, Greeks don't show up on time. When there's a new face, somebody I don't recognize, and they show up at 8 o'clock, I know exactly what's going on.
Exactly.
And so this guy shows up, and he had his family with him. There were a couple of little kids. Actually, I had met him a week before, or the Sunday after Pascha, and then he showed up, and he was by himself. And then this Sunday he showed up, and he had his family with him, 3 little girls and his wife, and you could just see on her face she's not comfortable. They had a hard time getting out of the house. It was pretty clear. And so I walked up to them. I wanted to sort of I was trying to make them feel welcome and I know you're uncomfortable, but I'm not good at this. I walked up to him and I said, hey, how's it going, man? Hi, and introduced myself to them. And I said, hey, my kids, you guys are obviously welcome to be here, but just so you know, my kids, they don't come till 9 o'clock, And he's like, oh, that would be nice to know because it was hard to get out of the house this morning. I was like, yeah. And I'm thinking, I wanted to have a conversation with him after, hey, man, you need to think of your wife and make sure you're not causing issues, because she was very uncomfortable and just you could see on her face, she just didn't want to be there. And he had dragged his whole family there. And so then they actually ended up immediately after that I said that, they all left and they didn't come back.
Well, not to mention, because I love Orthros and Matins because that's where you get all the variable stuff, and so you can kind of really track that stuff. And so if I go with my wife, we just go to Divine Liturgy. But if not, I go there. And then not to mention that when you come to that, that's 2 hours and 45 minutes till you're done, probably, or 2.5, 2:45. Or if something special is going on, you're talking that's 3 hours. That's a lot to handle.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. My kids can't take that.
So are your OCA?
No, I'm in the Greek Archdiocese.
You're in the Greek too? Okay.
Are you in the Greek as
Yeah.
well? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Many of the OCA, they or then Russian practice, they do matins on the evening before, if they do
Mhm.
matins, and then call it a vigil. They
Vigil.
do
Yeah.
vespers and matins together, and they call it a vigil. Whereas for us, if it's a vigil, it's like it's vigil. You're,
Right.
but actually, I was going to mention that the clergy laity retreat, which is where there's all of the clergy basically from the archdiocese, from the metropolis, I should say, of San Francisco, which represents something, I don't know how many parishes, how many churches, somewhere between 50 and 100 churches. And then 2 representatives from each church gather once a year to discuss the metropolis, issues. So this is can be a kind of a lively thing sometimes.
So Tim,
Yeah,
you should give us a little history of yourself and who you
sure.
are and where you started and how you
Yeah,
ended up all
sure.
this stuff.
Yeah. So, but just to finish that off real quick, the retreat is happening here at the monastery. So that's why I'm here with the bishop. I said hello to the bishop. I wasn't able to discuss this stuff with him. I saw Father Chris. I discussed it with him briefly. He hasn't read your letter yet, but he's getting into it, which I really appreciate. The letter, Jacob, was really nice. But yeah, so
I tried to
anyway,
keep it short. It was only 4 pages.
you covered all the bases, man. I let my wife read it, and she's like, "Yeah, is he a lawyer?"
No,
So,
I'm not.
no, he's not. Briefly, I have a randos conversation on Paul's channel, so you can also dig that up. But briefly, I'm kind of a hill person. I may have noticed that. I actually was born in Reno, and when I was born in Reno, it was like totally a Midwestern place. It was not like Reno today.
Mhm.
And there's a story my mom always tells that when my brother was a kid, they a friend asked, "Hey Ben, are you guys Christians?" And my brother was probably like 6 years old. Said, "What's a Christian?" He's like, "Oh, we're people that go to church on Sunday." He's like, "No, we're campers." So we weren't like necessarily regular. I mean, I do remember we went to church, Pentecostal church at that time, and then we moved to California when I was 8 years old, and I went to a fundamentalist Christian private school, and so I had basically fundamentalist education there, and when I was in high school, I went to a public school, and our church attendance, I think I would say, was pretty spotty. Maybe 6 times a year, something like that. And again, we did a lot of camping. And I grew up in the foothills of California, which is kind of like a mini Bible Belt. If you get out of the valley into the mountains, into the hills, that's like it's kind of Midwestern culture almost, and a lot of Baptists and stuff. So I went away to college. I met my wife there, and while I was at college, my mom got into the Catholic catechism class, and she she was in the catechism at the Catholic Church, and she got to the end of the catechism class, and then she said, "No, I haven't, Neutrino. I have not been to the Midwest or Bible. I have visited Oklahoma. I have. This is not. I didn't come up with that. I was actually Pastor Paul, or came up with that description of the foothills. So I can blame him. Excuse me. And then so my mom got through the Catholic catechism class, and she said she said she had problems, theological problems or something with the catechism, and I don't know what those issues were. And the priest said, "Well, based on what you told me, the issues you told me about, actually, I think you should go talk to Father Christopher in Roseville." And so he sent her to the Greek Orthodox Church in Roseville,
Hmm.
and that's where she ended up. And meanwhile, I was at Sac State, and we didn't really go to church on Sundays. We did this. My wife and I, wife at the time, at the time, my girlfriend and we went to like an on-campus Pentecostal group, and I didn't even know what Pentecostal was really, but the except one day they had like a Pentecostal missionary guy come in and try to like force us all to speak in tongues, and it was like extremely oppressive feeling. And for those of us who had never experienced anything like that, it was it just felt very wrong. So anyway, at the time we were discussing how are we gonna where are we gonna go to church on Sunday? We need to go to church. And I said, why don't we just go where my parents go? And so we went to St. Anna's Greek Orthodox Church, which was at the time was in a strip mall, the typical Orthodox mission in a strip mall next to an orthodontist office. And a little bit later they built a building, but so I joined the catechism class there, and was shortly after that chrismated, and Leslie came along with me. She took the catechism class, and she got received also into the church. And I didn't take it seriously, really. I thought that's, I wasn't very enthusiastic about it, I would say. Was not enthusiastic. But a friend of mine who's a Russian Baptist, who was actually my roommate at the time, this is before we got married, and he said, Tim, you're going to an Orthodox church? I should back up. This is before I actually got chrismated. He said, you're going to an Orthodox church? I was like, yeah, it's pretty cool. It's Greek and stuff. It's interesting. And he said, you need to look into that, man. They believe some really weird stuff. Like, honestly, I'm really worried about you.
Right.
And I was like, really? Okay. I didn't know that. I had no idea. I just thought it was just, it's just Christian, like all, And so I started looking into it. I started researching. What was available at the time was not a lot on the internet. But I started researching, and my mom had some books. And as I'm reading, I'm like, this actually, to me, it was striking me as what I'd always believed. It's like, okay, this is what I always, it just made sense intuitively. It's like, this is what I always believed, but could never have said it. I could have never like put it in those words. The words were never there for me, but it's like, yes, this just is right. This is right. And so at that point, I became the equivalent of that time of an ortho bro, which I am to this day. So I'll call myself an ortho bro. But yeah, there was not a lot of internet stuff at the time. But so then
how many years ago was this?
2008, 7, 8. Yeah, actually probably 2007. Yeah.
All right. That's awesome. Sounds like you're chanting and stuff too now.
Yeah. Where did you get that?
Well, so I've been doing this for 3 years now. So kind of my background is I was raised Methodist. So a lot of Wesleyan sort of stuff, which quite frankly fits a little bit with that. And then I went out and actually went to seminary, left a legal career to go to seminary, and was I wanted to do early church, Acts 2 house church planning movement stuff. So I had a bunch of guys, and I live in the real Midwest. So I was out in I was doing some churches where I had some folks. I'm in recovery. We had some folks around that. And then I was out with a good friend of mine who was kind of out in the country, real country guys, like actually people who farm and do stuff like that. So that was awesome. But for me, it found if I started reading patristics here about a little over 3 years ago now. And then all of a sudden I was like, where has this been? Like, where has this been my whole life? Right. And so I read for about a month. And I ended up, actually, there was someone in our circle, Sherry, had asked me a question in a voice chat, which took me down the road of just trying to read things, because that's what I do. I dive in. And about a month in, I'm like, I need to go see if this works. Because you got to do it. Like I'm a person who's like, you got to put this stuff in practice. Like I want to go see, because I was seeing something different. And I'd kind of been wandering a little bit. So I'd leave the Methodist church because I could see that schism was coming. Then I was in kind of mega Willow Creek world, and I could see that. Wonderful people, but that wasn't working. Then I was doing house church stuff, and that has its own challenges or whatever. So I went to a divine liturgy. I went to the Matins. I was the guy who showed up at 9 a.m. But I loved it. I just absolutely loved it. And so for me, the experience is I realized can't really articulate it, but these are the feelings I had. Is my Father's house is a house of prayer. Like that was coming alive in me as I was sitting in that, you know. Also, I could tell throughout, you know, a lot of the different Kentuckians, Troparians, all the stuff we were doing. I'm like, wait a minute, this is the Bible. This is the Bible. You know, again, good Protestant, right? But I could see all that stuff coming at me. And then there was the divine liturgy. And, you know, obviously I was hooked. And I realized for me, the sense was I'm home. So I come back after my first time all buzzed up, telling my wife, I'm like, I found it. And she was like, what are you doing? And so that was so I've been through 3 Lents. That was in January 3 years ago. So I've been through 3 full Lents and Holy Weeks and so on and so
You're
forth.
still a catechumen.
Yeah. So, I mean, I've been a catechumen for a long time, but what I've just been waiting because I want to be charismated and come in with my wife if I could, you know? And so
Gotcha. Yeah.
I've just been really patient with that. You know, I wasn't I just was being patient with that, which was very hard for me because I'm an all-in guy, right? Because once I knew, I mean, I'd left a career to go do house church pastoring. And this is, I'm a drop your net and kind of guy, like that sort of thing. So, but it was really good for me to be patient. But the beautiful thing is that I've just had all this time to read all this stuff and dive into, you know, the liturgies and to take the time for this to go and read all this great stuff. So it's been a good preparation for me. And the funny thing is, Tim, and you've done this, which is I run into it. Now there was a new guy this weekend. I've met close to 15 young men over the 3 years I've been doing this. And they either come in through Jay Dyer and Father Josiah Trenham, or they've come in through the Peterson and Pajot door. And so I can tell they're new. And when I see a young single guy, for the most part, they're single, and they come in, I know immediately that, you know, I say, hey, so what brought you here? And invariably they're going to bring up that, and I know, and I'll say, oh yeah, and I can talk about the videos and the stuff.
And so
and whatever.
you've been around this little corner enough to speak the language and
yeah. Oh yeah. I've been,
and then also I guess not just this little corner, but you're exposed to those guys. You already know, you know Jay Dyer and those people.
Yeah.
And
now I don't get I get some. I'll tell you, Jay knows his stuff. And here's what I would say: a lot of people want to throw a lot of trash at the ortho bros, but I've met the young men who come out of that space, and once they come in, then the priest takes over from there, and they get ingrained. Yeah. We don't have to worry about Jay Dyer.
I don't know if you saw last week we had this discussion, and I don't know if it came off the wrong way, but I was like, surprisingly, the ortho bros are normal people.
Yeah, well, I was going there. No, it is.
And it's like I'm an ortho bro, guys. You guys, like, that's me, so I'm not like throwing stones.
So I'm not on a server, and I'm not really into the debate stuff or whatever. But that doesn't mean that it doesn't have its value. I mean, look at it. He's kicking up people in his wake the same way Jordan Peterson is kicking up people in his wake, and the church is there to catch him.
And you might be surprised how many clergy are very much appreciative of him.
Yeah, and there's
even among the Greek Orthodox.
Of
course.
But like Father Barnabas Powell and all that crew, you know, they get it, and you know, everything has its purpose.
Yeah.
But
excuse me, I'm going to close this door. The mosquitoes are coming in. Hang on. Yeah. So I am the chanter, that the head chanter at our parish. We're not going to win any awards for singing or anything like that. I'll tell you that. But I'm the guy who's doing it.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Well, one of the things is that you know, a lot of these guys are watching all the stuff that, you know, they're watching on YouTube. And I've actually pointed them to a couple when Father DeYoung's jumped on with Jacob or whatever, and, you know, kind of pointed them here. But I think you pulling up, like, you're going to create this little space, and even if it goes to the Flotimo forum, I'll totally invite some of these, because they're energetic. Half of them have already been chrismated and baptized into the church. Others are on their way there. So, I'd totally invite them to come hang out and listen because they're hungry for this kind of stuff.
Yeah. Fleba says, "Is there a severe lack of women?" What's the context there? Did I miss that context?
At the Orthodox Church.
Oh,
That was what he was talking about.
I would not say that. No, not in our parish. It's kind of multi-generational. I would say young, old, like a lot of kids, a lot of old people, a lot of people dying, a lot of people
We have a
being
lot
born
of
baptized, and
we have a lot of families, and the families are having children, multiple children. There are a lot of cradle Orthodox young Greek ladies that are in the congregation, so
nice.
who are looking for a nice Orthodox young man. So I just men just get busy. They're out there.
What's the name of your parish? We'll send some folks your way.
Well,
Sit down.
Tim's parish has seats in their church, which
Don't tell them
means
that, Jacob.
they're not really Orthodox.
Well, that's all Greeks now. They don't use it anymore because our priest doesn't do it. But the church I've gone to was built in the 1970s, but they have an organ in the church.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
I went to a Greek church outside of Chicago where they were it was the first time I've heard an organ played in it with certain portions of the Greek liturgy on a pre-sanctified on Wednesday night. It was gorgeous.
Mm-hmm. And they use like an arrangement, like a Renaissance style arrangement, right? Of the singing.
Yeah. Yeah, it was good. It followed the same tones or whatever. It was a little bit different, but they're actually one of the outcast churches in Chicago because they're doing most of their services in English. So they're looked down upon. Now the church I go to, 98% of it's done in English.
So that is very rare. Jacob may not know this. He probably did assume this, but it's actually pretty uncommon for the Greek Orthodox parishes to use English. On the West Coast, when I first started coming to the Orthodox Church, our little mission was all English. And I had visited many Greek Orthodox churches at that time, and they were all 100% Greek. And today, as I've gone around, there's a big difference. The church in Sacramento was very ethnic, and they are doing most of their liturgy in English. So in the West Coast, it's definitely seems to be, in my estimation, much more common.
You're starting to see that change around the country. And I think where you're finally starting to see it is as they've lost so we're way past the immigration wave, right? And there's that point in time where it makes sense. I actually like it. We do, like, we'll alternate back and forth between through the intercessions of the Theotokos, we'll go English, Greek, or save us, O Son of God, who are risen from the dead, save us, hallelujah. We'll do all that. And so we'll go back and forth between that in the Greek. We'll do the creed always in English and Greek. A lot of times the father will, particularly around the communion stuff, at those moments, he'll do it both English and Greek in those, because you can, do those pretty easily. But what they realized is that their kids and their grandkids were not learning Greek. So they're coming into these services and they're missing all of the theology. They're missing it all. Mm-hmm. And I think they're starting to realize that for a while you were keeping out all the non-Greeks, but then they've lost their kids. Because Orthodoxy is not immune from the secularity and losing their youth out to, mm-hmm. Because if you go to midweek services, like Sunday's pretty well attended, 15 minutes just right before the gospel reading in the Greek church, but Sunday's pretty well attended. But midweek services or Vespers, or particularly during Holy Week, there might be 150 people there on a Sunday, but there might be 6 people at Vespers. There might be 10 people at Compline on a Monday night during Lent.
Yeah. So today there was a presenter at the clergy lady retreat here, and she was doing she's from the Antiochian tradition. Her last name was Bitar, Bitar, can't remember her first name. She did a nice presentation on youth and how to take care of youth and stuff. But she did talk about two things that she talked about that I keyed off on, and I raised my hand. I'm like, I liked when you talked about this, and everybody else is kind of like, I don't know, we kind of missed that part. But she talked about identity, and she talked about responsibility, and this is in terms of in relation. The context is, you know, how we're going to engage the youth and keep the youth around and all this stuff. And the point I brought up, and it probably came across wrong because I'm bad at this. I said, you know, when I started coming to the Greek Orthodox Church, our parish was did everything in English, but I would, when it come to these meetings, I would hear people talking about we gotta promote Hellenism, we have to promote Greek cultural identity, we have to have, but they were talking about identity. It's so important, identity. And I'm just like, I mean, I'm not Greek, okay, it's the Greek thing. And then 2016, something like that, things got very strange. And now all of a sudden, identity is all I'm thinking about. And now I'm looking back, I'm going, well, they had a point. They put their finger on what was important, that identity was what's important. But I think they chose a lower identity to identify with, but they were right to just to highlight the importance of identity, you know. And I think some people probably thought that I was standing up saying we need to promote Greek identity by saying that, but I don't know. What did you think about that?
You know, if you listen to Father Cosmos, who has a bunch of talks on YouTube, I don't know if you've heard him, but he sounds like he's Australian. He had mentioned that someone had asked him, he said, go to a church in your own language. You dream in your own language. Mm-hmm. You have to, there's so much in the liturgy that, you know, it's just important to you. And so he had mentioned that. And, you know, the church in Greece is going to protect the Greek spoken liturgy, right? It is, right? So it's not like if no one did it, it was going to be lost forever. I think ultimately, if you're going to be a church that is really going to be a place where you're going to invite your neighbors in. Now, I'm not talking about conversionism, but people ask you the question, like, what's different about you? I mean, at some point in your Christian life, you should talk to someone about your faith, and you should invite them to your church at some point, right? And I'm not talking about going knocking on doors or whatever. And so, I think over time, you're just starting to see it. And I've talked to my priest about it, and he likes to keep a little bit of both, but he too thinks the reason why he thinks it's most important is for the Greek youth, because they don't know Greek. And the liturgy is so important. It's so powerful, you know, and that's, his big deal is, the Greeks, they see he's not actually big on catechesis. He's like, read the service where you're coming, come to the services, pray, fast, give alms, and show up. And, that's the catechesis, is pay attention, and do the things. So it'll be interesting to see. I'll tell you, there are people that are searching for the capital T tradition, and there seems to be this move that's happening in this place. Like, again, just think about the people that are getting kicked up in the wake. In the wake of all sorts of Peterson, Pajot, all this other sort of stuff. I think when you're no longer an immigrant church, and I mean not an immigrant church for now, you're definitely in the second generation past the immigrant church, right? Because now you're to the great grandkids. I think to speak the native tongue makes sense, because you're not changing. It's still St. John Chrysostom's liturgy, right? I mean, it's there. But at the flip side, I could see where people would say this, which is like, and the Greek church could make this discrimination. The Antiochians do everything in English for the most part, right? They'll do Kyrie eleisons and other things in different languages. You have the OCA. A lot of real core churches are doing English, like St. Vlad's and everything else. So there are a lot of other Orthodox churches are doing it. So,
but the people, the Greek people were trying to preserve their Greek identity, right? And I think they were seeing something, what was coming. That identity is now, you know, what people are searching for in this society. It's like the society doesn't give people identity or ways to, it doesn't give people anchors, I guess, with Christianity fading in influence. People used to, I guess, have a meaning in life, I suppose, a direction and a tradition to identify with. And today, there's people are searching for anything to identify themselves with, so they got all the gender stuff and all that stuff going on. So I kind of, I don't know, I guess I was having a moment of reflection of like, of appreciation for the people that I was kind of like dismissive of before, that were interested in preserving their Greek identity. But
and the question I would have for that is like, is that does that identity keep your kids away from the secularity and all the craziness? It isn't.
It didn't.
In fact, I mean, this, there's a fair amount of there's a lot of progressivism in the Greek Orthodox Church in certain levels.
Yeah.
Secular, because it's called, because it's what do they call it? Because I went over to Israel, whatever. What is it? A cultural Jew, or what would what's the term they use, Jacob? Cultural Jew or secular Jew? What is it?
Chiloni is, secular for.
Yeah, Tel Aviv has a bunch of heathen Jews in it.
No, that's what I'll call them. I don't mind. They are.
I'm just people. I probably should in these instances. But anyway,
So the Jews, you guys have a lot of experience with maintaining identity in a larger culture, in diaspora.
Yeah, I mean, well, okay, so yes and no. The fact is that anti-Semitism, where it existed, and it generally existed in Muslim and Christian societies, did a lot of the work, heavy lifting on that part. In China, the Jews just melted into Chinese society. In India, they somewhat melted into Indian society. So it wasn't, I mean, part of it was simply the fact that being the boogeyman in the majority religions thing, like, also gives you a certain. So I tell this story a lot, but it's a story, like every Jewish family has something like it. My uncle, this is years ago, back when people still rode in trains, was with his young daughter on a train, and like she was 5 and she starts playing with another kid, and somehow like they were playing pretend or something, and something happened, and my cousin Susie said that she was Jewish, and the 5-year-old girl she was playing with, like, apparently got really scared, ran to her mom, crying, like, she killed Jesus, like, well, like, it's not like I blame that 5-year-old. I don't even blame their parents. Like, I'm pretty sure that's not something her parents meant to teach her. But when I was watching, it was the first time I had ever heard the term fear of the Jews. I was watching Father Eric's, it was one of the first masses he did, and he goes up and reads the Gospel of John, and he says, yeah, they were hiding for fear of the Jews. And I thought to myself of that story, it's like, well, a 5-year-old kid, what do you expect a 5-year-old kid to understand from that? And I never, like, anytime I would introduce myself as a Jew, I never realized that I was identifying myself in the stories that Christian kids hear about in their churches. So Jewish identity is very different from any other ethnic identity because of that.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Well, and in Hellenic, like, so I'm a lawyer, so I argue both sides, right? I mean, let's face it, they're very proud of being Greeks. I mean, the cradle, like there's a lot to that. And then, the other thing I would say, which is, listen, when the transition happens, if you are someone who's grown up your whole life hearing a liturgy a certain way, and then you got to switch, like that would be very traumatic. Like, I'm going to tell you, if I had grown up and I'd taken the time and I knew, and all of a sudden you're going to switch it on me, I would not like that. I would not like that. And I think, I think the question becomes, are you really the Greek Orthodox Church in America? Like, I mean, you need to ask yourself these bigger questions. Are you here to potentially take in new people, right? What does that look like? I mean, those are all kind of fair questions to ask, but I get the issues with it. And eventually, and Father Stephen DeYoung talks about, it's going to take a couple hundred years. Eventually, we need to have Bishop Callistos Ware talk about this over in the UK. We have uncanonical churches.
Yeah.
We have multiple bishops in one city. There needs to, at some point, now there's a lot of reasons why these churches don't want to, cede it to, but at some point there will be an Orthodox Church in America. Like it will just, through humility and time and everything else.
Maybe to Jacob's point, when we become a boogeyman, then we can be united.
Like Jacob, that's probably happened sooner rather than later. But I love the fact that the Orthodox Church is not going to move very quickly on any of this. I mean, I think that's good. Like Stephen Young says, give it a couple hundred years, and I think you'll see this. I would point out that I get when we had the mass of the immigration and so on and so forth. And by the way, the same way, but also, Jacob, one of the things that ethnic churches were is it was protection not too many decades ago. I mean, because I was born in the 70s, so the early 70s, people were still much more ethnically connected because you still had probably some first generation immigrants where your great grandparents or whatever. And there was still pockets where I grew up. There was a Italian neighborhood, there was a Polish neighborhood, there was a Czech neighborhood, and so there were some protections there. But if
we were
you think
joking
about
today about all the Greek street gangs wandering around that you've heard of.
And then, but if you think about what Orthodoxy did, is when they went to a new place, they would immediately translate the liturgy into the native tongue, and then would try to allow them to incorporate some of their folk or their tradition. And gosh, if you hear about the missionary, what they did in Orthodox Alaska is powerful. How they didn't come trot all over there about who they were, and they were able to marry this beautiful native tradition, who they were, and marry that into Orthodoxy. So, on the flip side, if you think about that, like, having it, because it's important to have those liturgies in your native tongue. But does the Greek Orthodox Church have to do that? Not necessarily, because there are other options. And here's the beautiful thing. I'm just a catechumen. I will do what I'm told. And so, and I'd gone to the Antiochian Church. I liked the Antiochian Church, but my wife preferred, from my deal was, I said, hey, you pick the flavor and I'll join whatever one fits you. But now I love my priest. He's a very monastic type priest. The people in my parish are wonderful.
You mean
people.
He is a monastic, or he embodies a style?
That's okay. Just who he is, right? Gotcha. And then the people in my parish are wonderful, wonderful people. I'm blessed. 5 minutes away, I have an amazing amazing Greek parish to join. So
That's awesome.
mm-hmm.
Well, I'll say one thing about liturgy. So for me, part of the reason I don't like English Jewish liturgy is it's not even just the familiarity. Yeah, there is parts of that, but like when I go to, there are different traditions, and it may sound different, and sometimes the words are a little different, but what in translation, what gets me is oftentimes people use translation as an excuse to pour in their little, you know, their little theological whatever, and
Yeah.
it just becomes really like, ugh.
You know, that's been pretty good. Like, I mean, from the one thing I have found, because as I was going around, I kind of was checking some different places because I was kind of doing that on my own. So I spent some time in the Antiochian church, a little bit in the OCA, spent most of my time in the Greek Orthodox church. And there are some slight differences, but I know where I'm at in every single one of them. Like, and I might get a word here or there different, like instead of visible and invisible, and it might say seen and unseen, you know, but those are in the same ballpark. I do think that they've done a really good job to keep the liturgy of St. John Chrysostom pretty true to what you would think.
It's definitely the Divine Liturgy is it's not like fully synced up, but for sure, like the translations are so similar between the Russian, even the Russian version is very similar. Where things get weird is probably the less common things like Vespers and the Octohijos, Matins, and where there's just a vast repertoire of texts to translate, and so they're not
It's a lot of
necessarily at the
stuff.
same quality. They haven't
Right.
been vetted to that same, and
Yeah.
then I've noticed, like we use the digital chant stand website,
Yeah. Ages. Yeah.
dcs.goarch.org, and it from year to year, like I at one time I was printing it out because we didn't have a tablet. I was printing out because we were using a translation from a book, and I was learning to chant, but we didn't have a chanter to teach me. So I would go on, at the time it was the Ages initiatives, right? And I would
Yep.
go on there, I would look at the music. Okay, this is what the chant should sound like, and this is the translation. Okay, but I'm gonna have to sing it in this translation. And so I would study it in this translation, and then I would use this translation to sing it, improvising the melody as best I could. And it was probably garbage. But then I was like, really see the differences. And the thing is funny is that the Ages would just every year it would be totally new, and they would completely change their translation every year. And even to this day, I notice that they do every year. It's like they have certain things, they'll just totally swap it out, and it's not always for the better. And it's kind of it's like I think it was C.S. Lewis said that he thinks that language should be updated, like one word at a time over the centuries. And that way you can kind of like keep it consistent, but still stay with the times to a degree. But some of the translation stuff we have now is just so, like the Psalms, we chant the Psalms all the time, but we have, 4 or 5 different versions. It makes it impossible to memorize the Psalms. I probably would have the Psalms memorized if we had one version in English that I was using. So now I have one version of the Psalms, and I've been, for the past year, I've been trying to keep up with the Psalm readings for the week, which is reading the entire book of Psalms every week.
Mhm.
And I've been doing, I would say roughly 50% of the year, I've actually been doing it. And now I actually can sort of
That's
memorize
good.
them,
Yeah.
sort of memorize them because it's just one translation I'm using. But then on
Well,
Sunday, it's a different one, and it just gets all. But you could imagine, like in a monastic setting or in a traditional culture where you're just using the one version, like just by going to church, you would have so much of the Bible memorized, so much of it.
Psalm 119 is a killer.
It's not a chapter verse guy.
It's if you're saying the Psalms every week, the entire book, you should know
Oh, you're the
119.
long one.
Yes,
The
it's
long one?
176 verses. Yes.
Yeah, that counts for 3. So
and you don't have the luxury. So in Hebrew, it's an acrostic. So in Hebrew, which makes it much easier to memorize. Like acrostic psalms are really easy to memorize because each verse starts with a certain letter. So like, you know, if it starts with Aleph, right? That's why I have Woman of Valor Who Can Find Her. Like, why I have it memorized, because it's an acrostic, so I can just remember, okay, what was Aleph, what was Bet, what was Gimel, right? But yeah, 176 verses. It's an 8-fold acrostic psalm. 176. Wow. Yeah.
Is there an equivalent, Jacob, practice of reading the Psalms?
Oh yeah.
For Jews?
Oh yeah. Reading the Psalms. So this was actually one of the first times I came to my little realization that maybe maybe Christians might not know their Bible better than I do, which was when I looked up. So in the Jordan Peterson Slavoj Žižek debate / discussion, Žižek said that Jesus was an atheist on the cross. I'm like, that doesn't sound right. Let me go look this up.
Yeah.
Right? And I go look it up, and it's like, oh, well, this is a horrible translation. Because like the translation that's given is Jesus said, Eli, Eli, lama sabachthani, which means, right? And the actual translation should be, and Jesus recited Psalm 22.
Okay.
Because the title of the psalm, the first line of a psalm, is how we refer to it.
Well, and that's what Father. Actually, I had heard this in Protestant worlds, but but not as much. And what's what Father DeYoung does a really good job drawing out, which is saying, "Hey guys, when there's a reference, go back and read the whole psalm, because when you grab a soundbite, it might say, Father, Father, why turned your face away? And then you read down when you get down here, it says, oh, but you didn't turn your face away from me. There's this, and I think that comes from, if you have each word is the hand of God, almost like they're the tablets that they gave to Moses, right? That so if every word in this translation was inspired by God, right, in a literal sense, then you just have to see what's on the page. Now that's not all. That's not all of Protestantism. I had heard that before or whatever, but that's exactly right, Jacob. Right. So when you refer to that, you need to go read the whole psalm in context.
Well, and reciting psalms from memory. I mean, this is one of my favorite stories. I've told it a billion times, but for anybody who hasn't heard it, so the psalm, a song of ascents, I raise my eyes to the mountains, from where does my help come from, right? In my liturgy, we say that every evening in the prayers. And my father, when he learned the meaning of the words in that psalm, his question, and he said this was a question he had for many, many years, was, it says, Yomam Hashemesh lo yakeka ve'yereach balayla. During the day, the sun will not strike you, and the moon by night. And so he always wondered, like, okay, sun will not strike you by day. I understand why that's, some sort of protection, but like, what does it mean? And the moon by night. And so the first time we tried to leave Iran, we were in two cars. The car in front of us got caught, and eventually my father ended up serving 6 months in jail. And so the second time when we left, my mom, my sister, and I were able to get a forged passport, but because my father was an ex-convict, we couldn't get a passport. And so we left the country, and once we were safely in the United States, my father had to walk across the border. And what they did, it was a 3-day walk from Iran to Turkey over the mountains. And what they did was they would sleep during the day and walk in the nights. And he got to basically the valley where he was on top of some hills, and they had to walk across to, and the hills across the valley were Turkey. And my father said it was a full moon, and they were out in the middle of nowhere. And if you're ever out in the absolute middle of nowhere on a full moon, you see that like it's almost like it's bright daylight. Mm-hmm. And my father said that he literally looked up to the other hills and he started saying, Shilamalo Tesainai El Harim Ma'in Yavo Ezri Meim Hashem. And he said it in Farsi, Tarsam Richt, which literally means my fear just fell, right? And he said he just walked straight across without any worries, because he knew like the moon would not strike him. Mm-hmm. And so like reciting Psalms was an ancient Jewish thing. The idea that someone on a cross who was being crucified would recite a psalm is not at all weird. It's not even, I mean, it's like, it's almost stereotypical of Jewish practice at the time and throughout. There are famous stories of in the concentration camps, people singing Hallel, because those were the psalms that most people have memorized. And there's a line in Hallel, Pitchuli Share Tzedek Avovam Odeya, and many synagogues after the Holocaust were called Share Tzedek, because the verse is, open for me the gates of righteousness, I will walk through them and thank God. Mm-hmm. And there are many stories of people during the Holocaust, like going through the gates, you know, Pitchuli Share Tzedek.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have a friend who was born with cystic fibrosis. And so he's actually later in life, a few years ago, and he actually was able to get a second one. He's had 2 lung transplants. But he's been through a lot of suffering in his life, right? And was a pre-PK in Ferguson. So you've heard of that name before. So he was a white kid in a predominantly black school. So kind of just an interesting upbringing. He's an artist. But, you know, one of the things he talked about was like, in times when he was in real suffering, he didn't want the cheery, it's going to be okay verses. He spent time in the Psalms and in Job, right? Because that's where you go for those sorts of things. And, you know, I think one of the things that I have seen, and I've spent a lot of time in the Bible, what I have seen, Jacob, there is this connection between that I see in Orthodoxy and what you can see, and what, like when I still have it here. You gave this to me when you came on the camp out. Yeah. And I read this from time to time. But it's the same thing. Like and Tim can talk about it, we're in the Psalms all the time. And your practice should, like, if you're really doing the outside work, the daily work, the Psalms should just become, I mean, they should become ever present in you. I mean, that's the point. And it's our songbook. Like that's our hymnal. Are the Psalms. And so, and you're right, they're powerful. And it's like, when you said that, when I was in that service and stuff was coming to life to me, like my Father's house is a house of prayer, like that's how that stuff happens, right? It's in you, meditate on my word day and night. You have that in you. And then when you experience, that's when the stuff becomes enchanting, right?
Yeah. So I went with Andrew to the Coptic church on Saturday night, and it was the first time I've been to a Christian liturgy, and I recognized the words because they were singing Azia Shir Moshe, the Song of Moses, I guess you guys call that. Well, there's two things you guys call Song of Moses, and like, anyway, so it was Azia Shir Moshe, and like it was a bit dissonant because they were chanting it in Coptic, and which Coptic has Greek and ancient Egyptian, so it was Egyptian, Greek, English, and Arabic, and it was like and I'm sitting there and I'm like, I recognize the words and I'm thinking of the Hebrew as it's going by, and it was kind of like jarring to be like listening to it being chanted in many different languages, none of which was
They're speaking in tongues, Jacob. Real time. That's the different language.
The practice of using the first phrase of the psalm, I've never heard that in reference to the Psalms. I'm sure probably that was a Christian practice too. Today people use the numbering, but for sure today in chanting we have what are called prosomia. They're the model hymns, and it's like, so when we get to a hymn, it's like, I got this paragraph of text here and it says above it, it'll say Donda fondu sotir, and it'll be the soldier standing guard in English would be like the translation, but it basically it's the first words of the model hymn, and so you know how the model hymn goes, the melody of it, and then you apply that melody to this verse, and you have to just sort of improvise it according to that melody. But we know those hymns by the first, like few words of it. So
yeah, like Hebrew texts generally are known, like it's not the numbering, it's and that's why, I mean, I completely agree with Father Stephen. Like in rabbinic texts, like a page of Talmud, they're not gonna, like, they quote a few words from a verse, and they're, whatever the words are unique in that verse, and expect you to call back to it,
keep up, let's go.
Yeah. So for example, otsem yadi, right there, like it's two words, the strength of my hand, right? You say otsem yadi to any halfway knowledgeable Orthodox Jew, they know the verse. I don't know the verse number, but I know the verse in Deuteronomy that it's from.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah.
Chad says,
I think it's yes, not
yes.
us.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, but Psalm 22 all the way through is stark in light of Christ's story. Yeah, add this to the stream, so maybe we can go through this real quick. I don't know, is that too small to read? Looks too small, huh?
You can do if you do Control+, it'll get bigger.
Control. Oh, here. Okay. Let me know when, because I'm looking at the. How's that look?
That's good.
Okay. My God,
That's
my
even
God.
better. Yeah.
Okay. Why have you forsaken me? Why are you so far from saving me from the words of my groaning? O my God, I cry by day, but you do not answer, and by night, but I find no rest. Yet you are holy, enthroned on the praises of Israel. In you our fathers trusted. They trusted, and you delivered them. To you they cried and were rescued. In you they trusted and were not put to shame. But I am a worm and not a man, scorned by mankind and despised by the people. All who see me mock me. They make mouths at me. They wag their heads. He trusts in the Lord. Let him deliver him. Let him rescue him, for he delights in him. Yet you are he who took me from the womb. You made me trust at you at my mother's breasts. On you was I cast from my birth, and from my mother's womb you have been my God. Be not far from me, for trouble is near, and there is none to help. Many bulls encompass me. Strong bulls of Bashan surrounded me. They open wide their mouths at me like a ravening and roaring lion. I am poured out like water. All my bones are out of joint. My heart is like wax. It is melted within my breast. My strength is dried up like a potsherd, and my tongue sticks to my jaws. You lay me in the dust of death. For dogs encompass me. A company of evildoers encircles me. They have pierced my hands and feet. A little on the nose. I can count all my bones.
No. It's not on the nose. It is the most completely inexcusable translation ever.
Oh,
Go
really?
go ahead and click on the thing.
This
Yeah.
B?
Yeah, on
Okay.
that B, right?
Some Hebrew manuscripts, Septuagint, Vulgate, Syriac, most Hebrew manuscripts, like a lion, they are at my hands and feet.
Yeah,
Like a
and
lion
it's
there.
like that. Like the lion imagery is all over the psalm. The idea
Interesting.
that this is pierced is completely indefensible, and I don't know why Christians even bother trying to defend it, but they always do.
Is it saying that it's from the Septuagint that it says that?
Well, that may be the translation in the Septuagint. Yeah.
I'm looking
And
it up right now.
yeah.
Interesting. I can count all my bones. They stare and gloat over me. They divide my garments among them, and for my clothing they cast lots. But you, O Lord, do not be far off. O you, my help, come quickly to my aid. Deliver my soul from the sword, from my precious life from the power of the dog. Save me from the mouth of the lion. You have rescued me from the horns of the wild oxen. I will tell of your name to my brothers. In the midst of the congregation I will bless you. You who fear the Lord, praise him. All you offspring of Jacob, glorify him, and stand in awe of him, all you offspring of Israel. For he has not despised or abhorred the affliction of the afflicted, and he has not hidden his face from him, but has heard when he cried to him. From you comes my praise in the great congregation. My vows I will perform before those who fear him. The afflicted shall eat and be satisfied. Those who seek him shall praise the Lord. May your hearts live forever. All the ends of the earth shall remember and turn to the Lord, and all the families of the nations shall worship before you. For kingship belongs to the Lord, and he rules over the nations. All the prosperous of the earth eat and worship. Before him shall bow all who go down to the dust, even the one who could not keep himself alive. Posterity shall serve him, and shall be told of the Lord to the coming generation. They shall come and proclaim his righteousness to a people yet unborn, that he has done it. Thank you, Jacob, for pointing out to me. My God, why have you forsaken me?
Yeah, it's the
I never
first
put that
line.
together.
Yeah.
Fascinating.
And I mean, to be fair, like Lance said, you read in the commentaries, and basically every Christian commentary will in fact say that. It's just most people don't know. And frankly, if you're translating it to modern English, the modern English translation should be Jesus recited Psalm 22. Like that's how we would understand it.
That's interesting.
And here's the deal: like you don't have to say to pierce my hands and the feet to get two on the nose. You could it rests, and still the way we would read that into it. We're still good.
I have no idea why Christians feel the need to defend pierced, but lots like that and the virgin in Isaiah 7. Those are the two that are like everybody like ends up discussing, and the arguments that are made for the pierced thing are just so bad. They're just so bad. Supposedly, as opposed to being a totally normal thing that is used all over the Bible and in several places, like in other places in that psalm, like a lion, it's a root that is only used in that one place in the entirety of the Bible, which means pierced. It's like,
Okay. And then the reason that where that came from originally sounds like is the Septuagint then.
so I believe the actual, so all the places where the fights are most strong are where there are verses in the New Testament from the Hebrew Bible, and so a lot of Christians feel absolutely compelled to defend those.
I think the Greek Septuagint does not say pierced, if I'm understand as what I'm looking at here.
You got the OSB there?
Yeah, but I'm talking about the Greek Septuagint. I'm not
Oh,
talking
okay.
about the English translation of it.
Really? What does it say? It says like a lion?
Because if you would look here, because look at that note you were talking about.
13, right? It's around.
Let me go on here.
That's a good resource for looking at the Septuagint online.
I like Bible Hub. Somebody was saying they like Logos software. A lot of Christians use Logos software. I use Bible Hub.
I think Bible Hub was kind of my. Someone was saying Logos was free. The good versions you had to pay for or whatever. I found Bible Hub. You look at all the different translations. You can go there. There's Greek concordances.
The only problem I've had with Bible Hub is sometimes some of their ads are programmed poorly and will crash the browser. That's actually happened to me, but that's because I used to use Bible Hub extensively for all my stuff, and I still to some extent do. I think it's a pretty good site.
And I use this, and for the New Testament, I use one of the things I've been. Well, there's a couple of totally heretical things I have.
And what were we going to look at there? I got the Bible Hub here. I'm just
Psalm
First
22,
Nations version of the New Testament.
Okay. I think it's verse 13. Which verse is it? That
Psalm 22. Okay.
Psalm
Starting me out at Genesis. Oh, I see.
Yeah. Where was it?
I'm bringing it up here. I can share here just like I got it. Figured it out. Present.
16.
Okay. Okay. Verse 16.
Right. So,
Okay.
yeah,
I can
I can't read that. Yeah.
I can do my best here. Odi ekiklosan me kines poli synagogi poneravomenon perievskon me orixan hirasmu kepodas. So
If you click on the 16, it'll have the interlinear.
You can do the what happened? Oh,
It's the no, go up and click on Greek. Keep on going up, go up, scroll up. Okay, maximize your browser. Okay, and click on where it says. Oh, it doesn't. Yeah, interlinear. That's it. I think that has the Greek. Yeah. Oh no, this is the Hebrew. Yeah, I don't know how to bring up the Greek.
Interesting.
There must be an interlinear.
Yeah, if you look
I know there is an interlinear Greek, but yeah.
Yeah. No, if you look over to the right.
They have pierced a lion.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull up my Bible Hub.
Yeah, maybe you can share it.
I'm trying to.
I don't know what I'm doing.
It's 22:16. Oh, there it is, LXS. There we go. Okay, there we go. Let me share it. Percent. So 2216. There it is. Okay. So there you go. I can't read the Greek, but there's the thing, the gathering. Yeah. So they dug into.
Yeah. Tearing, and here I've seen other places, tearing at my hands and feet is another way to describe that.
Yeah, and the Hebrew,
They gouged my hands and feet. Yeah, you've got
the Hebrew is lions at my hands and feet. And it's, I mean, reading like Kari is just like, as opposed to, yeah, it's just clearly it's like a lion, but there you go.
Well, for me, I feel like from where I stand right now, we have decided we're going to do the Psalms.
Okay. So this might be a good yeah, Psalm 22 might be a good one. I have 2 videos, I believe, on Psalm 22 actually.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. So
that's awesome.
Yeah.
You could also do the 6 Psalms too, Tim.
Yeah. So Jacob, on Sunday mornings we have, I guess it's, I don't know if it's, sometimes we don't do the 6 Psalms during weekday liturgies, but essentially before liturgies, we always read the same 6 Psalms. I can't remember the numberings of which ones they are, but so those are pretty well memorized usually. Everybody reads them every week. If they get there at 8 o'clock.
If they show up to maintenance.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Well, I mean, there's one Psalm, I think it's 125. It's a Psalm of David, I will uplift you, my God. That one is observant Orthodox Jew will say it's 3 times a day, every day. So that one gets memorized pretty darn quick. Yeah.
Yeah. Effectively, it's Psalms 3, 37, 62, 87, 102, and 142.
Ashrei is Psalm 145.
I've heard a that in the Russian tradition, there's this idea that at the Last Judgment, that those 6 Psalms will be read during the Last Judgment as the people are being judged, and so in the Russian tradition, during the 6 Psalms, you stand at attention and you don't move, and that's not necessarily how it goes at our church. People are moving around and doing all kinds of stuff, but for the Russians, they stand at attention.
Yeah, it's been a bit of that's because my wife is very much a rule follower, so she's been surprised at how much movement you can have in the Greek church, coming in and out, man, at different points. Now they don't walk in during the gospel, and there's certainly around the communion times, or if he's sensing, there's certain moments, but it's a pretty active scene at times.
For sure. Yeah.
So apparently there's the 2 numbering systems. So the 6 Psalms are Psalm 3, Psalm 37 in parentheses 38, 62 in parentheses 63, 87 in parentheses 88, 102 in parentheses 103, and 142 in parentheses 143.
My understanding is the numbering difference is also a Septuagint related difference.
It is. So you start reading earlier in those songs, you're talking, I mean, a lot of the songs are, why have you forsaken me? My enemies are surround me, break the teeth of my enemies. Like you have this stuff coming in there. And then when you get into, Psalm 102, 103, which is, bless the Lord, all my soul, and everything is only bless his whole. Wait a minute, we've got here. Yeah, bless the Lord, O my soul, and everything within me, bless his holy name. Bless the Lord, O my soul, and forget not all his rewards, who is merciful to all your transgressions, who heals all your diseases, who redeems your life from corruption, who crowns you with mercy and compassion, who satisfies your desire with good things, and your youth is renewed like the eagles. The Lord shows mercies and judgment to all who are wrong. He made known his ways to Moses, the things he willed to the sons of Israel. The Lord is compassionate and merciful, slow to anger, and abounding in mercy. He will not become angry to the end, nor will he be wrathful forever. He did not deal with us according to our sins, nor reward us according to our transgressions. For according to the height of heaven from earth, so the Lord reigns in mercy over those who fear him. So far as the east is from the west, so he removes our transgressions from us. As a father has compassion on his children, so the Lord has compassion on those who fear him. For he knows how he formed us. He remembers we are dust. As for his man, his days are like grass, as a flower of the field, so he flourishes. For the wind passes through it, and it shall not remain, and it shall no longer know its place. But the mercy of the Lord is from age to age upon those who fear him, and his righteousness upon children's children, to such as keep his covenant, and remember his commandments to do them. The Lord prepared his throne in heaven, and his kingdom rules over all. Bless the Lord, all you his angels, mighty in strength, who do his word, so as to hear the voice of his words. Bless the Lord, all you his hosts, whose ministers who do his will. Bless the Lord, all his works, and all places of his dominion. Bless the Lord, O my soul.
There's a tradition whenever you say bless the Lord that we make the sign of the cross. And I don't know where that comes from. I never asked anybody about it. But in that particular psalm, we make a cross every time you say bless the Lord, O my soul. Is that your tradition as well, Lance?
Oh, yeah.
You seen that?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know where that comes from.
Yeah, we never
What we
make
do?
the sign of the cross.
What? The sign of the Star of David?
But I like that because we, particularly during Holy Week, we read the 6 Psalms a lot during a lot of those weekly services. We're doing that in Copline and all those other things.
Mm-hmm.
And so my wife was talking about, she doesn't like some of those earlier ones, but I'm like, hey, but follow the whole trajectory. Like there's this, there's the struggle and there's that feeling like we've all been there, but you hit Psalm 102, 103, and his anger will not last forever, right? So
yeah. Oh, you're welcome, Bruce.
Hi, how's it going?
Good, man. I'm jealous. You have a cigar.
Oh, yeah, that's the Baptist way, right?
Makes me want to go get something sinful.
That's not.
I might go get a beer.
All
not
thanks
every
to the
Baptist,
glory of God,
That's not every Baptist.
No, you're right. Reformed Baptist, I should say. Yeah. I was listening to you guys talk about the Greek, so I wanted to pop on.
Cool. Welcome, man. What you have? I am actually going to go get a beer. So.
Good.
You know what?
Before I
am too.
Yeah, but I want to hear what you have to say. First, go ahead.
Oh, so you had talked about this this textual issue with pierced, which is a common sort of issue that arises. So there is like there's an attempt by many people to think that this text was inserted, right, for determining Christians, right, that are looking to insert this reading from lion to pierced. And so if you read the Greek, you'll see that pierced seems to be possibly used. It looks like dig, right? That's kind of how some people translate it. And so there's a lot of evidence to the contrary in the Dead Sea Scrolls as far as their use case, right? So you can see in very early translations, you have a small number of Hebrew manuscripts that are the minority that say pierced, right? It's very small though. And then later you find in the Dead Sea Scrolls that predate many of the Hebrew texts that have pierced clearly written. And so, okay, so obviously there's a difference here. There's some manuscripts that say pierced. There are some that don't. There are some earlier ones that do. But it's not an easily dismissed claim that it's inserted by Christians. It clearly it's written, and,
Okay,
and
so
manuscripts do exist that predate it.
those manuscripts. Okay, so I don't know how much you know about Hebrew, but so the idea is that it's ka'aru as opposed to
Yeah,
ke'ari,
uh-huh.
right?
I
And
thought it was ka'ari.
ka'ari, yeah.
Okay, all right.
And so the difference is between a yud and a vav.
Mm-hmm.
And if you know the difference between a yud and a vav, you know that there isn't much of a difference between a yud and a vav.
It's a difference in one small stroke of the.
It is how long the stroke is, like how long you make. I mean, I can pull actually. You know what? I am going to show.
Yeah,
people.
you don't have to for me, but maybe for others. I've heard this before.
Yeah,
many of my Jewish friends.
So vav is so on the top line, the yud is all the way on the left, and the vav is the fifth letter from the left, right?
Right.
So the only difference is how long you make the thing. So there are Christians, I mean, who claim that that's ka'aru is that this word which doesn't I mean there is no other place in the entirety of the Bible where there chaf aleph resh is used as a root, that it's not necessarily just a scribal, like the guy went a little bit too long. It's a whole different word that doesn't exist anywhere else in the entirety of the Bible. Like you know about Hebrew roots. There is no root chaf aleph resh. So
yeah, I think I've heard that issue before. I mean, I don't think I'm qualified to debate it for sure, but I think I'm qualified to just sort of parrot what I've been, told on the issues. But and also just sort of the logic around some of it. I mean, so it does exist in the Greek translation in some regard. So there was indeed the reading of the Hebrew of the time and those who did the Greek translation, and so I suppose you could argue that at that time they also read that incorrectly.
Well, no, I mean, I certainly believe I believe that the Essenes quite likely were early Christians, and they may have in fact had been reading things into their Psalms. We have lots of variant texts from Qumran because Qumran was not an orthodox. And yes, there were many, but it was not a Pharisaic stronghold, that's for sure. And so finding some variant texts that said that, I mean, look,
yeah, but
if
this
you don't,
is before
if you don't
Christ.
believe,
We're talking about translation about 3rd century BC, right?
Well, okay,
That's you know what I mean.
Well, no, okay, so that becomes a huge question, and that's part of. So when exactly was Qumran? When exactly was every single piece of paper that was found in Qumran? And honestly, very, very motivated Christian archaeology. And look, if it's important to your faith that it say pierced instead of lion, I understand why somebody feels it necessary to make these arguments, why it's plausible for it to be pierced.
Yeah.
I think if you're not motivated, there's no way that somebody who actually knows Hebrew thinks that was ka'aru as opposed to ke'ari. Because the way you read Hebrew, like, is by recognizing the consonants and knowing the word. And if I came upon ka'aru like that, I would just assume a typo. Yeah, I really would.
you'd have to have assumptions of typos across multiple people and multiple scribes.
Well,
across
there
multiple regions.
are. So this is the thing. Okay, again, if you read the Hebrew, like the Kativ versus the Cree, right? This is part of the reason my channel is mostly about teaching people Hebrew, because, and people get offended when I say this. I don't say it to be offensive. I do actually believe that it's true. I think Christians don't teach their children Hebrew because if they did, there would be a lot of less religious Christians.
I actually disagree because I think that the majority of Christians for even the earliest time read and knew Greek more than they ever would have known Hebrew or Ethiopic or Syriac, very old tradition Christians that were not taught Hebrew.
In modern churches, there has definitely been, as a response to the Noahide movement and the Hebrew roots movement and all that, there has been a deliberate purging of Hebrew.
I actually see some of the opposite in the United States among the Christians, the evangelicals I know that are attempting to recapture Hebrew and Torah roots.
That's not my natural normal experience. And I would just say, when you think about the vast majority of Christians in the United States, Jacob, there's not that level. There's not that level of thought to it.
You are absolutely right. And Philo-Semitism is very large and it's part of that. But I mean, I can pull up the clips I have of Christians saying, I wanted to learn Hebrew and I didn't understand why my pastor was getting angry at me that I was learning Hebrew.
Well,
yeah, there's a lot of reasons.
I'm sure there's clips, but I think there's, I mean, there are a lot, you can find pastors saying a lot of very interesting things.
Well, I don't know that you'd have to motivated to the degree to say, well, if these people start reading Hebrew, they're going to become Jews. In fact, I think that they would use the Hebrew to graft onto their existing Christianity and bolster it, which is what I've seen.
And in fact, the cool thing is, like, and maybe this just was because it was the 90s and the 2000s when I was kind of in my 20s and my 30s or whatever. The cool thing was guys going to try and actually literally going to Hebrew school, trying to learn Hebrew, trying to learn Greek. Because here's the thing, if you're really honest with yourself, as which you're pointing out, and I think now Bruce is here or whatever, you get on the Bible Hub, you get on the logos, Paul even points this out. I mean, okay, wow, we've got translations all over the board. We've got commentaries from really smart, well-intentioned people where you're reading along and you're like, well, he says this, you're preparing a sermon, this person says this, and then this person says that. And you're like, oh my gosh, because because the sincerity is, I want to speak truth. Like, I want to share something truthful. So you're worried about, that's why I used to say a prayer before I ever preached. I'd say it out loud to everyone. Dear God, whatever I say that is true, let it remain in our hearts. And whatever I say that is untrue, please let it fall away. Because I knew I was an imperfect guy. Yeah. So when you get into that, you see, just go on Bible Hub, and anyone can do that. You're like, okay. And that's where you need to have, and I think you would go with this, Jacob, which is kind of at the end of the day, when you get above that and you don't get worried too much about some of this literal stuff, you can hopefully you're bringing truthful things forward.
Well, right? I think also there's a serious lack of scholasticism in the United States, Christians. And I don't mean that in a good way. I think that's a bad thing. I don't know the last time. There are very few times that you hear people. Friends here. Yeah, well, I understand. I actually think we need to be more scholastic, but I would say there are never sermons preached on the canon of Scripture. Very rarely. But see,
here's where I push back on that.
People don't know anything.
My wife belongs to something that's called Every Woman a Theologian. Bet Jacob loves that. Every woman a theologian and every man a theologian. Like the thing, and the thing is like, go out and be your own scholar. Figure this kind of stuff out. And I would say that people who actually get into the game and are serious, because most people are casual, and
Yep.
most people are casual. But once you try to really get into it, most people are absolutely on Bible Gateway, Bible Hub. They're doing the things that, because my wife has her friends, I know they're doing it. Like it's, I think it's very scholastic.
Well,
And
but
for
what
me,
I'm
the-
saying is you don't see. Also, another resource, as an aside, there's a great resource called Blue Letter Bible, which is amazing for this sort of Greek and Hebrew work. I think it's very simple old site, but it's really easy to navigate if you don't have logos.
I don't
yeah.
like the navigation. I find it very difficult,
It's
but
a little
I
archaic.
understand. Yeah.
It's a little archaic. It's old. It's been around since the early aughts, I think. What I'm saying is there's a lack of scholasticism and intellectualism in pulpits. And when I mean that, I'm saying
Good.
people, they're afraid to present difficult topics that are going to take a lot of time and effort on the position of the individual to do some work through the guidance of their shepherds, their fathers, their shepherds, their pastors. But they're afraid to present a difficult, intellectually stimulating topic from the pulpits. And I think that creates, see, when you don't have a frame that can combat intellectual arguments, which I believe are the arguments of the day from many of the non-believers, you can't talk. You're easily swayed, or you bury your head in the sand. You have to bring that to the forefront and give them the frame for this, and not shy away from difficult intellectual study. In fact, encourage it.
So I hear what you're saying, Bruce, and from the perspective of somebody who's in the Orthodox Church, we have about a 10-20 minute homily.
Yeah, I know that.
And really, when it comes to spiritual life for a lay person, it comes down to prayer, study, and almsgiving. And basically, that's the refrain that my priest says a lot: prayer and study and almsgiving. Like, this is what we all should be engaging in. And in the context of the liturgy, we say so many things. We almost say everything that could ever be said, and then we have like a 10-20 minute homily, which is generally going to be very, very broad and general, and it's not going to get into the meat, and then we have Bible studies. We have various other ministries where we do get into it for sure, but at least from the pulpit, I mean, you could read St. John Chrysostom's homilies.
I've got them right here.
Pretty
I've
deep.
got all of Chrysostom's homilies, and they are deep and rich.
Yes.
Very, very verbose.
He is kind of a unique guy.
In the East, he is.
In
the East,
history.
he is. Yeah. But they were not interested in watering down.
No, and
I
I
think
wouldn't say that's the case today with Orthodox.
Well, right.
Catholics
But the
as
thing
well.
is, like, you should be
But they're not
encouraging.
scholastic. They're not
I think
scholastic. I don't know if that's the right word for it. Maybe more.
I think
they're not scholasticists, right? It's
right,
not
like
mere
in the Aquinas
scholasticism.
sense.
I would say
But
what your critique is, and I would share the critique, is I was pretty much, well, Methodist Church was something different, but every other church I was engaged with for the most part was expository preaching. It would go through a whole book of the Bible verse by verse, right?
Mhm.
And so that's where I was at. And I like that, right?
Mhm.
Because it wasn't self-help Jesus, and we're going to do a 3-part series on U2 songs and talk, you know what I mean?
Right.
Like that's fun.
That's a large number of churches today. Yeah.
That's a large number of I agree. I agree with that. I mean, but if you want to put butts in the seats, have a great worship band.
Well, I mean, if you're concerned with
give them
nickels and
self-help
noses,
Jesus.
if you're concerned with nickels and noses, money and people, then sure, you're gonna have a broad sermon with broad application that doesn't really equip people for every good work. It just reinforces the shallow ideas they may already have, or presents a very small position. But I would say, like, you are correct. Study, prayer, and almsgiving. That's true. But you should be exhorting your flock to study. And when you study, it should be rigorous.
And see, here would be the thing. Here's the Orthodox answer to that. If you actually show up to the services Like if you read, you talk about ages, like I read the Orthros and Matins before I go in, I'll read that stuff. Like if you actually pay attention to it, there is so much theology. And by the way, you read basically the entire, if you read the lectionary, you read the entire New Testament in the year with except for Revelation. And then you read all of Genesis, Proverbs, and Isaiah during Lent, along with, and you're always reading the Psalms. Like the Psalms are ever present all week.
Yeah.
But what happens is you've got the 10 to 15 minute homily, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the other 2.5 hours that you're there,
Mm-hmm.
you are getting doctrine, you are getting theology, you're getting fully God, fully man, like this stuff, and it's coming to you. So if you go there and you pay attention,
Mm-hmm.
you're getting the whole of what you need to know, and deep concepts like fully God, fully man. Like, I mean, but it's done in ways that if you go to that, the fundamentals of the faith are imprinted in you.
Yeah, I totally agree that the fundamentals are there. But when you have someone like, no offense, Jacob, but when you have someone like Jacob, right, who comes, so in other words, everything's good in hunky-dory in the Orthodox Church until the third party shows up. And we'll just say Jacob's the third party in this case, right? We'll leave my Calvinism at the door because I'm the other third party.
Okay, we'll say Jacob's how far would it go? Well, Jacob's been to an Orthodox service, but
what I'm saying
many
is
words in before Jacob is like,
Okay,
what I'm saying is he comes up and then you have to have an account for that. You either dismiss it and get pious, or you address the arguments.
Okay, but you have to understand, it's against my religion to actually intrude and trespass.
I'm not saying
on
at
anyone.
the liturgy specifically. I'm saying in life.
Well,
when the third party shows up.
Well, in life, like, there's a reason why I can only, like, I have my channel, and in some aspects I feel compelled to be rude, is I am not trying to proselytize. It is against my religion.
It doesn't,
and
I'm not even proselytization.
No, but
right?
I want that to be clear. It is against my religion to proselytize.
Yeah, and I'm not even stating that. I'm just stating when you meet a person who seems to have a different worldview, there's not an answer for that necessarily from merely liturgical repetition that doesn't address the issues of the day.
Yeah, I would actually disagree with that, because here's the point. One of the things that Orthodoxy has an advantage of, at least for me, and by the way, this exists in Protestantism too. I'm not saying it doesn't. But when you're not tied to a fundamentalist literal view, and everything is kind of paradox and everything else, and it's giving you a phronema, a way of approaching the way to do it. Jacob comes in and wants to argue about this says this or that or whatever. We're like, oh, okay, great. Like it's not the same thing. Like you don't have to have this scholarly debate over the Torah and this because you're focused on the words and that's where you're at. It's an entirely different ball game that they're playing.
I think it's the same ball game. So in other words, in order to even do that,
Bruce, I'm telling you what my experience.
Claim, right?
I'm just telling you what my experience is. You can tell me what you think it is. I'm telling you what my lived experience is, and what the lived experience of Orthodox people are. They're not going to get, like, the point would be for us would be like, I would just see the phronemas. I'm not even going to get into a debate with your stuff, but that's great, wonderful. You can have that debate. I have my way. Like,
it's not a debate. It's not a debate. I'm not stating that you should. I'm not debating with you about how you should act with other people. But what I'm saying is, when you equip your flock to live in the world and their children to live in the world, and you're not in your circle all hours of the day, these issues arise, and there must be training and teaching that should transcend beyond the walls of your shared liturgical understanding and have an account for this.
And
yeah,
it's not.
So here's how
it's not even if encountering someone else. When a person is living their life, they are actually going to encounter questions and start having questions. And if they're having a serious engagement with their religion, it's normal to wrestle with God. And I think that's why we have to be intellectually rigorous, even if it's just And I'm going to tell Jacob's greatest hits again. One of my favorite stories. Rabbi Skobac got a phone call, and I haven't found out if it was a Roman Catholic or Eastern Orthodox monk, but he got a phone call from a cloistered monk. And the cloistered monk wanted Rabbi Skobac to come and see him at the monastery. And it was right down the street from Rabbi Skobac. He went to the monastery. He's in a cloistered monk's cell, and the monk says, "I want to convert to Judaism." And like, Rabbi Skobac is like, I don't understand, like, why? And he said that part of the discipline of the monastery was to read the entire book of Psalms every day. And so he read Psalm 119 every day. And it's 176 verses of how great the law is. And not one of them says, so that I know I can't keep it. And so he decided that he should convert to Judaism. This is a cloistered monk in his cell. So if you don't actually equip people to religiously understand and be active in their faith, they can go all kinds of places. It doesn't have to be Judaism. They may just lose faith completely.
And I agree with that entirely. And I think that is, so for example, like with my boys, I talked to them about this, which I said, listen, ask all the hard questions and don't accept the Sunday school answer. Because I said, here, if you're honest and you'll ask all the hard questions, I promise you're going to run smack dab into God. Okay. You're just, there's no other way around it. And so don't be afraid to ask those hard questions. I also equip them with, there are some high level things. There are some things, particularly when I was talking to my boys, just about the fact that all of a sudden out of some big bang, all this order was created down to, the fractal patterns and DNA and everything else. I mean, come on, that's insanity.
Right.
It's insanity. But yet people believe that stuff.
Oh yeah.
Like there's the chicken and the egg. So I gave them these things but they're going to have their own wrestle in their own time. And, I say all this to say, I've been called to spend my life in this studying the word, same way you have, Bruce, right?
I think that, I think, one of the things you brought up that's interesting is I'm a father, you're a father. We're teaching our children. I don't know if Tim's a father. I assume so. As a good Orthodox person, they probably have some children, unless there's something else going on. So, but think
yes,
about those who,
boys.
Right? Yes, amen. And so, imagine you have people in your church that don't have parents. Right? You have orphans, widows. You have people that don't have fathers. It's now the church's job to do that work.
Yeah.
No, absolutely. And so hopefully, and that happens. I mean, all the same stuff that goes on in a Protestant church is going on in an Orthodox church in different ways. There are Bible studies, and there are catechisms, and there's ongoing, like all that stuff is going on to equip. Like our priest gave a pretty good. He actually threw it. He doesn't talk about political things, but he talked about identity, Tim, and the confusion that's going on out in the world. Right. And the confusion that's going on in young people, and how we need to make sure that they understand who they are, and we don't give up to this confusion. And so he's actually gone into this, to the junior high and high school kids, and he started talking to them about these things. Yeah. Because you have to equip them with,
and that's what I mean. But far too often we have a tendency to state, well, these specifics are really easy to get hung up on. And so, we're not going to get too literal.
Because not everyone's made to be a scholar. We're weird nerds.
Okay. You're right.
So you've got to have all levels, right?
But
so like
you are right, but we are made to know and love our God.
And you do not have to be a biblical scholar to do that.
Can you give an example, Bruce?
What's that?
Are you talking like an example? Would an example be this issue with regard to translation, Psalm 22, verse 16?
This would be one great example as to why do we have the scriptures as we have them today, and why are they? And wait a second now. Did Jesus speak English? That's like, that might be one of the first questions as a
Obviously, you
child.
spoke Greek.
Yeah, wait, Greek, Aramaic. Wait, do people still speak Aramaic? What are we talking? See what I mean? Like, these questions arise almost immediately in early adolescence or early Christians. So that discussion is going to come up. It's going to come up, and you don't hand wave it in state.
I guess.
Well, here's the liturgy. Go through these practices. You're good to go.
You know, I think it's a matter of priority, in the sense that you have so many minutes, hours, depending on what the situation is, a week with people. In a monastery, it's going to be a very different kind of an interaction where they're together every day, embedded in liturgy and study continually. Now, if you have in the world, or with the people, it's a matter of priority. What is the priority? If you have 10 minutes, let's say in a Protestant church, you have an hour. What is the priority? What is the priority? And that's the judgment call they got to make, right?
Well,
so I think that the Orthodox, excuse me, Bruce, the Orthodox approach is going to be embed yourself in the tradition, and once you're awash in the tradition, then you have things to wrestle with. It gives you the things to wrestle with, and it generalizes life's problems, right? And then you have, by engaging in the tradition, you have all of these tools to engage with life. Now, that's not going to be giving you a lot of tools to talk about textual issues,
criticism,
right?
Yeah.
And so I'm with you. These are good things, but it's like you have to prioritize these things, depending on what's the most important thing to be getting across to people. I'm with you, man. But thanks for coming on, by the way. I like that you come on here ready to do battle.
Bruce is great. And so
I'm not trying to do battle. I just want to talk about the hard conversations,
But the life
same thing.
The life is, actually, I've heard it: pray, fast, and give alms, which is based out of the Sermon on the Mount, right? Because fasting, over half the year, you're fasting, right? And you get this, because this is what, if you talk to any Protestant pastor, what he really wants to do, particularly if he has a larger congregation, he wants to call people, he wants them to do the things. He wants them to start living the life.
That's right. Yeah. All of Christ for all of life.
And so, and I think the other thing, which is like we hear about the Great Commission, and it's not just to go out and proclaim the gospel, it's teach them
the ways I've taught you.
Do all that I've commanded. So it's this, what you're talking about, which is like, hey, we've got to teach our people. And a lot of it is how we live, like how we do things, why we do things this way, to walk alongside someone, to be there, not just for accountability. We love the accountability talk, but it's also the encouragement too. Yep. It's that whole, it's the encompassing lifestyle. And so what you see, what I think that I really like about what happens within Orthodoxy is the focus first starts with living the life. Now, the beautiful thing about that is, for those that are so inclined, I mean, you've got books upon books upon books upon books, and Maximus and this and that, and like stuff that's, even me, like I struggle to read some of this stuff, man. I got to read it 2 or 3 times just to get my head around it. Tim's smarter than me, so he can read Maximus and he just has it like that. But so it provides kind of all the levels, but, and then the other thing is, Bruce, because remember, we didn't have Bibles for most of Christianity. And so the thing is, if you go there, you are going to hear, just people weren't read, like even in the 1800s, very few people were literate, right? So the fact of the matter is that you get all of those scriptures. If you go to the services, you get all of those scriptures throughout the year. Yeah,
I do agree in some respect. I think that, I mean, we had.
So here's the question I had, which is, this is what happened in Russia. So Bibles were banned, right? The Bibles were banned. And the only thing they could do was do the liturgy. Okay. You know what was amazing about what Orthodoxy, like, take the Bible out of the Protestant church, take it out. Take the Bible out of the Protestant church. Okay?
There would be no church.
They were able to keep that thing going because the liturgy gave them everything. So as soon as the wall fell, churches exploded, and they didn't have to go out and reteach people because they had it.
Yeah,
that is one thing. Now again, and you know where I'm at in this, Bruce. My son is going to a Calvinist church, Jacob, and we've talked about some things about the theology, and we've, whatever, but that's where his friends are. And it's a neat group. And I'm just happy that my son's going to church. He's getting up at 24 years old on his own and is involved in church. So whatever. I'm not trying to get him into orthodoxy. I'm just happy that he's seeking God.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah. Yeah. Well, you can't, I mean, yeah.
How do you seek God in a
Bible out.
Calvinist church? Either you're elect or you're not.
He was.
It is far too late for that one. It's motivating to the believer. Yeah, I think the meditating on Scripture, memorizing Scripture, all of those things are the same things that we preach. In the event that the Bible were somehow banned and removed, we would have those people to rest on and continue to catechize our children, from our memory. So I don't know. I mean, I think that that's an interesting thought experiment, but that as of today, you could try and burn everything in the world and you would not remove the Bible. It's also been committed to many people's memory at this point. So, but I mean, I think that you have a real burden as a teacher to actually teach and exhort all people to continue to grow in their knowledge and love of God. And so that should get out of the walls of the church. But, Sunday morning, like that should be motivating for the believer. Sorry, Tim. That should be motivating for the believer, and convicting to the non-believer. So I think that ideally, if you have 10 minutes or you have an hour, you have 2 hours, you should be giving people as much exhortation to make more time. And so all of your life, from family to work to all the things, should be for Christ. And so
where you can come together as a community and actually ascend into heaven to the mystical table and eat the body and the blood of Christ that's being offered to him at the Last Supper in one common union and worship. So that's your 3 hours to come together as a community to worship God and recite prayers together with one mind, one heart, one accord. And all those other hours of the week, you do all that other stuff.
Okay, I have to say this now. Father Stephen DeYoung, Father Stephen DeYoung, Father Stephen DeYoung. If you're listening, right now is a perfect time for you to come and tell your story you told me. But that's all I'm going to say.
You did say 3 times. He has to come on.
Sorry, Tim.
No, I would say this. No, I was going to ask. Go ahead.
Please. I was just going to ask Bruce. Do you have a role in your church, a teaching role?
Yes, I'm an elder.
Okay. Can you tell me about that? Like, what does that entail, and how do you do that?
So it entails many things. It's all the way from preparing a sermon for Sunday morning preaching, to helping with any other potential counselings that would occur with members, prayer, service opportunities. As far as we're concerned in our church, pastor and elder are interchangeable terms.
How big is your church?
Membership is different than attendance, but 50.
I know
that's a great size. That's a great size, Bruce.
That does make it much more practical to do the kind of thing you're talking about.
How many elders and deacons? Sorry, I'm just really interested in the setup.
Say 5 elders and I think technically 10 deacons.
Dang, so you guys are like 50% clergy.
well, 50 people. So 50 people. That's not 50 families. That's
right. There's 50 people total. So you have children in that number, of course.
Okay.
Wait, we count women and children. Wait, women and children don't count, Bruce.
They do for us. We're Credo Baptist, but I like to say, although some people would ruffle at this, I'm a Baptist, but I live in my household and my family like I'm a Presbyterian. So my children are. I'm
an evangelical. Faith. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, I'm a strong believer in maintaining the hope and promise for my children in my home. But yeah, so we have a lot of responsibility. Hosting a number of midweek gatherings, Dinner at my house pretty regularly.
That's awesome.
Basically, my entire life revolves around my church and my family, and work is something I do to make a living.
So when Bruce talks about this stuff, he's talking from experience about, this is how you do it.
Bruce is a sold out guy.
This is what I love to do. It's motivating. It's difficult. I'm hardly perfect in this pursuit. I'm wretched, like Paul says, right? But what else should I be doing? Is what the question I always say when I look in the mirror. What else would you want? Why would you want to do anything else?
So you say you prepare sermons for Sunday. So do you have like a head pastor, or are you like switching off on your sermons,
so in the days that he's like maybe he's sick, busy, has to go travel and see a sick mother or sick father or something like that, he'll do that.
Are you doing visitations of sick as well?
I haven't in recent times, but I have.
You guys don't do anointing of the sick, do you?
Not with oil specifically, no.
Okay.
I mean, I think that that's not neither here nor there. I'm not. I don't hold out like that you should not do that, but it's not something that we prescribe. In other words,
how often do you do communion?
Yeah, it's monthly. I would like it to be weekly.
That's a lot.
But it's monthly. Yeah, I'd like it to be weekly. But also, we treat communion as though I think it was instituted. So every month, it's not only communion; it's a giant meal and feast every month. So that's how we treat it.
I approve.
I'd like to do it weekly, though. Honestly, I'd love to have a weekly feast and meal. And that's something we're working on. It's something we might change.
While we're comparing and contrasting traditions, so in the Orthodox Church we have we call it coffee hour. But
I'm aware of it. Yeah.
Right, and it just goes way back to,
it's after the liturgy, right?
Yeah, and it depends on from parish to parish what it is exactly. I mean, it's not generally intended to be like a full-on meal, but it can be depending on who's hosting it. But it's universal. It seems
right.
As far as I know, all Orthodox churches every Sunday we have basically a meal together.
Yeah, I think that's great.
We do a meal every week after the liturgy, and like you said, it depends which family's hosting it. Now the Antiochians, the Syrians, Jacob, they break out some food, man.
I gotta say, the Russian food, the Russian churches I've been to, subpar when it comes to the meal.
I would say
really funny.
I'm throwing
baseball stuff from Orthodoxy.
The one thing Protestants do very well is community and meals and really getting really close with one another. Like if someone's sick, the people are at the home. There's
babies born, baptisms, all that. They're huge events around. And it's funny you say. I know a lot about Orthodoxy. I'm very close friends with Greek Orthodox, and every Thursday I have a men's cigar meeting that's ecumenical.
That's right. Yeah. Where are you at?
I'm in Maryland on the Eastern Shore.
Okay, so I remember you talking
Orthodox
about
there.
that. So a close friend of our parish, Father Dean, was the priest of he's a priest monk, is a priest of the cathedral in Baltimore. And I wondered if there was a connection there.
Nah. We're I don't know. Where do you live again, Tim?
I'm in California.
Okay, so we would be like we're so different than Baltimore area. It would be like the difference between LA and San Francisco.
Okay.
Not in terms of distance, but culture.
Yeah.
It's so much different. But I'm sure the Orthodox guys know him because they tend to. There's only a few parishes even close by, Antiochian and Ukrainian and Greek, but many of them travel all over. And they've probably met him, or at least
Father Dean is close with many people in our church. He has now been elected a bishop.
Are you guys OCA?
No, Greek Orthodox.
Oh, okay. So the priest that my buddy goes to, his last name is Parcells. He's the IT and website admin for all of OCA as well.
Okay.
So he's relatively connected to the OCA as far, and it's a small area. So he's kind of like a big wig as far as that goes. But there's a really interesting dynamic here. There's a new Antiochian church that just started. But I've gotten to know them really well. I've been to their services. I'm actually having their priest over very soon for he and I to have a very long conversation. just he and I, because I want.
Dude, I wish I was in
Oh,
Maryland. I would totally go to this thing. This is awesome.
Yeah, it's fun. It gets heated sometimes, man, and but
I can't imagine
a
why.
lot of times. Until recent months, I've had a real lack of Reformed folks come out. So for many months, it was me sitting there with a bunch of Orthodox Christians, and I'm just constantly playing,
You're
Aikido.
You're like Nacho and Esqueleto when the little like devil guys come
Yeah.
and they're like
Well,
outnumbered.
It's just like a constant like trying to be charitable and then just grabbing arrows as they're thrown at me and then attempting to toss them back at times. But we all love each other.
This sounds like your idea of like this is your playing volleyball or whatever, like with the boys is getting together with you guys, and
it's like jujitsu.
There you go.
But
do you do jujitsu?
I did. Yeah, I hurt my Achilles horribly bad last year, and so I haven't done it in a while. In 6 months. But I wish some Jews would show up, but there's like none here.
Well, okay. It's first of all, it's against our religion. Like we don't do interfaith dialogue. This is what I have to explain to people.
Yeah, but it's not positioned that way. This is just a bar.
So we're talking about wrestling, Jacob.
It's just a bar.
No Orthodox Jew is going to walk into
It's just
a
chatting
bar.
in a cigar room. It's just chatting.
No, you're not going to get Orthodox Jews, but you may get some. There's a Reform synagogue not far from here. I should go meet some of them.
Don't even waste your time.
Yeah, actually, I was actually going to ask you about them. Be curious if you knew this sect and what their positions are.
Oh, yes.
Give me a second. It's a Jewish community center, which already tells you what you need to know, probably. Temple B'nai Israel is Reformed synagogue.
I'm guessing the rabbi went to Hebrew Union College.
It's I don't know about him actually. Their rabbi is Connecticut rabbi in Pennsylvania, Texas, graduated from Hebrew Union College, Jewish Institute of Religion in Cincinnati.
Yep, Hebrew Union College. So to explain what Reform Judaism is, I only know a little. Yeah, go ahead. About 200 years ago in Germany, a bunch of people decided that they really liked the Protestant Reformation and that Judaism needed a Reformation like the Protestant Reformation, and they started what became Reform Judaism. And in the United States, there was almost no Orthodox Judaism whatsoever. So basically, Reform Judaism existed in Germany and in the United States. And the first graduating class of HUC, Hebrew Union College, they served frogs' legs and yeah, exactly. And half of the faculty apparently got angry and they split into Reform and Conservative because the Reform people were like, yeah, we don't actually believe in Judaism and we're going to say it loudly. And
contextualize frog legs for me, Jacob.
What?
Can you contextualize frog legs, the significance of that?
It's Orthodox about as not kosher as any. Yeah. No, it's not just that the food wasn't kosher. Obviously, the food wasn't going to be kosher. It was deliberately not kosher.
Yeah, you might as well just serve bacon.
So the menu for what is called the treif banquet, which is the treif means not kosher. You can look up the treif banquet. It's a thing. The menu.
I do not like this, Jacob. I don't like this at all.
Has he said that he would come meet you at the bar, Bruce, and smoke some cigars? I would love it.
It would be so much fun, man. There's a Reconstructionist congregation here as well, I believe.
Oh God.
So those are the two Jewish congregations here.
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to get Baltimore is like the epicenter of Orthodox Judaism, one of the epicenters of Orthodox Judaism in the entirety of the world, actually.
Really?
Yeah. Lithuanian, the Ner Yisrael yeshiva is like the seminary for Lithuanian Jews, which is in ultra Orthodox Judaism, Haredi Judaism. There's the Lithuanians and the Hasidim. The
Mhm.
Lithuanians are based out of whatchamacallit, out
Baltimore?
of Baltimore. Yeah, never
I
saw.
saw. I've seen the other day. I saw, and this is the first one I've seen since I've lived here, been back here. I saw an Orthodox Jew at the gas station with the tzitzit and the kippah and his curls. But I never ever see any others. Being in New York, I used to see them all the time. I used to hang out and I love them. And Hasidim too. But
Yeah, so conservative broke off from reform in that they were less willing to publicly announce that they don't believe in Judaism. And Reconstructionist actually came out of reform and conservative in that they wanted a more rigorous atheism. And I'm not joking about the atheism. Like Max, who's one of the guys on my server, likes to post this video he has of the rabbi from the synagogue he went to when he was a kid talking. So he was a conservative rabbi who had gone to JTS, and he was talking to a reform rabbit who was going to who had gone to HUC, and so the rabbit from HUC says, yeah, I think over 90% of my classmates didn't believe in God. And the guy from JTS says, yeah, that's probably right about JTS as well.
that's unfortunately true about many seminaries in the U.S. on the Christian side too.
The main line, yeah.
Yeah, I mean even the quote unquote like biblical, schools.
I mean, just like seminaries in the United States are just, I mean, they're just all over the map.
Yeah.
I mean, you can get any flavor you want.
As far as Reform seminaries go, they're few and far between. As far as Orthodoxy is concerned, I mean, I'm not sure.
But I mean, Fuller. I mean, man, there are a lot of Reformed.
I guess I'm saying as compared. Well, first of all, they're definitely not confessional or 5-point Calvinists and the like, or preaching the full doctrines of grace. But they, at a certain point, they were all confessional Calvinists in the early stages of the United States seminaries. So it's interesting how things have really kind of watered down in the U.S. But we're just as small as the Orthodox president in the U.S. as far as I'm concerned.
Watered down 3-point Calvinists.
I have
you're
two
5 or
questions for you,
0.
Bruce.
You're 5 or 0. I don't really, because they all build on each other.
Is your church open table or closed table?
Closed.
Okay. And how do you enforce that? So only someone who's actually a member of your church is allowed to come to communion?
It's a little more discerning than that. There's members of the church that are allowed to come to communion, of course, unless, of course, you're under church discipline. That would be a reason that they would be fenced.
Okay.
Or if you are a visitor, we don't state that you cannot, but we give a preface to state that if you are taking this unworthily, you are in a bad spot, or drinking judgment upon yourself. So we present it that way.
I've never heard of this within Protestantism.
It's pretty common in Reformed theology. So in other words, you have the fence table. So you have the table, the communion table, and the ordinances in the Baptist church or the sacrament is handed out. You don't give it to people that are non-believers that you know of. That are in church discipline. So in other words, they're an unrepentant sinner and they won't repent, yet they're still attending service. No. And the third is we, in some Reformed would be like, no, you must be a confessional member, but that's a little more rare today. The other would say, if you're taking this is what you're doing, and we're very clear about it. But it's common. Yeah, there you go. It's common for Lutheranism, Catholicism, etc. Obviously, if you're visiting and you don't tell anyone, I'm not a believer, and you just take it, then that's something we can't prevent. That's a judgment that we have to. So then there's a whole children's thing. And in many Reformed churches, they would say no to children, okay, which is definitely different than Orthodoxy. There's only a small number of Reformed churches in the U.S. that even, and Doug Wilson's church is a pedo communion church, actually. It's interesting. But yeah, we would say there's an age of accountability that many Presbyterian Reformed or other Reforms have for children. And then there's baptism for us, right? So you have baptism and communion. So you are baptized, and you can take communion. So that's how we do it.
Just as a compare and contrast, in Orthodoxy, there's some variations in how that's done, as far as how restrictive. I mean, obviously, only baptized charismatic Orthodox Christians are in good standing with the church may, but how that gets worked out in practice varies from place to place. So in the Russian tradition, at this point, and I think that even in the Greek tradition at some points in history, in the Russian tradition, they have to have essentially a 1-to-1 ratio of confessions to communion.
So you have to do whatever the confession in their case is. That's weekly, right? But for other,
it could be. Ideally, it would be. Ideally,
right.
if you're living it fully, but in commonly it wouldn't be. It would be you do a confession when you get to it, and you do a communion. But it is basically the whole spectrum from that to people who probably never went to confession were receiving communion all the time in some practices. So there's variations in that. So just as a
right, I think traditional Catholicism had that too. Had you not been going to confession, you're not going to be allowed communion. In some Catholic churches.
Second question. What is your view of salvation in terms of, if somebody doesn't believe my exact thing, they're all going to hell, or we don't know anybody outside my church, but inside my church, I know that they're going to heaven, or like, how strict is your theology of, I guess it's called soteriology?
Yeah. I no, so I don't hold that non-Baptists are not going to heaven. I actually believe that there are even Arminians that will go to heaven, Pentecostals and other. There are people that are saved, ultimately that are not.
What about the Eastern Orthodox?
In the Eastern Orthodox tradition, is very hard for me to say yes to that. I would say that it is possible for sure that there are people that are going to heaven in the Eastern Orthodox Church.
Why is it difficult for you?
I think there's a tendency for Eastern Orthodoxy to place works above faith. Mm-hmm. And if someone's participating in the liturgy without saving faith, that's not salvific. And so that would be the distinction.
But that sounds like a tendency. You're pointing out a tendency, you said, and then saying that it's hard for you to say that Orthodox Christians in general would be saved? Or are you just talking about like an individual basis, like some of them do more, so it's about the priority in terms of belief between the two?
Well, for instance, I would say, like, if someone is convinced of the gospel as it is written, yet they live in a town where only the Orthodox Church exists, that person who has saving faith is indeed saved, yet they go through the liturgy.
What about a guy who, let's say, just asking for a friend, was a Protestant minister and then converted to being Eastern Orthodox?
Good question, Jacob.
Not thinking of anyone in particular, Lance.
Well, I would state that do they believe that they are saved by grace through faith?
I don't know, Lance. Do they?
Of course. So here's the deal. To think that Orthodox, to somehow say that they would only believe that it's through works, of course not. It's by grace. If you spend any time reading the patristic fathers and everything else, we totally get that, right? Of course it's there, but we absolutely, you can't also get away from those places. And Jesus spent so much time. What are the sheep and the goats about? What does he say it's going to come down to? Those who were in action and fed the poor and gave them clothes and showed hospitality. I mean, coming right out of the gate. And so that would be my thing, which would be, as we would come into this, is this stuff is married together. Make
Hang on
no
a second,
mistake
Bruce.
about it.
But Lance, that he was just talking to the Jews.
You think, right?
I'm kidding.
Right.
That was what Father
So
Stephen's
I-
point last week.
And I know,
So-
you're saying that, Bruce. Like, I think you're putting a bit of a caricature there. So I guess what you would be saying is this, and I think this would be it. If someone was purely culturally orthodox and did not believe that Christ was resurrected, I mean, truly somebody who's just going
Yeah.
to the church and doing the things.
Mm-hmm.
I think if you paid it all, like particularly if you get into Holy Week about the repentance and everything else, Tim, correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, orthodoxy would teach you're putting yourself in a very perilous place. Would you agree with that, Tim?
Yes.
Yeah, I know that. I know. I totally agree that is the case even in our church too.
Absolutely.
There are people, yeah.
Absolutely. And I
Mhm.
also know, here's the other thing I know about you, Bruce. I'm not going to caricature you, right? Because any genuine faith absolutely produces a transformation which produces good works.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah. Well, yeah. And we just articulated in such a way that states the nature of God, the unchanging nature of God, secures the saved. And so there's distinctions in the theology. But as far as what it looks like, very similar, if not the same.
And in Orthodoxy, it's one full movement of it's starting in the incarnation, which is starting the moment of time to where you're starting to see creation being healed in Chronos, right? Throughout his life, through his crucifixion, descent, resurrection, going up to heaven, and then descending by the Father of the Holy Spirit, right? All of these things are one. Are full and complete movement of Christ's salvation of all of creation.
Yeah, that's where we disagree. Because if it's salvation of all of creation and there's some that can lose it.
Correct me if I'm
Yeah.
saying you think I'm saying anything wrong, Tim.
I would, it's all of those who are saved for sure. All of creation, that's yet to be seen as far as I can tell. Like all of creation will be.
And I don't mean that in
but-
terms of the possibility. Now, I'm not trying to make a universalist statement with that.
It's hard not to, but I understand what you're saying. But I mean, it does. I could see where that's
You know,
easily
it's
made.
like so I'm trying not to make a. Now, I know Father DeYoung disagrees with me on this. I
Mhm.
tend to be someone who believes that when in the end God says he's going to be all in all, and in Romans when he said all were disobedient, so he might have mercy on all, when I start reading all of those things together, I tend to be persuaded towards something that looks like an apokatastasis. Now, in the end, because of free will, like Father or Bishop Callistos Ware would say, can we say that someone's not going to continue to keep themselves the door locked from the inside, like C.S. Lewis? We can't say that. But I would say what I'm saying, I don't think what I'm saying is the predominant Orthodox view. It's allowed. The predominant Orthodox view is that, well, I would, and again, Tim, correct me on this. I think the predominant Orthodox view is there is going to be some sort of eternal separation, but there's not some grand description of what that's going to be. Terms like outer darkness, the terms about not being watchful when the bridegroom comes and you don't have your lamp lit, your oil ready, you're not attentive towards the
wrath
Lord
that comes from the face of God.
Yeah, so
I mean the eternal justice that maintains the unchanging God, right? There's
and I believe in all that. The question is whether or not Ionios is for an age or everlasting. To me, I think there are some questions about the purgatorial nature of that and kind of where that would happen. And I know that's where we would definitely have a breaking off point, Bruce. Hebrews, right? Because I
Yeah.
clearly did in mainly my evangelical Protestantism.
Yeah. But I would state
Is
that I
that-
believe the vast majority of creation will be saved, of the image bearers. I believe that's true.
Well, and when we're talking about creation, we're talking about the cosmos.
How could that be
too.
when most Christians are Catholic and Orthodox?
Well, number one, I believe we're still in the early church. So we're not in the end of days. So we have a long way to go.
You'll outnumber
as
us
Christendom.
eventually.
What's that?
You'll outnumber us eventually.
True believers will, as Christendom unfolds. Yeah, for sure. As dominion continues to grow. So the descendants of Abraham will be more than the stars in the sky, right? The sand on the shore. So that's how I see that. That's why I can confidently say that the majority of people will be in heaven.
And that means that history to this point has been a drop in the bucket.
Correct. I mean, I believe that's true. I truly think that we are indeed, people call the early church, up to what, we'll say 700, 800 AD. No, I think we're still in the early church.
So like the evolutionist, if we just give you enough time, you'll be able to get your numbers up.
Well, I'm not, God's getting his numbers
I'm
up,
just
right?
having fun, Bruce. I'm just
Yeah.
having fun.
Yeah.
That was-
God gets his numbers up.
Normally I make these smart ass comments
There's-
in the chat box.
Yeah, there's no I don't have a date or something along those. I'm not going that direction, but I'm just stating that Christians need to take that seriously and take dominion, and they will. They just need to understand they need to do that now.
And Jacob's just like the disciples after they saw the resurrected Christ at the beginning of the Acts, and they say, "Okay, now Jesus, you're gonna go kick out the Romans," and he's like, "No, just go pray in the room, and I'll send the Spirit." So he's still waiting for him to kick out the Romans and bring the.
I have said many times, if Jesus comes and eats fish with me, and I can touch the wounds in his side, I will totally convert.
So what's funny is
Awesome.
so
And then
so
what,
right after-
what the confession is,
What do you mean?
the Lord and the God of me.
I doubt very much anybody else said that.
I like that right after we came through Holy Week and Pascha or whatever, the Sunday afterwards, we always have it's the Sunday of St. Thomas, doubting Thomas or whatever. And he gets a bad rap being a doubter. I
Yeah.
mean, come on,
Yeah,
You
I
know.
know they call
Yeah,
him
they
doubting
gotta slain
Thomas,
him.
but the Catholics put Peter on the cornerstone. It's like, wait a second, Simon
So,
Peter.
we
Mr.
can cut
Denier?
Thomas. We can cut Thomas some
We
slack.
Yeah,
cut
Peter-
Thomas slack. We cut
yeah.
Peter slack.
Yeah.
I
I
don't
agree.
I don't understand what's wrong with Thomas's position. I think everybody
Exactly.
should hold.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Fair enough.
Well, in a way,
you know
everyone
that
has that
Thomas
problem.
is the only human being in the Gospels that calls Jesus God.
Well, I mean, yes and no. The disciples call him the Lord, right? You know all
Exactly.
things, right?
They never call
So,
him, yes.
Maybe they'll call him Yahweh.
But
Is that what you mean?
The point being,
Or Jehovah?
the point being that Thomas's confession goes beyond any of the others at that point.
Mhm. Yeah, I understand that. I do think we have a tendency, though, to over spiritualize that idea and bring it into this, like, oh, you're good. I know you had a hard time, but no. The message is to repent and stop, not get there eventually. No.
How do you mean? I didn't follow.
So what I mean, we have this sort of like easy path to righteousness. If you're coming along, it's all right. I know where you are. It'll work. It's just I know you got some doubts. Just try and work it out.
Oh, I see.
No. The answer is to repent and turn.
But
Absolutely.
Thomas, the other apostles had seen Jesus, and then Thomas hadn't seen Jesus, so they believed after they saw him. Thomas just didn't see him yet,
Mhm.
and so he's like, "I'm not going to believe till I see him." And then he did see him,
Yeah,
and then
yeah,
he says
I
he's the only person in all of the Gospels that calls Jesus God.
I see what you're saying.
And then Jesus says, "You believe because you have seen me. Blessed are those who believe and not see me."
Mm-hmm.
And so, I mean, there's a lot there, but I mean, I'm not cutting Thomas slack. I think he's like.
I'm not
actually
saying
admirable.
you are, or no, I'm not saying you are. I just think that that's a tendency when we take those.
Yeah, for sure.
those
Well, I think
pieces
it's a
of that.
tendency for people to call him doubting Thomas, and I think that's unwarranted. And like, I don't get
Right.
that.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's an aphorism cliche that became, as an epithet or like a pejorative to people, like, oh, you're not a true believer, you're a doubting Thomas. It's that kind of thing happens all the time.
Yeah.
But I definitely don't like the mamby-pamby gospel where they sort of give people this, like, I don't know, try Jesus out, try it out. That's what Rick Warren said. Like, what a feckless loser that was.
Have you been to the West Coast, Bruce?
Yeah.
Just call him a feckless loser.
Yeah,
What?
come on, dude.
Oh,
yeah. Try Jesus out. Just try him out. Try it. What are you doing? It's crazy town. I don't know.
David
Why
or
did they kick
Jacob
him out of
called
the
you a
SBC earlier?
blasphemer.
I
He
don't know.
really likes your style, Bruce. That's why he likes to have you on.
Oh,
I
it's so
offered
weird.
him an admin's like
This is
I
great
know you
TV.
did.
I gotta say.
I want Bruce to be doing just chatting streams. I would love.
It's
for
so
him
hard to have time. As it is, I'm
Yeah.
up way late than I should be.
Well, that's also because
But
you
yeah, I've
have
been
this
to West
Calvinist fetish too, Jacob. So
Oh, I love Calvinists. Calvin may be one of my favorite mass murderers in all of history.
Okay. Listen, Luther had problems too. Everyone had problems. I get it. We all had problems. Yeah, I lived in Seattle for 10 years, actually.
Oh, okay.
Right after the Mars Hill explosion.
Oh, so you
Which
haven't
was
been
cool.
on the East Coast out. So how long have you been?
Well,
on the East
no, I'm from Long Island.
Oh,
I grew up
okay,
over
okay.
here and went over there for
Gotcha.
10 years, and now I'm back.
Oh, okay.
I even was in
Gotcha.
LA for a short period of time.
So you were at Mars Hill?
No, I was never there. No,
Okay.
but I knew people in that whole crew. I was like, it actually, like, for the longest time, I was saved in college. I was 19 when I was baptized. Again, I was technically christened as a baby in the Catholic Church. For Italian Long Island people, they you got to go to the Catholic Church. But
And don't
yeah.
don't sell yourself short on that. That was a important thing in your life, from my perspective.
yeah, I mean, sprinkling babies definitely gets them clean.
Yes. Yes.
I made a confession of faith at 19, but I was in the like big modern, like CCM world, Christian contemporary music, like that whole thing.
Okay.
And then I slowly began to continue to study and read and learn more about my faith.
Was that
that
was before you went to Seattle?
No, during Seattle, I was also in that same crew. Like at that point, I was really getting into like mega productions. So I was doing like, as a guitar player and a worship leader, I was in these huge churches, like thousands of people, and that was wild.
You've come a long way from that.
Yeah, I for sure. Yeah, I have. It's definitely. I think there are some wonderful people in those crews, but it's just not for me anymore. I think it's watered down. So,
Welcome, Justin.
Hi.
Hello, Justin. I don't know you. Hello. Are you? Is he a familiar? Or Justin is Justin a familiar face around here?
No, he's a familiar face in Los Angeles because
Okay.
he is a famous filmmaker.
Why?
oh, great.
Not famous.
he teaches at Biola.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Yeah, I have no idea what I'm doing. This is my first time. Jacob just texted, said hop on, so I don't know.
I'm so glad you joined us.
I don't know what you guys are talking about or anything, so I'll just listen.
We're talking
Oh,
about
we're
Bruce's
talking about
life
church and
story.
stuff. No, I do need to go in the next few minutes.
Okay.
It's 12:30
thanks
over here.
Thanks for coming, man. I really appreciate
yeah.
it. It's awesome.
Yeah, but I
It's good
wasn't
to chat
always
with you, Bruce.
always a Calvinist Reformed Christian. It was definitely in the past 5 years or so.
Did you go to? Did you get an MDiv or anything? Did you go to Bible college or?
Nope. I went to college for music, and I'm a software developer for a living. I just love punishment, and so I
Next time we'll talk about
listen to seminary.
AI.
Oh yeah. I call it's skip logic. That's all it is. It's if
Skip
then
logic.
statements.
Oh.
It's very complex machine learning models. But it is interesting. AI is a wild topic.
We could
But-
talk about engineering next time too.
Oh, is that what you do, Tim?
I'm a mechanical, yeah,
Oh, mechanical engineer. Yeah, you're
product
much cooler than
development
I am.
engineer. And no, the software guy, the computer science guys were always the ones that were like the most overcompensating in terms of like you know, dressing the most stylish and everything, and like, I'm not a nerd, I promise.
Yeah, that's not well. Maybe later in college, the CS guys were like clearly the CS guys. None of them had any sleep. They lived on Mountain Dew and they never showered. You know, it was just
are you a Linux guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
I always was in high school too.
Mark
But music
Lefevre helped
was
me fix my
thing, man.
computer the other day, Jacob.
Did he?
Yeah,
Well, I know
I was
Mark
having
very
some
well.
boot problems. But anyway.
Oh, cool. Mark's
about
great.
that.
He's wild.
Yes.
He's gonna come up here on this direction sometime in May, and I think I'm gonna hopefully give him a place to stay for a night.
So, did you play an instrument? Did you sing? What did you do in music?
I studied saxophone studies and operatic studies.
Opera. Wow.
So I did both vocal studies as a baritone,
Maybe I can
tenor too at the time.
ask you
now
for
I'm
some singing
playing the
lessons
bass.
next time too.
Yeah.
Saxophone may be it is definitely one of my favorite instruments. I think it's beautiful.
It's the best. I started at fourth grade, so was I 9 years old at the time, and I went and I haven't played sax a couple of years. I play guitar all the time, you know. But yeah, I love it, man. I love it.
Cool.
Music is. I've got music all over my arms.
Oh yeah.
My kids are all named
Bruce
after
is a
musicians.
Renaissance man. He is a man of many talents.
Yeah.
Cool, man.
I guess
You
getting
are.
to sleep on time is not one of those.
Thanks
Anyway,
for
I
joining,
really
man.
hope to talk to all you guys soon. It's great.
Yeah. Thanks, dude.
Sorry I had to leave, Justin.
Nice to meet you.
You too.
Take it easy, man.
So, Justin, Tim is the host of this Bible study. It's Greek Bible study. And Lance is one of our regulars. And Justin, I met through John Van Donk. He came to an estuary meeting, and we are trying to start an estuary here in Los Angeles. So on Saturday, we went, Andrew, Justin, and I went and had dinner, and then we went to Vespers and, the Hebrew is Tushbacha, I forget how they say it in Arabic, which is a praise service at the local Coptic church, and we got a pretty nice tour. It was, apparently the progenitor of Neo-Coptic iconography, Professor Isaac Finus, did all of their icons. So, like, their church is basically a museum. So it was interesting. So,
Yeah, it was really amazing to see. You know, I mean, it was. You obviously know more about that stuff than I do, but yeah, they had a reliquary, you know, and then they showed us the church. It was kind of funny because it was like a whisper tour because they were still doing the service next door, and so he was like, and this icon, you know, he's like whispering to us. It was funny.
Cool, man. And so this is the church that Andrew goes to?
Yeah.
Nice.
And it's like in the center of the Orthodox Jewish, like it's smack dab in the center of the Orthodox Jewish community in Los Angeles.
Wow. Huh. So Justin, how do you what's your connection here?
Well, like I said, I went, you know, I know John Van Donk.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, okay.
Because I go to his estuary out in his estuary, which is, you know, the group of people talking. I'm sure you guys know what an estuary is.
Yeah, I'm a member in Sacramento. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And I know John, I know Paul Vanderklay as well. I happened to be in Europe working on a movie when they did a festival in Germany. And so I met them in this festival in Germany and hung out with a bunch of German and Dutch and Austrian guys,
Oh, neat.
you know, that wanted to hear Paul Vanderklay speak, you know, talk to them. And, you know, so I've been around. I've been up when I was working in San Francisco one time. The two of them were at Paul Vanderklay's church. So I swung by there and saw Paul's little church that he has, you know, and so, you know, I've kind of been bouncing around, you know, the different people in this little world.
Are you CRC?
No. No, I'm PCA.
Okay.
And Justin's going to be at Chino, so I don't know who's Lance. Are you coming? Are you coming, Tim?
There's like a slim
Can't make that.
possibility I might be able to make it, and if I do, I'm camping, so that'll be.
If I lived as close as Tim, I absolutely wouldn't miss it. I don't know what his problem is, but I can't make it out then.
I got two little problems: a 6-year-old problem and a 9-year-old problem. So.
Will you be camping with him?
No, I
Oh.
no camping. There's a group. Yeah, of course you know, but
Yeah.
no, I wouldn't bring the kids with me. That's my problem.
Right.
I told Grim that my kids don't want me to camp with him.
Okay. Cool.
So you're you went to school at Biola? Is that what you said?
No, I just teach I just teach a little documentary class there.
I teach there.
Every,
Okay.
every now and then I'll adjunct teach a class. You know, keeps me fresh. You know, I'm developing. I've done nonfiction before. I've done philosophy and film. I've done you know, cinematography. You know, occasionally. And I'm developing a course now on the 7 basic plots. And seeing if that works as like a writing way to get into writing. You know, the 7 basic plots, 7 plot archetypes.
Oh, interesting. Is that the 7 basic plots? Is that intended to be 7 categories of way stories can go, and then?
Yeah, I mean, you've probably heard before. It's like some people go by the monomyth. You know, they go by that there's only one story, and then there's a theory out there that there's 7. You know, and I like that a little bit better, because for me, the more I kind of group the stories into the 7 types, the more I can kind of see like what each story is for. You know, like some stories are more for when you're young. You know, like Rags to Riches is more of a coming of age story. You know, you go from pure potential to competence in the world. But then like Rebirth and Quest are more like middle life or end of life stories. You know, and you can, not always, but you can kind of like put them on a little map of the whole human life. You know, the whole life cycle. You know, all 7. So that's kind of my contribution, I guess, to the field, is putting them on the 2 mountains, the mountain of legacy and the mountain of success is the first mountain, and then the mountain of legacy. So you're trying to climb up the mountain of success, and then there's a valley in between, and then the end of your life, you're thinking about your legacy, you're thinking about how to pass things on. So Quest and Rebirth sort of belong on the 2nd mountain. You know, so I'm just kind of exploring it, going through the plots and just trying to figure it out for myself. And, you know, I'll turn it into a class and see if it helps. You know, like the first half of the class will be learning the 7 plots, and then the second half will be everyone chooses one and writes the story, and then we kind of look at how it works. You know, how it turns out.
So one of the orthobro things that I did when I first became Orthodox is I devoured all of Tarkovsky's films. And do you have any exposure to Tarkovsky?
Yes. Tarkovsky's a classic in the slow cinema genre or contemplative film genre, and I really love Andrei Rublev. I haven't seen all of Tarkovsky's stuff, but I do like his style, and he's you know, what they would consider more non-narrative, in the sense that you actually have to break the narrative conventions in order to put people in a contemplative posture. So the way we talk about it, and this is based off of Transcendental Style by Paul Schrader, screenwriter for Martin Scorsese. He kind of like outlined this sense of what slow cinema is, and it's basically guiding the person through a meditative process, which is different than a narrative, than watching a narrative, you know. And so it's supposed to create more of an active, weirdly enough, even though it's so slow, you're supposed to be a little bit more active in viewing it. In your mind should be a little bit more active in kind of like exploring or being guided through the different moods and processes of the piece, you know. So I love that. Yeah.
Have you read Sculpting in Time?
Sculpting in Time?
Sculpting in Time is Tarkovsky's book.
Right. I have not read. I've read portions of it, but not the whole thing.
Did you call that slow narrative? Is that the term you used?
It's slow cinema or contemplative.
Slow cinema.
Yeah.
That'd be a way that I would describe the way Orthodoxy approaches things versus
Yeah.
trying to give you the narrative versus putting you in it. Yeah.
And there's an Iranian director, forgot the guy's name. He wrote this movie about these kids who lost their shoes or something.
I think I've heard of this. I don't remember. Yeah.
Children of Heaven. Is that it?
Jacob, I mean, this should be a layup for you.
I don't watch the Islamic Republic's propaganda.
Majidi.
Okay. Yeah.
Children of Heaven.
Children of Heaven. Right. Yes.
Hey, Andrew, how's it going, man?
Good. Just got back from a 2-hour power nap.
Oh, okay. And welcome back.
How are you
Saw
guys
your
doing?
comments at the beginning, and I was hoping you'd join in. So
I would, but there's someone on here who thinks I should work on midterms.
you should.
The only reason I'm letting him on is because Justin and I were talking about our visits to the Coptic Church and Dr. Fanous, and I thought I would give you a chance to explain what exactly we were doing at your Coptic church.
Do you want me to go for it? I mean, heck.
Yeah.
All right. We got there at the start of Vespers. Vespers is like a 30-minute service, and then it goes into Tasbeha, which is Vespers is evening prayers, and then Tasbeha is midnight prayers. But at the end of Vespers, a bunch of people came up. They saw a bunch of some crazy
White people.
Yep. Some crazy gringos that came to their church. So they gave him the whole tour, asked, where you're from, how did Andrew bring you here, yada, 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 right? So they brought him into a big church, done with icons done by Isaac Fanous, who's the founder of the Neo-Coptic iconographic tradition. So it looks absolutely amazing. And Justin and Jacob got to ask all the questions their hearts desired. It was wonderful.
So one of the deacons gave us a tour, and he was kind enough. So he apparently is from Egypt and stuff, and so he was kind enough to, answer a bunch of questions I had. I didn't know. Explain about the tattoo, Andrew.
Yeah. So apparently, under Islam, there's the jizya, something like that. Yeah.
Jizya. Yeah.
Jizya. So when you paid your tax, the Muslims would tattoo you. So, you don't have to be persecuted anymore, right? So even after the jizya ended, cops still kept getting tattoos as like a mark of pride. They'll get a cross, a small cross, usually at the right wrist. Yeah.
And this is also interesting because generally in the Orthodox Church, tattoos are forbidden.
Yeah.
Generally.
It's related to Revelation, the mark on the right hand. I think Revelation is more widely accepted by Copts than it is by the rest of the Orthodox Church.
I've never heard anybody in the Orthodox Church look on the tattoo as like a negative thing. They're like, yeah, that's based, but that's cool, and it's also like a little transgressive, because it's not normal. It's in the sense that in the Orthodox Church it's not normal, but for Copts it is, and yeah.
I wish I could have tattoos.
Have you ever designed a tattoo for someone, Halsey?
No, but ironically, my brother, who is, I still consider him religious, but he's definitely does consider himself religious in that sense. And that was very difficult for my mom. He came home with many tattoos over the year. But eventually, like 2 years ago, my father designed him his last tattoo. It's like this hourglass, and it's like what is it in English? But it's Me'afar batem u'me'afar tashuv, from dust.
Oh, you came from dust, and to dust you shall return.
Yeah, and you see like this body coming out of the sand, sort of emerging out of the hourglass, and so I guess that's interesting for my father to feel comfortable to design my brother a tattoo, but yeah, he has them all over his body. But I would just have like a lot of Bible verses. So
Yeah,
Uh,
I always find it funny when people have Bible verses tattooed on them.
Justin, if I heard correct, first of all, sorry about that. That's rude of me. Hello, everyone. I hope you guys are all had a fantastic.
Hey.
Justin is a teacher in Viola.
Biola, yeah, Bible Institute of Los Angeles, yes.
So Justin, and I guess dealt with a little bit background with Paul and your estuary, but as a teacher in Viola, what do you think about this little corner, its effect on, let's say, your Christian community and your school, and do you see it being beneficial?
Yeah, I don't really know much about the theology department at Biola because I teach in the film program, which is, and I show up for my 3-hour class and then leave. So I pretty much only know what I teach. And their school is getting bigger. They're trying to crack the top 25 and on the Variety Film School list. So it's a top-notch film school, but I don't really know much about the rest of the school. As far as myself, though, this little corner of the internet, the symbolic world part of it, the Jonathan Peugeot influence has been probably the most helpful for me because that and a little bit of John Vervaeke in terms of relevance realization, because, you know, in teaching documentary, that's exactly what you're doing, is you're taking a fact or you're taking an anecdote and then you're trying to find what it means, what it says, you know? And so, so I find the very sophisticated conversations between Peugeot and Vervaeke to be probably the most helpful for me, because in the art world, that's really, I think that's it's really helpful, you know, to know that that's what you're doing.
Thank you for that.
So
David Walker
Chezi
says,
is in Israel. That's why it's still daylight where he is.
yeah.
Oh, wow. Wow. Awesome.
Yeah.
David Walker says, LOL, you should go to the Orthodox church Pajot is going to in LA. They're tatted up. Just because tattoos are forbidden in Orthodoxy doesn't mean people don't get them or have them.
Well, so this is the funny thing about Israel. A lot of people who were not necessarily religious and then become religious, like you go to the Orthodox mikvahs, the I guess you would call it baptistry. But it's where the ritual baths are, and you know, people walk in and they look like normal Hasidim, and they take their clothes off and they're like all completely tatted up.
Yeah, some of the sometimes that's how it looks when the Greeks are in the same room.
I muted you, Fezzi.
Oh,
Yeah.
Sometimes you see that among the priests, Orthodox priests, and they roll up their sleeves and they got all these tats from. So many of them are Protestants previously. So,
What church is he referring to that Peugeot's going to? Is it that he's going to give a tour of it or something in Chino? I think that must be what he mentioned.
Yeah, yeah, that must be it. Yeah, because Pajot, I know, doesn't live in Los Angeles.
Yeah, but I think there's a big one out in the Inland Empire, and I think maybe that's the one.
Well, he's going to be giving a tour of one, but there's a lot of, I mean, there's a lot of Orthodox, Eastern Orthodox churches in Los Angeles. I was looking, even like the Copts. I was looking, Andrews, like there's a bishop of Los Angeles, and then there's a metropolitan of Los Angeles, and there's also a a theological monastery not in like Bakersfield or something like that.
Yeah.
And so like there's, and the Armenian Orthodox Church has like a cathedral in Glendale, and so yeah, there's quite a few. Andrew and I went to, there's an Eastern Orthodox, so it's a Western Rite Eastern
I was
Orthodox
wondering about
church.
that.
Yeah, Antiochian Church, near Biola. There's a lot of Biola students who go there. So yeah, there's actually a vibrant Eastern Orthodox community in Los Angeles, which is a little surprising. But I didn't even know Biola existed. Like, I've been living in Los Angeles since I was a kid.
Yeah, several of my friends went to Biola. I have a good impression of Biola because they came out of Biola still Christians, versus friends who went to some other Bible colleges that came out of there not Christians anymore.
So Ken had a very interesting discussion on his channel. Ken, from Climbing on Mount Sophia. So he went to Biola, and that's where he met his wife. And he had a discussion with with a friend of his, wasn't his roommate. And so his roommates, people were like, "This guy's straight out of Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure," and he kind of sort of is. So he was talking about how he hadn't cleaned his bong and got pneumonia for smoking too much weed in the dorms, and was like completely tripping, and that's when he encountered Jesus at Biola.
That's right. Numerous monks, Eastern Orthodox monks I've run into, are graduates of Biola as well. So, another point for Biola in my book. I had some friends that went to Point Loma, and that was not the case. Point Loma Nazarene University in San Diego, and they're not Christians anymore.
Okay, your headphones are definitely not working, Fuzzy.
I got the same headphones. Maybe that's why when I'm on my phone, it doesn't work.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. We can also hear ourselves.
That's not good.
So this is so you guys are doing a Bible study.
Yeah.
It's only into the fifth hour.
Can't you tell we're doing a Greek Bible study? Yeah. So I was inspired by Jacob. He's doing his Hebrew Bible study, and I was inspired. Like, oh, this is so cool. This is, I had such a good time studying Greek, doing Greek Bible studies, and I said I thought somebody should do a Greek Bible study. And don't worry, Hezi, just keep trying. I said somebody should do a Greek Bible study, but I am like a beginner. I did take 2 semesters of like a biblical Greek from a Bible college type Greek class, and then I did a patristic Greek reading group with a local professor, and so I contacted him, and he's like, yeah, I would be interested in helping out and doing that. So this is a little bit of an experiment. Tonight was the first time we had the professor on with us, and he basically gave us a overview of the Septuagint. We decided we're going to study the Greek Old Testament. And so we just today talked about history of the Septuagint and things where it came from. And the next time we meet, we'll probably get into some text, or at least start talking about a particular book, and maybe get into some text a little bit. And to me, it sounds like I'm kind of leaning toward starting with the Psalms. So I think that'd be pretty cool. And
last week, Father Stephen DeYoung, I decided to jump in, and it was like, oh wow! And then so a bunch of people decided to jump in, and I don't know. Did you post it into the Facebook group for Lord of Spirits yet, Tim? You should probably talk to your bishop before you do that. But
yeah, that's kind of what
lots of people are gonna watch. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll talk to Father Chris tomorrow, and if I get his go ahead, we'll do it. But yeah, so the yeah, Father Stephen jumped on. I don't know. I think it's going to be pretty good. I think it's going to be cool. So, but we'll actually get into the text next time, I think.
Okay. Cool. Awesome.
What did you think, Jacob, about Rick's presentation? Did you have any other thoughts?
So I've generally found that while some people will watch my presentations, the real reason people actually watch is for the interaction and just a genuine, opportunity to talk to people. And so if it's something you're presenting information to, people don't watch that nearly as much as simply we're sitting around and we're talking, and topics of interest come up, and then we say something interesting and people are like, they feel like they have to like chime in, so they click on the StreamYard link and come in, and that's when it gets really interesting.
I
especially
agree. Yeah.
especially when you get somebody like Paul Vanderklay or Father Stephen or Chezi jumping on. So
Yeah, I agree. And yeah, I'm curious, like, because like in our patristic Greek reading group, it was like that. I kind of feel like like Rick is trying to present this information as sort of like a preamble to actually getting into the text, and it's when we get into the text that it'll be more amenable to, okay, let's stop here. What does this mean? And conversations can go different directions, because that's what happened when we were doing our reading group.
mm.
You know, but at the same time, I think Rick, he wants to give us the background. He wants to give us the
Well, he's a
right,
professor.
right.
He is very much the professor who's trying to get information through. Like you saw that a little bit in the back and forth with the comments. Like
Mhm.
he wasn't really entertaining dialogue or tangents or anything like that. And I think so. Justin on his channel has a video that kind of sort of has gone viral. It has like 24,000 uh, views, and it's just in Amsterdam. Where's it?
Yeah, it's
It's
funny.
a
It's my most popular video, but it's an hour looking out of a window of of several cafes in Amsterdam. Yeah,
and it's
just
just
people watching basically. It
yeah.
rains and then it stops raining, and then you can just put it on while you're studying or something like that. Yeah.
I was just sitting there watching it. Literally, I was just sitting there watching it. It was like it there. I think COVID may have done this to us more than anything else, but I also think, especially urban life in Los Angeles, like there are people who go and pay the $10 to buy a Starbucks coffee just to sit in a Starbucks, because and unfortunately what it's become is if you're sitting there without a computer, people are like, what's wrong with this person? Why is this person just sitting there staring at us? Right? It's become so strange for people just to be sitting there and like and doing like just talking to people and just you know there I remember as a kid, the Persian community would go to there's a park next to the beach here in Santa Monica, next to the pier, and they would just walk down. Like people would just walk, and you would see someone you knew or not, and uh, and it reminded you of the plaza in Iran, and lots of places have plazas. My parents still go to the mall, and I remember as a kid walking to the mall. Like kids don't walk into the mall and just hang around the mall anymore, I don't think. And like being around other people is actually good for your mental health. It really is.
Yeah, it's one of those like unintended consequences of technology. You know, the designing the city around the automobile. One of the things that you lose, and also, you know, you could even look at the suburbs. The front porch becomes smaller and smaller and smaller. The backyard becomes bigger and bigger and bigger. You know, before air conditioning, you'd have to have like the screen door, and then you'd have like the front porch, and it's right next to the street. You know, so you could be sitting on your front porch, and you can see your neighbors walk by. You know, this kind of like liminal space between private and public. You know, we lost a lot of that due to technology, due to air conditioning, and due to the automobile. And if I ever finish it, I've been working on a documentary about urban planning with exactly that point, which is looking at, I call it this, it's called The Space of Our Time. And it's just about how all of the in-between places, all the little places where the little magic happens, like after you watch the movie and then you walk home together, you know, like if you were in New York, let's say, or something, that's when all of the culture happens, you know, and it's weird that our culture, American culture, has become a total agenda. Like we're going here to do this one thing, you know, make a plan, do it, and then go home. And even like the parking structures, it's like, you know, subterranean part. It's like, you know, you want to get a drink, you want to get, you know, after we watched the movie or after we did this one thing, after we saw the play, and it's like, oh well, I parked over here and it's valet parking and this, you know, so it just kills all the little you know. I think for culture to have that little spontaneous thing, it's a real delicate balance. And the square, and that's why I love Europe so much. You know, the square and the walkability, and just you're never really sort of bored and lonely at home when you're in Europe. You know, because it's just such a life to the city.
I think as a society, we sort of forgot what it is to be bored, specifically with smartphones. Like anytime there's a lull, you know, that comes out and that starts just like filling what, even if it's not someone scrolling on TikTok, which is like real poison, even if you're just going on the news or just, you know, every moment is needs to be filled. Now, at the same time as I'm saying this, when I'm walking around the house and I'm doing chores, I'm listening to a podcast or I'm listening to like a live stream. And I wonder to myself, should I be using this downtime just to think? Or like it is even filling my head with entertaining or valuable podcasts or information? Is that also just like never giving yourself time to just actually, you know, mull it over, think about it? We're always filling up, you know, that time. And which relates to what Jacob was talking about, walking in the mall. When you walk around anywhere today, whether it's a bus, whether it's a mall, you just see everyone's, their face down is in their phone and they're looking in, and there isn't an interaction of just people watching or looking outside or noticing these things, where it is a real shame. And I always say there's sort of a gap between the generations where we still remember sort of growing up and the tools our parents used. And that is what we're trying to apply to our children, but it's not an exact fit because we have a certain expectation, which is just not as relevant anymore. And it's difficult to navigate that. I've mentioned this a few times in this channel, but I always go back to the concept of patience, which had a lot more meaning when we were younger than it does to kids today. And a parent almost may sound weird if he tells a child, like, have more patience, because eventually the child's going to say, you're just slow. Like, I don't need to have more patience. It's just taking you forever to do these things. Or you think I need to wait 2 days. Like, I could order this online, like on Prime. And it's going to be strange to say, well, you know, it takes long, or you can't order things immediately. And the answer is you can order things immediately. And they could come to your door immediately. You have to give a different reason why this is not happening, and not just, you know, that's the way the world works, because the world today is catering everything to our doorstep.
There used to be conversations where we used to sit around and like, try to remember, okay, was this before that, you know, some historical detail or some factual detail. And now we know, and we used to like sit around and like, no, the capital of, you know, X country is Y, and the other person would say it's Z, and we would go back and forth, and and now, like, okay, Google, what's the capital of X? And it's totally destroyed that conversation.
Yes, but it did. It's not a Kelvin and Hobbes, but maybe it was a meme used by Kelvin and Hobbes. But you see two people talking, and someone asks him, it says like life before Google. And he says, I wonder, he has some like existential question, or like some how many stars, and the other guy says like, well, I guess we'll never know. And like, they move on to the next topic. Like basically like that's how it ends. And there's something nice about having that information, but my son is expecting, when he asks me a question, he's like, why don't you check on the supercomputer? Like, what does that mean? You don't know. Like, why would we not know? Or even, well, come, Billy, let's sit down and open an encyclopedia. He's like, that sounds like not a good use of your time or my time. It sounds like it makes more sense to just look at the supercomputer for a second and give me the specific answer I'm looking for. And when I try to expand or be like, well, here's the answer, but this is what it's talking about, again, it's sort of hard to grab their attention once they got their fix of information.
Have you guys heard of that book called Deep Work? It's basically makes the argument that boredom is actually good for you, for the mind, because that's where creativity comes from, you know? And so in the book, he basically divides up kind of like the world that we live in now between users and creators, you know? And if you're a user, that means you're just someone that just uses the thing that's been designed for you, you know? And it's like playing a video game, or it's like, whatever, some kind of a designed experience that someone has designed for you, and then you go and experience it, you know? Whereas if you're a creator, you're kind of like having to deal with actual reality. It's like going out and building something, or going out and, where you have to just sort of figure out how reality works and then get it to work somehow. And basically the argument in the book is that there's a huge lack of creators and a huge number of users in our world today. And it's a big opportunity, actually, because there's very few people that know how to create anymore, or be creators, be someone who actually makes things, And so I was very convincing to me that there is something about trying to stay away from the designed experiences that someone else has designed for you. And so, for example, one way I try to do that is I go and I sit down the street here with a book instead of my phone, and it is really funny that people walk by. I live in a walkable neighborhood here, but I know everyone in town because they always see me reading my book. It's like a habit that I've developed. At night, I go and I sit and I read this book, or a book, and I'm like the one person that's not on a phone without a plan either. It's like I'm not meeting someone there. I'm not whatever. I'm just existing, kind of like I was when I was sitting in Amsterdam when I made those videos, that video. And it's, I don't know, it's a countercultural thing.
The time when I'm most convinced that, or most understand what you're talking about, is like when I try to pray, that like I've even on my phone said, okay, I'm gonna pray for like 15 minutes, and I set a timer on my phone. And I put it down. Okay, I'm gonna start praying, and then a few seconds later, I'm like, "Did I set the timer properly? Did I really set it? Like, oh yeah, okay, all right, it's going." And a few minutes later, did I accidentally stop the timer? And it's like you just can't focus. You just gotta, and then you realize, okay, I need to practice this.
Yeah, it's because the neural pathways in your brain are actually being formed by that, And so, like, it's the same for like writers, the same sort of thing. You kind of have to lock yourself in a room where you can't check the internet, and you have to just work on your story, And there's this weird thing where you just kind of push through it, and once you kind of push through it, you get into this flow state zone of creativity, of creative output, And of course, all the kids, they use what's the thing that causes you to hyper focus? Adderall. They use Adderall to get themselves to do that, But there's a real sense that if you just push through and you just don't succumb to the temptation to check the internet or check your phone or whatever, you can reach this like little promised land of bliss, where you're in the creative zone, you know.
And Jonathan Pajot talked about it's interesting the way he described prayer as being the practicing of attention. And I think that's true. In Eastern
Tim,
Orthodox, yeah. What's up?
yeah, I was gonna say that when I think I mentioned this once here, but when you pray, even a similar version of this is I tell myself like, okay, I'm going to make sure I'm focusing, and by the end of that thought, the prayer is over. Like I did it automatically while looking at it, just because. So I at times pray in English, just because, and not in Hebrew, just because it requires a little more effort, and then like I got to focus on those words. And then like now sometimes I'm like, oh, that's interesting that they use that word in English, and I'm like, oh, back to like the actual prayer. But it does allow me to focus a little more when I'm changing my general habits. Obviously that's why the Sabbath is very, very empowering and very healthy, both spiritually and mentally. Just really completely disconnecting, and it does allow you to enter like a flow state. Like when my wife lights the Shabbat candles, it's like miraculous. Like my mind, like an email thought or like a client thought will not enter my head. It doesn't. My mind, I'm a completely different space. But Saturday night I get like clinically depressed. Like the whole week, just like. I mean, not clinically depressed, thank God, but because washing in, and it's difficult to make those separations, specifically when the second the Sabbath is over. You want to know what's on the news. You want to know what happened in your country. You want to like see like if there's if something happened, and your messages start your WhatsApp starts coming in. I generally speaking about WhatsApp, I tell people that they can't be offended if they don't get a response, and if it's very important, you need to call me, because I can't be in a forever conversation with everyone all the time, and no one ever ends a WhatsApp with that's it now, the end of conversation. It's just like open-ended, and like they could always decide like I'm tapping into you, and I need to know like you wrote to me a message, maybe in a week I'll get back to you, because I can't have a constant conversation with everyone at all times. It's crazy that we're allowing ourselves to sort of add more technology, which is just trying to constantly get you more connected at all times.
I think I got a smartphone, I think in 2014, and it wasn't too bad, but I think when it got real bad was 2016, just because it was so interesting what was going on. After Donald Trump won, it was just like, whoa, this is so crazy. I just want to find out what's going on. And then it was just the habit set in.
The president's Twitter feed was the most entertaining.
It's so entertaining, yeah.
The kids have this saying. I just every once in a while I post on Twitter, touch grass. I love it. I absolutely love it. Touch grass.
So there's two ways that I took that. One was like beat feet, and the other is like
smoke weed.
Get out and what's that?
Oh, okay.
And the other was
no. You're the only pothead here, Zakazi. Sorry.
Okay. And then the other one was get out and like get some fresh air. Like what is the sense of that?
It's get out and yeah. It's actually both. Part of it is get off the computer. Like part of it is, oh, you're so disconnected from the real world that you need to go touch the grass and to connect back to materiality.
Yeah,
it's difficult to do that though when you have, I'm forgetting the name of it right now, that AI, the
ChatGPT.
No, not ChatGPT, but the one that lets you you write it like in a text and it'll produce like a picture or some sort of visual. Okay, so there's that photographer right now that won the photography. He won this famous photography competition, but he then came out saying like it was AI. Like, and he said, like, you guys got to realize, like, this is, you know, this is coming, this is happening. But touched grass almost, it starts becoming less relevant when someone says, well, I could just do like a awesome rendering of grass and like put on like my Oculus and feel what that like amazing grass feels like. So then when I go outside, and Paul had this thing, he had this conversation, or he had this clip of Wokal and Jonathan and Boyce speaking, and he was giving this example of strawberries, right? That they drank the strawberry and then like all the way, like what kids today think strawberry is, you know, this strawberry flavor like slushy and not the real thing anymore. And when they have the real thing, like this is a joke. So we're like so far removed from, I'm trying to, one more example, today and last night is Memorial Day in Israel. And you are now with today's technology just bombarded with like AI versions of the deceased speaking and videos and visuals and like all the names going through, and it's beautiful because they're like remember, but it's almost as if like it's in your face, in your ears, like remember like constantly, and it starts getting difficult to differentiate between like reality and not fiction, but like, you know, this augmented reality sort of that we are slowly, even if it's not an Oculus, the world around us is starting to like add on these other layers that we're supposed to be looking through. And it's going to be difficult for us to see the difference.
And this way your tradition gives you that time to pause, and you can't forget that.
So this is one of the things, and this is gonna be Jacob's greatest hits, but the Rebbe,
who is that?
So he, back in about 100 years ago, there was a big question within Judaism of whether electricity, like turning on electric lights, like what exactly, as far as Sabbath. And there were lots of rabbis who were, in fact, saying that microphones on the Sabbath are fine, turning electronic lights on and off, at least for fluorescent lights, would be fine. And the Rebbe was absolutely against this, and he one of the few things that he got involved into, like convincing other rabbis, he was instrumental in convincing this particular rabbi, the Chazon Ish, to say that closing a circuit is or opening a circuit is forbidden on the Sabbath. So flipping a light switch, he finally changed his mind and said, on the Sabbath, you cannot flip a light switch, right? And 100 years ago, it was not obvious that this was the right choice. Now, I think anybody who looks at the results of it and the fact that people who aren't even Jewish are taking technology Sabbaths, like this has become a thing that, like, especially in Silicon Valley, like people who are not Jewish have started like keeping the Sabbath in terms of electronics. Yes, Chazi. You have to turn your microphone back on.
I agree with Jacob that it's fantastic that we have that. And this is like a point of tension between us because I'm very much interested in that continuing. However, I am a big believer that as technology advances, it's going to be hard to, it's the excuse of closing the circuit or the reason of closing the circuit won't be sufficient. And it's going to have to be that we don't do this because we don't do this. And not because the way you're doing it is problematic, because the way you're doing things is actually okay. Just this is very important for the community to adhere to make sure it stays intact. Now, it's very hard to convince a population where now we're asking you to do this not because God commanded you to do so, so to speak, but rather because we believe that this is this is the proper spirit. And like an example of this would be, which I'm sure Jacob will disagree with, and a caveat is I'm aware that requires someone to have done deep learning into understanding how these mechanics work. But I don't use my cell phone on Shabbat, and I don't turn on my lights on Shabbat. And my house is on Shabbat, it very much like it was 100 years ago. However, the example would be if we are on Shabbat right now and it's the heat of the summer and the AC drops, right? The AC is going back on because everyone's going to be sweating and feeling completely uncomfortable. And it's not, that is where people need to realize, in this case here is when I'm going to say, right, it's not actually closing a circuit. And for this purpose, I need this AC on, because now it's a slippery slope, because someone could say, well, for me, the real value I get out of the Sabbath is going on like a hike and driving my car all around the country. So I understand that it's not a clear cut. However, it is a problem if people today still look at how technology is being used and they attribute that to we don't do this because God is forbidding us to do this, and not realizing that this is a interpretation of what we believe God doesn't want us to do on the Sabbath. But as that changes, we have to also change our interpretations.
Yeah, I completely disagree with you. I think rabbis should actually do things because God said so.
But God didn't say don't use electricity, right?
Yeah, he actually did.
All right. Can you send me that verse? I just want to make sure I add that to my tattoo list. Stuff I'm adding to my body.
I mean, this should not be in any way controversial because of the famous thing where Moses goes up to God and God sends him to Rabbi Akiva's class, and he goes and sits in the 8th row, and Rabbi Akiva says something which Moses doesn't understand, and then a student asks, well, how do we know this? And what does Rabbi Akiva say?
It is Moses. It is given to us from Moses on Sinai. And actually, when Moses realizes he can't understand, he gets very depressed. And then he hears them say that, and then he feels better about that. But Jacob, the same thing could be said, right? Like, he doesn't recognize that Judaism anymore, right? He says, like, this is different from me, but I still see that I still see the through line, needles to thread.
The point is, Chazi, halacha leMoshe miSinai. Everything that Talmid Chacham Atid L'Chadesh is halacha leMoshe miSinai, and you can feel free to translate that.
Yeah. So what Jacob is saying is that everything that will be revealed in Torah study ultimately was given to Moses at Sinai, and this Talmud portion stresses the fact that even if Moses himself didn't fully understand what was being said, these are evolutions of his own idea. So therefore it's connected still to the original. That could be true even if they decide in 20 years from now or 30 years from now to use electricity on Shabbat, if the rabbis decree that that's still coming from Moses, correct?
If they actually believe that it's coming from Moses. This is the thing.
Right.
This is the difference between a satanic spirit and a Holy Spirit. A Holy Spirit is you try to understand what God wants and you learn the halacha according to God's will. And a satanic spirit is Christians call it exegesis as opposed to eisegesis. And what you keep on describing is what Christians call I see Jesus.
Didn't you just say that the Rebbe had to do a whole convincing tour?
Yes.
Right. So up until he convinced the famous Rabbi the Chazon Ish, he was being satanic, basically.
No, because the Rebbe, the reason the Rebbe was trying to convince the Chazon Ish was that is the Talmudic method. He understood from the halacha. And the
Chazon Ish didn't.
Well, that's why he went and discussed it with him and explained it to him, and the Chazon Ish changed his mind.
So my theory being that, minds will continue to change in this ever evolving and
How is this new, Chezi? Yes,
it's not
poskim
new.
changed their ideas. The
But-
poskim Piskei Din, like the new Piskei Din come out every single day.
This is the exact rub. My point is, and I constantly say this, is I'm less concerned about whether they become more lenient or more stringent based on their understanding of their interpretation of the halacha. My point being, the community, even if the rabbis decide that, you know what, we looked at it, we decided we could be more lenient, they're going to get a pushback from the community. And sometimes the pushback is going to be just because socially we're not ready for this kind of change. And that's okay. And these things take time. On the other hand, I'm nervous that if rabbis have to start making changes in a faster pace, or start saying things like, well, this was relevant then, not relevant now, that is going to shake the foundation of many Jews, because their relationship to the rabbi isn't that like, oh, the rabbi is going to convince people and change stuff. And they look at it as more like, this is divine understanding. And this is what God wanted from us. But for someone to say, like, 1 second, 40 years ago, my son wasn't allowed to do this, and the reason I was telling him he wasn't allowed to do this is because God said so, and now I am allowed to do this because God said so. What does that mean? And you're gonna be like, well, it changed.
You're 100% right. People don't actually believe in the koach of in the power of rabbis to interpret the Torah, and it's a horrible thing that we live in a generation where people don't actually understand the halakhic process. This isn't you're not saying anything that Haredi rabbis haven't been trying to explain to the modern Orthodox for 100 years.
But okay, Haredi rabbis and ultra-Orthodox rabbis, Jacob doesn't like that term, have come out, not all of them, but there's some group came out saying you can't buy Teslas.
Okay.
And the reason you can't buy Teslas is because we can't create like a kosher a Tesla. Like you will have access to the internet, and that's why we want to make sure you don't have any access to the internet, and therefore you can't get this kind of car. And then, okay, so what are you going to do in 10 years from now? Well, those are the only cars that are out there in 20 years from now. And then they're probably going to be like, oh, you know what? Now you can. Why couldn't we before?
Chezi, what? You think the Haredi people don't know that the rabbis are actually making a decision exactly like you said they need to in order to protect the community?
But my point being is, but they're not looking into the future. If you're going to have smart cities in the future, how are you telling people they can't drive a smart car right now? And the reason you're saying it is not, listen, right now the technology is still iffy. We're not sure how we're going to integrate it. This is wrong. And if you're raising people to think this is wrong, then how are you going to then integrate? Well, when I said that, I didn't really mean that. Or when I said that, you misunderstood what I meant wrong. But that was like 5 years ago, Rabbi. So, well, now it's like this. Does that mean maybe in 2 years now you'll change your mind again?
I have no idea who these rabbis are who are such idiots that you think they don't think 2 years ahead, that they don't actually, like, I have my problem with the rabbis too. But these straw men of rabbis you create, I don't know who they are.
I create straw men of rabbis.
Yeah.
How is it working out with divorce in Judaism?
And I told you, Rabbi Breitowitz has a whole book on it, and you keep on going back to it. Well, maybe if Rabbi Breitowitz had a wider following,
maybe
something would happen, as opposed to people just like poo-pooing all the rabbis.
Jacob, yeah, you're saying this, and I understand the context is a little different, but you're saying straw man rabbis. These straw man rabbis have a tremendous amount of political power in my country and then
Okay,
affect
so-
policy in my country.
Right.
And
You're 100% right. Zionism was a horrible experiment that has failed because political religion never works. And yeah, you're 100% right.
Can I ask a question about
Sure.
not only can you, please do.
Please.
So I did an interview. It was for this documentary about urban planning from a rabbi in.
Can you guys
the
hear me?
Valley.
Yes.
Oh, okay, but I can't hear you. Hang on.
Oh.
Say something, Jacob.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Hello to the man
I just gotta
behind
change
you.
my settings here.
You were saying, Justin.
Okay.
Oh,
Now can I hear you guys?
Well, I don't know. Can you?
What? It's okay. I can just. Okay, this is Father Christian. Hi guys.
Hello, Father
Hello.
Christian.
This is Jacob, Justin, Andrew, Hezi. Wonderful. I'm wrapping up here, so.
Yeah. Nice to see you guys.
All right. See ya.
I'm guessing
You were
that's
saying
Tim's
no.
brother, the
Yeah.
priest.
okay.
Yeah. You were saying.
Oh no. So we went out. So I had a buddy of mine that we were looking for a certain I don't know what the word is, denomination, I guess, of Judaism that doesn't allow driving on the Sabbath, and we found one in the valley.
That's all of Orthodox Judaism. But go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
This shows how ignorant I am. So we went and basically went and interviewed this rabbi on what it's like due to the fact that everyone has to live close to the synagogue, obviously, and that's the one that for me it was a real example of when there's kind of like a side effect of a certain technology, which in our case is suburbia and this sense of everything's disconnected from everything else and you drive everywhere and there's no walkability. It kind of destroys that old town feel of Europe and what humanity was basically did for centuries, lived a certain way. And now we live totally different than that. And then we wonder why we get all this anxiety and stuff, And so I had a real nice interview with him where he was just kind of explaining how everybody lives close and what that entails.
Who was the rabbi?
I wish I could remember his name. It was about 8 years ago, so I'm having trouble remembering. But he was from somewhere in Eastern Europe, an immigrant, and it was mostly an immigrant congregation.
In the valley?
Yeah, it was right off the 405 in the valley. Gosh, I'll get it. I'll dig it up and find who it was.
Yeah,
but
I'm wondering who you're talking about.
For me, it was just like a real revelation of, here's an antidote in a way to the what troubles so much of our society. But it's very extreme, obviously, because who's going to want to give up who's going to want to be, not live where they want to live, that you have to live within walking distance of the synagogue, so it's like, that is a huge commitment to make. But I can absolutely see now that the time has gone by and we've seen the consequences of car culture,
okay.
You can see what's behind that rule.
This is actually something that has caused large numbers of so within Orthodox Judaism, there's what's called the Baal Tshuva movement, which is literally movement of repentance, which is people who come from families like mine. My parents were not observant Orthodox, and my parents thought I was insane for the 10 years that I was what's called Shomer Shabbat. I would not drive on the Sabbath. I would only walk, right? And like I wouldn't even ride in a car. And there's a lot of things like that within Orthodox Judaism that it's honestly, for me, it is one of the reasons I believe in Torah, is that there are so many things I could point to like that. The Eruv, I don't know if you've heard of it, this Eruv idea. But Comedy Central, I think it was Jon Stewart or something. They did a whole comic bit. Like it's one of these things in Judaism that people make so much fun of, constantly, right? And like the the segment was funny. Like I'll find it for you, but
Just explain what that means, Jacob. Like
okay.
an Eruv is creating a border around your community so you could carry and walk around with stuff on the Sabbath. And if you were living in a, sorry, go ahead.
So in Orthodox Judaism, like if I were to walk out the door of my house on the Sabbath with anything in my pocket, it's called transferring. It's moving things from one domain to another, and that is considered a form of creative work that is prohibited on the Sabbath. And so there's this rabbinic invention. I don't believe it's a rabbinic invention. I believe this comes from Sinai, that we create a partnership. And Eruv means to combine. We create a partnership between everybody in the community, so that a string is used as kind of a border. Actually, in Los Angeles, the freeways, most of the border is freeways because they can count as walls. But in Manhattan, for example, Manhattan is surrounded by a string, right? And that makes it one domain, so that you can carry things. You're not transferring from one domain to another, right? And this, I mean, I'll send you the video, and it's hilarious in certain ways, and it's something people have made fun of for literally thousands of years, right?
In some ways, these traditions remind me of like the idea of like tying a string around your finger or something to remind yourself of something.
Yeah.
Like you can't forget. In other words, it's like you're not going to forget where you are in the world, or like what your purpose is. It's just you're continually living in that in that identity, I guess you could say.
So somebody on Thursdays drives around the Eruv in Los Angeles just to make sure that the string is still there. And then the synagogues that help maintain it put a flag in front of the synagogue, green or red, whether or not the Eruv is there. And if it rains, or if there's something like snow or something, well, not that it ever snows in Los Angeles, but sometimes, some weeks, there was a red flag. And that meant you could not put your kid in a stroller and take them to synagogue and back, right? And it's funny, and you can talk about, oh, it's silly, but it really isn't. It really, really is not. And like that's why it's kind of exciting to see John Vervaeke talk about the imaginal, right? It really creates a reality to what we would call a halachic reality, a Jewish law reality, right? That when I put if I put a bottle of scotch in my cabinet and I tell the rabbi to sell it during Passover, it's not mine. It's a legal fiction, yes, but it's a spiritual reality. And yeah.
So if you could maybe explain a little bit more for me. So if the prohibition on driving, I could sort of see the value of it in light of the background of, I've seen the lack of that in our society, what it does. It creates this disconnected car culture, suburban, plastic world, you know. So I can see the value of it by seeing when it's not being observed, let's say. So what would be the analogous for this example?
For the Eruv?
Yeah.
So every city with a large Jewish population has what's called an Eruv area, which is the center of Jewish life, because that's where the people who are religious all live near each other so that they can visit each other on the Sabbath and stuff like that. And so in Los Angeles, so there are 3 major Eruv areas, right? There's one in North Hollywood, there's one in Hancock Park, and there's one in Pico, right? And the funny thing is, the one in Hancock Park is actually like, there is an Eruv that's like that's surrounding like both of them, but there's a stricter one that they've made, that they've made, and it's kind of, so we have 2 chezis that are actually both not here. There's, and it really does create like boundaries of the community.
Mm. So it reminds me, when I was studying abroad in Italy, we were in a little town called Orvieto, which is an old Etruscan town. It's on the top of a hill. And, it was for a Protestant seminary. It was Fuller Theological Seminary. And so we were in this old converted monastery converted to dorms, basically. And we were there, and we got a knock on the door by the local priest. And the local priest said, well, I know you guys are Protestant and I'm Catholic, but I just want you to know that you're in my parish. And so that means I'm your spiritual head right now. And so anything you need, I just want to let you know that I'm here, he said, And I thought, wow, that is like so foreign from anything we would have ever thought, that there's some kind of a space, a location, a spiritual domain, a structure of authority over a certain space, That's so foreign. And it's partly because of this notion of the car culture that we have, the consumer culture, the sort of, and of course, the famous cathedral there absolutely dominates the town. Everything in the town is oriented to that cathedral. It's almost as if like all these little narrow passageways and stuff are kind of like the idiosyncrasies of your life. And then you come into this big square and you see the huge facade and all of this impressive art and everything. And it kind of just gives you a little hierarchy of the identity of the place, and
Yeah.
we certainly don't have that anymore. in America, there's no sense of like, you can't just look for the cathedral and say, let's walk in that direction. That's probably where the center of the town is. There is no center,
And the way you do one thing is the way you do everything, Jocko Willink says. When you create boundaries, in one part of your life, and it actually makes a difference in other parts of your life. If your house has a place where you pray, a place that's like public, a place where you pray, a place where you have meals, and you have sort of these different domains, then you can you can use that as a way to, when you walking to your prayer corner, as a way of preparing your heart as you're walking through these different areas. And the same in the church. You're walking into the church, you're in the narthex, and you go through the different stages in the church. This is the same thing that happens when you're in your house going toward your prayer corner, or when you're trying to approach God.
So Richard says, say hi to Justin for me. Ask him when he's teaching his class based on Mathieu Pajot's book next, so I can tell all my cinema and media arts friends to take it.
Well, I draw on that in my documentary class.
Okay.
All right, guys, I have to go.
Okay. See you later.
I'm done.
Nice to meet you.
Good night.
God bless you all. Thank you.
Jacob, there's Tim, and have a good night. There's
Buddy.
a good example of something called lavud, and this is on Sukkot, not the tabernacle. What is Sukkot in English, Jacob?
Booth.
Booth.
Booth. Yeah.
Booths. So there's the 7 days where we eat outside and we eat in these booths, and it requires to have 4 walls. And the Talmud gives an example that if you can't build 4 walls, you could have these strings running across and a specific amount of distance between them. And if you maintain that distance between the 3 strings, it's considered as if it's a wall. So much so that the Talmud gives an example where if a fly flies through that, because there's no actual wall over there, and goes into your suit, even though a fly is not kosher, there is no fly. You could eat that soup because it's not possible that a fly came in, because that is a wall. And that is like, this shows like the power of the imaginal on how we live our day to day. So like an eruv is also one example, but this, I always looked at that example of, you know, showing the tremendous amount of power and mindset that is required to sort of, you know, to sort of live this life where you're really putting on these halakha glasses and looking at the world that way. My uncle, may he rest in peace, would not eat any food his wife was making on Friday for the Sabbath. And she would offer him, like, you want like a little bite of this? He's like, that has Sabbath particles on it. Like, I can't engage with that food at this level yet. Like, that could only happen on the Sabbath. So yeah, it requires like sort of to look at the world sort of like Neo in the Matrix, and be able to see those green letters constantly and see how they relate to your life. Because there's a code behind there, and successful rabbis know how to, I don't want to say manipulate, but navigate that code. On that note, see you guys later. Back to work.
Nice to meet you.
Pleasure.
Chezi is actually one of the more successful designer architects in Jerusalem, and yeah, so he builds homes, and because he has a background in halacha and studied to be a rabbi and understands things a lot better than most, so religious people tend to hire him to design their home with all the halachic, all the Jewish law characteristics that. So, I mean, one way you know that a home was actually built for an Orthodox Jew is the sink in the bathroom will always be in a separate room from the actual restroom, so that people can wash their hands ritually in the sink. Because if it's in the same room as the toilet, or actually the bath as well, you can't do the ritual washing
Right.
there. So Chezi says, I build dreams.
Wow. Yeah, that's interesting. I was just earlier today, Jonathan Peugeot did a talk with a bunch of iconographers at St. Vladimir's, I think maybe it's a seminary or something like that. But one of the guys was an Orthodox architect, and he was just explaining like all of the what he brings into his designing of Orthodox churches, basically, you know, and how he takes certain of the patterns of that, or he considers to be more eternal, and the local, not breaking from the local necessarily, you know. And I think Charleston is where his famous church is, and it has certain aspects of the Charleston, you know, tradition or look, you know, but also has the Orthodox thing. So I think it's fascinating that you know, that there are these kind of like more timeless, eternal principles that come out of religion, you know, and that in something like architecture, you know, they'll inform what you do, you know, and it's different than the sort of postmodern approach of no tradition whatsoever. And you see the buildings that get built from that, or the built environments that you wind up with, and you think, good heavens, like, you know, for example, like in New York, the Two Towers was designed to be something that you see from the skyline, you know, these two impressive, but famously nobody went to the square at the bottom of those two towers because it sucks to be there, you know. It's like there's no cover. Like we need kind of like human beings need like a little safe area. Like a street is more like almost like a room, and you want to have your back to the wall, and you want to be able, you know, and this is just wide open like a desert, you know, with tumbleweeds blowing by, and like no one ever went to the the plaza in the 70s or whenever it was when they built it. And they started to realize at that time, that was when they started the new urbanist movement, which is really going back to old urbanism, that, wow, you have to kind of design these things not for the abstract shapes that you see from a distance, but actually for the human being on the level of the human being on the ground, you know?
Yeah, yeah. So the Grove, actually, I'm sure you've been to the Grove. When they designed it, so when I was at USC, one of our professors took us to talk to the developers of the Grove, and they specifically designed it with what they called a European feel, so that none of the building, like each building is separate, so you have to leave the building. You can't just stay in the buildings and walk. You have to leave the building in order to go into any other building, and that actually limited how many places, how many shops wanted to have second or third floors, because that person had to come in from the bottom. They didn't do the second floor thing that, for example, the Century City Mall has here. But one thing that's been interesting for me is I think the reductive materialists just assumed that if they were to like get rid of all of this stuff, right, superstition, they thought it, and I'm going to blame Martin Luther partially for this because I have to, but that it would go away. And it hasn't. That now we have feng shui, and we have the similar things that people are coming up with themselves, because they don't have, well, I guess Jordan Peterson would call the map of meaning, right? That symbolic universe to orient them in the world. And the idea that we can just get rid of this stuff, it's silly.
Yeah, it's the specifically like the design of the Grove, or, you know, what's interesting to me about that is the commercialization of that which is just natural for human beings, you know. And this was famously the Main Street in Disneyland, you know, was built as a kind of a nostalgia thing, and then people started to go, well, hey, wait a minute, there are no main streets like that left, hardly, because it's all malls and it's all suburbs and stuff. And so now you have to pay all this money to go to a place that's just like any main street in any town from 1950 or whatever, 1940, you know. It's Greg Caruso, I think, did the Grove, and the one in Glendale here too, right? Where it's like, it looks like a little old school downtown, you know, a little old kind of town square, but you still have to go and park in the parking and get out of the parking and go into the mall, and nobody lives there. They tried putting apartments in there, but it didn't. There was a Simpsons joke about that where Lenny was moved into the lawn, into the mall, and he would go down and eat a churro every day, you know.
Have you been to University Square at USC? It's a pretty new development at USC, and there used to be a mall there that was just like your normal strip mall, and they redeveloped it. It was actually it's beautiful, but now again there are dorms on above street level, you know, so all this land use and, you know, trying to separate retail from housing and stuff, it doesn't work. It's bad.
It's you know what it is? I think it's kind of like, I remember you know, like a deconstructed cocktail, you know, where they take the cocktail and they like deconstruct, or like, you know, in The Chef or something, it's like a deconstructed spaghetti or something like that, where it's like the meat, the tomato is separate, and then the meat and whatever. That's kind of what urban planning was after World War II. It was deconstructed cities, where it was like, before it's like a slice of pizza, like all the ingredients are in every slice. So every neighborhood, the way it kind of scales up is that this neighborhood gets to a certain size, and then this neighborhood over here has all the same ingredients and it gets to a certain size. As opposed to what they did was they put like this level of income housing here, apartments over here, rich housing over here, a mall over here, a business park over here, connecting it all with, the freeways. And it took, 50 years after World War II or more, 70 years or something for people to start to realize, oh, we should probably go back to the pizza model. We've been having a deconstructed cocktail of a city for all this time. And this is a deconstructed cocktail is terrible. It's the whole point of a cocktail. Oh, sorry, my camera went out. I'll change the battery. The whole point of a cocktail is for the blend to be perfect. And when it's deconstructed, it just misses the whole point. I'll be right back. I'm going to change.
Yeah, that's fine. So you're reminding me of two people. One, Ian McGilchrist, talking about the left brain separating things from each other. And I think when I first read his theories regarding societies that are impacted by the left brain, right brain thing, I thought he was taking it too far. And over the years, especially with COVID, I have really found him to have been a bit prophetic in his understanding of how a society that is dominated by the left brain is in fact like has the problems that so in 2009 in his book, he writes a society that is dominated by the left brain, I forget the exact words, but will have an irrational fear of viruses and contagious diseases and will go overboard in response to them. And I was sitting there in COVID reading, it's like the conclusion of his book. And it's like, well, you called this in 2009. And the other person that I want to read, he wrote like 50 books. Roger Scruton, have you heard of him?
Yes,
Yeah.
but never read.
I haven't read him either, but he was he was very critical. He made a few documentaries actually on beauty and city planning. I think I watched one of his documentaries on YouTube, and it was powerful. I'm not sure I agreed with every point he made, but Roger Scruton, I think, has been vastly underrated in how brilliant of a person he was.
Yeah. I'll have to check that out. I do think that there is the right brain, left brain thing. There's a famous example in New York, and famously how New York didn't wind up like LA, which was the Robert Moses, the famous urban planner, wanted to crisscross Manhattan with freeways. And then Jane Jacobs, kind of a Greenwich Village activist woman, stopped it, basically, Mm-hmm. And so she wrote a book called The Death and Life of American Cities. And the whole perspective of it is street level. It's basically, I'm observing the neighborhood as it works. And I'm seeing where all the kids play. And I'm seeing how the neighborhood is kind of like an organism. It's like it has its own ecosystem, and it developed over all these years. And her main argument against Robert Moses was, you're thinking of it as a problem to be solved. Like, we need to move these people from here to here, and what's the most efficient way to do it? And in so doing it, you're going to kill the actual organism, and that's what happened in downtown LA. That's why downtown LA has never since the 20s or whatever, been like, if you look at the, photos of downtown LA in the 20s, in fact, my own grandfather, would ride his bicycle around downtown LA as a delivery bicyclist. And I was like, what? You deliver things, So I don't know if it's right brain, left brain, but there's definitely two dynamics there. One is this kind of top down, looking at it from like a map, and looking at it and saying, we need to build all this stuff, and anybody that's in our way is kind of a problem. And then the street level view, and not seeing it as a problem, but seeing it as an organic thing, as an organism, you know.
Yeah, I mean, to some extent, the land use restrictions in Los Angeles really bother me. The HPOZs have lost their minds. Like the fact that Westwood has a building limit of like 2 stories and that's it. And the 170 freeway for 50 years now, they had supposedly they were going to extend the 170 all the way to the 10 through Beverly Hills, and through pure corruption. I mean, there's nothing to it but corruption that has been tied up in the courts for the past 50 years because people who are rich enough are like, no. And there are millions of people who spend hours every week in traffic that doesn't need to exist at the Sepulveda Pass because we will not extend the 170 all the way to the 10. And I don't know what the right answer is. I used to be very pro, okay, just extend the 170. Okay, we need more high rises. And frankly, I like high rises. I think if high rise buildings are done well, meaning that as opposed to the exercise rooms being on the bottom floor, they're in the middle. You know, you have a floor or two in the middle that's like actually utility. Maybe have shops if it's large enough. Like in Israel, every street corner has a makolet, which is basically like it's like a 7-Eleven, but slightly more like has everything for your daily needs. And yeah, every day I really don't know if it's because the refrigerators are smaller in Israel or not, and the families are bigger. But like, yeah, you go buy milk every day. You go buy, meat every couple of days, right? So like the makolet and the butcher shop, I think in Israel, like I don't remember going to a supermarket very often in when I was in Jerusalem. And Jerusalem is a tiny city. You can walk around the entirety of Jerusalem in one day, easy. It's smaller than Boston, and I was shocked how small Boston was. Yet, like there. So when I first came to the United States, I remember the first day we came to the United States. We went to Ralph's and went into the grocery department and saw these stacks of oranges and apples that were all the exact same size, no mud on any of them, perfectly clean, stacked individually. Like the entirety of the grocery department was like a marvel to me. I was like, what is going on here? Like, why are they displayed so like I was used to the the type of grocery store like green grocer that I think in Europe is much more common. And funny enough, after the services on Saturday, I took Andrew to a little tour of the ultra Orthodox Jewish neighborhood in Los Angeles, and a lot market is an absolute trip. I highly recommend just walking in there especially on a Friday, like as everybody's doing their shopping, or a Thursday evening, as everybody's doing their Shabbat. And especially right before a holiday like Pentecost coming up, right? If you go right before Pentecost to a lot market and you just stand in it, it's like you're in a different world.
Wow.
Completely different world.
So is it more, so it's like, it's not the supermarket experience. It's more like what you're talking about from back home, right? It's,
yeah.
and people, well, that's probably partly due to the close knit nature of the community. Everything is way closer together, right?
Everything is closer together. And well, okay, so this was one of my formative experiences here in Los Angeles. I was at a lot market, and this woman who was obviously a normal American woman was standing in line. And so a lot market it's Persian Jewish, right? And this lady, she was obviously out of her depth, right? And so I tried to be nice and signal that I know English and stuff. And she started talking to me in line, and she starts telling me how she ended up in this long line, like for the checkout, that her a friend of hers, or a neighbor of hers, was sick, and she asked her, "Can I do anything for you?" And the neighbor's like, "Could you do my shopping?" And gave me the list and told me to come here and buy these things. So she had come and she was buying them. And like she was telling me, "I will never come here again. I don't understand why anybody would shop here. It's crazy." And then she gets checked out, and she turns to the cashier, and she's like, she looks at her receipt and she's like, "This can't be right." And the cashier takes a look at it and she's like, "No, this is correct." And the lady looks at the receipt and turns to me and says, "Now I get it." Because like the groceries are so much cheaper.
Huh. Interesting.
The groceries are so much cheaper because like you can buy like pounds and like King Market, like if you actually just want to shop, King Market in the Valley, I don't know where you live, but King Market in the Valley is pretty cheap. Like you'll be shocked if you go and just.
Why is it cheaper?
Well, actually, the owners of a lot market bought some land in Mexico and started raising like their own Persian cucumbers and stuff. Like, and so it's a lot cheaper. Like, and they like, it's not USDA like matched up, graded A, like Ralph's, like all the oranges are exactly the same size, right? So they're grade A oranges or grade B oranges or whatever it is. And it's like, no, this is none of that. It's groceries like back in Iran with grapes like back in Iran.
Well, it probably tastes better too, because what I noticed when I was in Italy was that things generally didn't hit the shelves until they were ripe, because wherever they came from was right around the corner, and as opposed to the kind of, Europeans often talk to me about how bland the food tastes here from the grocery store. And it's like, well, yeah, it's using an industrial process, and it's not ripening, they're putting it on the shelf before it's ripe and letting it ripen on the shelf. And, there's just a lot. Something to do with the soil too. I think there's a certain flavor that you get from a locally grown, fruit or something like that, or, than in a huge farm, an industrial farm,
Yeah, they probably, I mean, I'm guessing in an industrial farm, the fertilizing of the soil is like down to what's the minimum amount we can put in to, and look, there's something to be said about industrial farming. We live in a society that like there is no hunger. We're dying of obesity.
There's a lot of mouths to feed. Yeah.
Yeah, we are literally like it used to be a problem that you didn't have enough food, and now people are literally dying of having too much food.
Mm-hmm.
And so there is certainly a sort of value to that, and so I'm actually pretty down on a lot of the organic farming stuff. um, I have literally paid more money to get buy something that's not organic, like just a few cents. But it's like I don't, I, I don't like. I think especially the genetically modified thing. It's like I'm perfectly fine with genetic modification. I like science. I think science has done a lot of good. What's his name? Borlaug. I forget his first name, but this man is like, if I were to name a university after one person, it would be called Borlaug University, because um, he fed the world. Like he was this, and so I am actually pretty pro technology and stuff like that. At the same time, I think once we're at the point where we are now, where we are having more than enough caloric intake and stuff, we need to start thinking about the quality of the food and everything else that goes in it. And unfortunately, our society is like, our sense making mechanisms have completely fallen apart.
Well, again, it's the same. It's this always a blessing and a curse in technology. You know, with the greater efficiency, we always think, well, oh, that's great. And it is great. Like, you know, we drive around in cars for a reason. You know, and so my lament about how I want to walk more is kind of like you have to put that in context against everything else, you know. And the same thing with the food, you know, what they did in the middle of the last century in terms of getting enough food for everybody was something that's probably stopped wars, you know, or whatever, you know. So then, but it's like, yeah, but all at the same time, like when I was in these little even in Greece, when I was in Greece this summer, it was like, yeah, I only had a tiny little fridge. And so I had to shop more often, but it was a social experience. You know, it's like, oh, you know, I'm going to get a little olive oil. I'm going to get a little this. I'm going to talk to the people. You know, they're going to say, oh, you got to taste the olive oil. You know, all this stuff that would never happen in a Ralph's. Like, I mean, I'm not going to be in a Ralph's and they'll be like lining up the olive oils for me to taste all the different kinds. You know, so it's just different.
Chazi is actually telling us that it is the small fridges in Israel. That's why they don't have the Costco mentality that we do here, because electricity is much more expensive in Israel. Mm-hmm. Like energy is a lot more expensive in Israel. And it was even worse before they discovered natural gas off the coast, because all the countries around them were embargoing Israel. So like energy is every roof has what's called a dud shemesh, a solar powered water heater. Like that's just it's just considered like everybody has to have one, because and taking the hot showers that I am used to, like in Israel, people would be like, why are you wasting so much energy? And it's like, I need my hot showers. I can't live without my hot showers.
No, the owner of the apartment that I was staying in Greece, he'd show me where the breaker switch is. And he goes, okay, now if you want to take a shower, you know, turn this on for, 20 minutes before the shower and then turn it off afterwards. And I was like, my stupid, wasteful American, well, why don't I just leave it on all the time? It's like,
because of money.
Right. And it was crazy. It's like they don't turn on the air conditioner over there ever. It's like, it's to them, they don't even like it, you know. But it's a thing of, it's like, yeah, you know, when you can just live in air conditioning and controlled environments all the time like we do here in America, you will. But over there in Greece, they don't. They, you know, however hot it is outside, that's how hot it's going to be inside.
So there's nothing as expensive as paper in Israel, because there's like barely any trees anywhere. And so toilet paper was like not our toilet paper here. I remember like everybody in yeshiva with me, when people would come to visit from the United States, they would ask them to bring toilet paper with them.
Wow. That's crazy. Yeah. Yeah, but I don't know. I find, our conclusion was, we were working on the movie there, that in some way, in some fundamental way, we kind of thought that the Greeks were happier than us, happier than Americans in general, just in the way of life, in the kind of like, just less busy, less anxious, more living, more grounded, more living in the moment, more, spontaneous community, all these sort of things that were meant. And I don't think necessarily they are happier, but that's what people were saying. They seem like they're happier than we are, even though we're richer, as a country, but for me, like every time I travel and I go to places like that, it just reminds me that more technology or more money, that's not what's going to make you satisfied or happy. We lose a lot of things with those. It's like, again, a blessing and a curse.
When we came to the United States, one of the first things that I was like, what is going on here, was there was no family meal time. Like, I was used to, we get together and eat lunch, we get together and eat dinner. And my cousins told me, oh, nobody does that in America. And it was like, and then the idea of the nuclear family, right? And we had been, this is the funny thing. I became convinced of everything that the TV told me about what society could and should be like. And I bought into it completely, like, oh, the nuclear family and the independent individual, and that, and it's taken me years and years to recognize that all the things that I thought was old-fashioned and primitive and like, no, actually, what would have been far better was if we had family meals at least a few times, like at least for dinner, right? And and I think I think the nuclear family is an abomination. Like, I the even though I live in a single apartment, like it's a 1 bedroom, and I've grown accustomed to my, privacy. I am increasingly now at age 45 far more willing to live in close proximity to my parents than I ever was younger, because I thought like, oh no, getting away from your parents was the hotness, right? And it's like, no, actually, living in like in close proximity to other human beings, as long as, I mean, yes, there are times when certain people will drive you crazy. That's definitely true, but that's but being alone is no remedy to people driving you crazy. And I've started becoming a total like advocate for having a single child. Like, if you're unfortunate and you can only have one child, I hope God blesses you with more. But if you deliberately choose to only have one child, that's just child abuse. Like, siblings are a necessary requirement for growing up. Like, you need siblings, and I think you need multiples. And frankly, like, I wish I had a brother. I have one sister. Like, my parents thought 2 children was the perfect number. They were raised to think, like, my parents read Dr. Seuss and Dr. Spock and whatever all that stuff is, but in Iran. My father considered himself a modern guy. I mean, I have pictures of him in Iran with like the sideburns and bell bottoms and 70s clothes, right? Because he thought of himself as this modern guy, right? And the more I learn about it, the more it seems to me that, like, oh, like this whole enlightenment thing, it had its good parts, but let's not overblow its the things that we thought we understood, because certainly when it comes to families, like intergenerational families, like knowing your grandparents is vitally important.
Yeah, that's why there's a book by this guy Ray Oldenburg. He wrote it called The Great Good Place, and it's about third places in society. Which is his argument is that a healthy civil society needs to have neutral places where people mix. So where you might mix with someone of a different social class or a different age group, different religions, different political orientations. The pub was always that. In England, the pub, the tavern, in Germany, the French cafe. In Paris, it was like you walk down the street and every neighborhood has a neighborhood cafe. Now, if we had a true neighborhood cafe, we do have a pub here, but if we had like a true neighborhood cafe where everybody uses it like they use it over there, where basically that means you're just going to run into people and some of them will annoy you, but the trade-off of annoyance to the benefit of a healthier, more connected community, which it prevents all this. It prevents the self-sorting, and it prevents the siloing. The feedback loops, like all that stuff that we kind of complain about now. There's a kind of a natural antidote to it in these neutral places. So and again, it's also not just a nuclear family in a house, but there's this porous kind of relationship to the community that where a lot more the older generation, like I was very close to both sides of my grandparents, invaluable, absolutely invaluable, so yeah, I totally agree.
Yeah. Garth, he is in Minnesota, I believe, or Wisconsin, Minnesota, I think. I've been living alone with no pets for a while. While I'm content for now, I definitely don't see it as a stable end. At the same time, Garth, you're very close with your entire family. So yeah, don't know if you count so much. Los Angeles has several British pubs. You know that?
Yes. Well, there's some famous ones like the Fox and the Hound in Hollywood, but
right.
The Irish pub down the street here is actually, he does a very, very
which part of Los Angeles are you in?
Pasadena, South Pass.
Oh, that's beautiful. South Pasadena is beautiful.
Yeah. I mean, it is a neighborhood, it's one of the reasons I moved here was because it's so hard to find an actual kind of neighborhood where you can walk around and see people, and stuff like that, which this is kind of like a little Mayberry type of a town.
Actually, I think the Coptic church, so the Coptic church we went to is not the main Coptic church in Los Angeles, where the seat of the Metropolitan. I think it's near Pasadena. It's like, yeah. I looked it up, and apparently Isaac Fanous did the entirety of that, and it's much bigger and grander than the one we went to.
Well, maybe we should visit that one sometime.
Yeah, I think so. Probably, yes.
Yeah. Well, have you probably been on this? you've been talking for like 5 hours.
6.5, and then I did a live stream before that. Mondays tends to be my live stream day because when during busy season, I so I have a hard stop at midnight. I will be going to sleep at midnight.
I think it's time for me too.
Okay.
Well, but thank you so much for inviting me. Yeah.
Sure. Subscribe to the various channels, and lots of different people have streams like this all the time. We give excuses like Greek Bible study and Hebrew Bible study and like this and that, but we end up talking about just about anything.
Right. Well, and I absolutely do want to know more about the Torah from your perspective. You know, I really do. So hopefully we can do it more. Yeah.
Cool. Okay. And we'll be in touch. I'm sure we'll see each other in not too long.
Absolutely. All right. Thanks, Jacob.
Good night. So it is Chazi. The grass is starting to grow green as spring comes. Aha. So when are you getting married, Garth? Did you buy a ring? You should buy a ring. I love you too, Charlie. When you play Borderlands 2. Jacob, do you take people to modern Orthodox synagogues? Chas v'chalila. We actually walked past B'nai David, Judea, and I explained why nobody should ever walk in there. Actually, Yick's pretty nice. Young Israel of Century City. That's the thing is, like, I don't even take people to my own synagogue. Like, I take them to I take Richard and Andrew sometimes. I've taken them a couple of times to a Reform synagogue that my friend Shira is the rabbit of. But like, yeah, even Chabads are not very welcoming of Gentiles. Modern Orthodox, I don't know how much they would be. Marrying off your kids is the final boss. Yes, Chazi is correct about that. Okay, I am going to hang around just in case there are people who want to talk to me who haven't gotten a chance, because I know every once in a while there are people who want to talk to me who haven't gotten a chance. But I am going to put a 2-minute timer so that I can, well, let's do 5-minute timer. Stop it. Good night, people.